Sup, y'all? It's me, it's your boy Asmongold, and today, I figured, you know what? I don't know what we're gonna do today. I might do some Final Fantasy MSQ. I might do a little bit of Fall Guys. I've been seeing people playing that game again. I'm kind of excited, honestly. I haven't played. I looked at my Steam, and it said that I hasn't played Fall Guys for like 2 years. Like the last time I played it was October or some shit. So I'm excited. I might do an Overwatch 2 beta. Does that come out today? I don't know if the Overwatch 2 beta comes out today or not. I have no idea. Does it or not? Because if it does, I might try it out and see what happens. Yes, it does. Okay, I'll have to look at like what the release is. I'm in some program for it, but I actually thought it was tomorrow. I have no idea exactly. And I think tomorrow, yeah, I thought it was tomorrow as well. It's in 3 hours. Okay, well then maybe I can try that. I'm just not sure yet. I'll figure it out then. And yeah, is Fall Guys a platformer? Hashtag ad? No, I'm not getting paid. Obviously, I think there's like some incentive program where I get a benefit from it, but no, I'm not getting paid. That's it. Overwatch. I like Overwatch a lot. I think it's a good game. I mean, the fact is that I wish that I wish people didn't have such a negative opinion of it. That's really the perspective that I have. I find it to be weird that people have such a negative opinion of it. Obviously, like, yeah, it's not like super innovative. There's nothing that's like crazy coming out with Overwatch 2, but I still think that it's fine, you know? It's nothing really wrong with it. What can I say? It's not as bad as, yeah, it's not as bad as people are saying it. I think that the problem was that they said that it was Overwatch 2 and not Overwatch 1.1 or 1.5, which is really what it is until the PvE content comes out, in my opinion. Yeah, people are weird. I think that what happens is, like, as soon as something catches on, that's like it, you know, like, because like people never want to admit that they're wrong about stuff. So like as soon as people decide that Overwatch 2 or Overwatch is boring, then that's really all there is to it. I think there's a lot of games that happen that way, man. That's it. It's not a big deal, but Overwatch is good, so Overwatch will be good again. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I think that's what it comes down to. And it's kind of the issue. It's marketed as a sequel, but nothing changed. Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't have a problem with it. Johnny Depp may be Captain Jack again. I'll look at that in a bit. I know some people tagged me in tweets about this, etc. If people want to put it on my Reddit, I'll take a look at it. But I mean, I think that's good. Obviously, the like, there's part of me that wants that, part of me that like is like, man, fuck Disney, right? Because I've always hated this idea that these companies get to shoot first and ask questions later, and then people keep coming back and doing business with them and consuming their products. I've always fucking hated this. I think it's really annoying, and I don't really care about the company being, oh, well, they're risk adverse or whatever. Like, I don't really care. Like, if this is, oh, you're risk adverse, so you just decide to throw somebody's name in the dirt, I mean, like, fuck you. Like, I don't really care that much about it. Yeah, it's Disney, it's Blizzard. There's a lot of companies like that, and I wish more people would start calling it out. I absolutely do. Community dislikes Blizzard, not Overwatch. I think that's a big factor, too, with Overwatch, is that update an hour ago, I will look at it in a few minutes, okay? And we'll see what the update really is. And Lightyear got banned in my country because of the gay kiss scene. In my opinion, I find it to be like so crazy that like some places in the world, it's like if you criticize it, you're like a fucking terrible person, and other places in the world, it's literally fucking banned. You can't even watch the movie because of the gay kiss, you know? That's nuts, man. America 20 years ago, I don't know about that. I don't think it would have been banned 20 years ago. I mean, didn't they have like an interracial or a same-sex kiss on Star Trek, like what, fucking 100 years ago or some shit whenever it came out? Yeah, I don't know. America in 5 years. I mean, it seems like it's going that way. And if you've seen a new discovery that Twitch is working on, does it not include ads? Here's the thing with Twitch and ads, is that Twitch makes most of its money off of ads, so they're gonna do whatever is in their best interest to promote as many ads as possible. Now, I'm not a fan of ads. I don't like ads. You guys notice I don't really run ads a lot during my stream. I've thought about running like 2 minutes or a minute and a half of ads whenever I go to the bathroom, so that way people don't get pre-rolls, because I feel like one of the biggest barriers to entry with streaming and like watching a stream is a pre-roll ad. Like, if you get a pre-roll ad, in my opinion, like, this is what I do. If I get a pre-roll ad, I'm like, oh, I don't like you that much, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just done immediately. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. And some places in the world, children, I don't, not gonna get into that. That's weird. But like, yeah, true. No, that's the thing. Is like, I never want to do that. Like, I never, in my opinion, I feel like ads. There are ways that ads can be funny, and like ads can, like, I guess you can say, like, add into the viewer experience, where it's like Internet Historian does like a cool funny segment about NordVPN, for example. I think that's totally fine, and anybody who complains about that is being unreasonable, if you want me to be totally honest. I think it is unreasonable to be upset about it in that regard. However, I do think that you know, if you're talking about like a pre-roll ad, anytime that you're showing an ad on YouTube, this is something that a person did not log in to see. And it's one thing if it's like a passive advert on the side, but if you have to either watch this ad or do something to get around the ad to watch the video, obviously this is going to get in the way of the viewer experience. So but at the same time, like, these companies have to make money. Like, it's not a charity, they have to have ads. So it's like, how do you reach that middle ground? I'm gonna be honest, I think YouTube does it a lot better than Twitch. I think YouTube is way better than Twitch with this. In my opinion, if you have to watch more than 15 seconds of an ad, I think, like, so this is actually a different thing, but I think it's kind of the same. So there were studies that were done, and this is like maybe 15 years ago, 10 years ago, where if something takes longer than like 8 seconds or something like that to load on a page, people will move on to the next page. So I feel like ads should be under that 8-second rule. They should be 5 seconds, 7 seconds, maybe 8 or 10 seconds, because people are just going to move on to something else, right? Because they're browsing the internet actively, and so the second that something gets in the way of that, it annoys them. And 12 is too long. And it's 3 seconds now. It could be 3 seconds now. I'm not sure yet. But either way, I think that they should try to keep it. If there's any ad that goes longer than, in my opinion, 15 seconds, this is too much. It's too much, and you're losing viewers, you're losing interest. It's not really helping the platform at all. So just buy Twitch Turbo. The thing is that I think that Twitch should advertise Twitch Turbo a lot more. I really think that they should, because Twitch Turbo is you pay $8 a month and you don't get any ads. Is that right? I want to make sure that I understand this before I go off on this. Yes, yeah, unless they're hiding it. Yes. So you spend $8, not anymore. I'm not sure yet, but yes, I think that's what people should go with. It's much easier. You don't see any ads. Problem fucking solved. And it's like, is it reasonable to ask somebody who consumes content on a platform as often as Twitch to pay $8 a month? I don't think that that's unreasonable. I really don't think so, because there are a lot of people who don't want to spend any money on content online. I don't think that this is not a reasonable position to have, even though most people have this position. I think that you have to expect to pay at least some money, or at least you either are paying in money or time. Or you're paying in your data, you know, like something like Facebook. Facebook's free. There's not a lot of ads on Facebook, or at least there wasn't whenever I'd go on there. Maybe it's different now, but you know, they get your data. So it's like, if you're not paying for a product, you are the product. So you're either the eyeballs on the ad or the data that they're selling to a third-party program, or, you know, third-party partner that then sells it to like some fucking scamming website or scamming call center in India, and they call your mom and then they scam her out of $100. So that's usually what happens. I do think that you should have to spend money, or you should have to do something for the content. Yeah, sure. Because if you don't, then there's not going to be any content. It's just, it's an unsustainable model for people to do nothing. However, I think that the best option is something like Twitch Turbo, or short ads that you can skip very quickly, like YouTube. I feel like Twitch's system that they have right now of like not really advertising Turbo that well, and on top of not advertising Turbo that well, allowing streamers to play 3 fucking minutes of ads? 3 fucking minutes? What are you talking about, 3 minutes? Bro, that's a whole video. Like, every 30 minutes? Yeah, are you crazy? 6 consecutive ads. It's like, what do you think the retention rate is for something like that? It's crazy. And yeah, have you seen the CDPR Quantic Lab drama? No, I haven't heard anything about that. If people want to send it to me, and I'll take a look at it. If Twitch wants to advertise Turbo, it seems like a money loss to them. Well, then they should increase the price and advertise it. Now, I think that obviously the problem is like people on the internet don't ever want to pay more for something, but inflation happens, things cost more over time, and I think that if you're expecting to not have to pay anything or any money for stuff, you're kind of being unreasonable, I would say. The USA is too used to too much ads on television. Well, the thing is that nobody watches television anymore. Besides my dad, I don't know anybody who has cable. I don't know anybody who has cable. I'm not a fan of it. I stopped watching TV. I remember my mom, this was in like 4th grade, or not 4th grade, maybe a little bit older than that. It was whenever G4 first came out, and my mom got cable, and I realized that we had G4. And like back then, it was like a whole channel dedicated to fucking video games, right? And it's like on top of it being dedicated to video games, is that whenever she'd leave the room or whenever she'd be asleep, they would have like girls in like fucking mini skirts with big titties on the screen, and it was fucking awesome, right? It's like this TV channel was fucking, you know, they had their target audience, and that target audience was fucking young guys. You know, that's all it fucking was. G4 was the shit. Yes, that's all it was. They had their audience, and god damn it, they made that audience really happy. I loved it, man. And yeah, those are the good old days, exactly. And what's this here? I got 2 minutes of ads for everything. Yeah, it's too many ads, man. But like, the thing is, I wouldn't mind watching ads for that, okay? That was the only exception, but it was also like, we didn't know anything different, right? It's like, you don't know how good cake tastes until you eat cake. So if you raise somebody and all they eat is bread, and then they don't know what cake is, well, they don't know that they want cake because they've never had it. So it's like you can't know what you never had, right? So as soon as people were able to go on the internet and just block the fucking ads and just watch the YouTube video without having to sit through, you know, it's like, this is the worst part. It's like, you ever watch like I'm trying to think of a good movie for this. Like Terminator. Like, all right, Terminator. So you watch Terminator and it's on television. And for the first hour, you get like maybe 2 commercial breaks. And in between Sarah Connor running away from the Terminator in the last 20 minutes of the movie, somehow it's 20 minutes of the movie and 40 minutes of ads. Because at that point, they know they've got you. You're invested into the movie. You've been watching it for fucking an hour and a half. You're gonna sit through the fucking ad. And it's like, yeah, it's just like regular TV. Or it's something like, the guy looks over and like there's just about to be some massive climb, start, what? And then there's an ad. And the best part about this is what I love about it, is the fact that every YouTuber does the exact same thing now. Is that if you look at where they place the ads, they place the ads before moments of interest in the YouTube videos. I hate that so much. Yeah, I think it's hilarious. Is that like all of these people grew up and they were fucking furious about these ads, and then this happens and they're doing the exact same fucking thing, man. What made Cyberpunk fail? Is this it? I'm not really sure. Let me see back over this way. Is Amber Heard's people? What is this? Is this? Oh my god. Give me a second. Simple observation about Final Fantasy. Okay. What Final Fantasy needs? Yeah, I'll look at this in a minute. Oh, wow. Maybe I'll look at that too. I don't know. Give me 1 second. So, what made Cyberpunk fail? Yeah, I'll look at this in a few minutes, okay? What made Cyberpunk fail was the fact that it was buggy. That's why. Mentioning Asmongold. What is this here? Am I getting mentioned about something about Amber Heard drama? Targets my life. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't know if I want to watch this whole thing or not. I mean, here's here's where I'm at, is that the problem is that if you target me to make me look bad, every bad thing that you say about me, I will agree with. I will agree with you. It's like Asmongold is a terrible person. Yep. He's a cheater. He's a racist. Of course I am. Hates women. I hate every single one of them, man. Absolutely. Yeah, you're goddamn right. It didn't fail, sold millions of copies. Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, I'm not going to argue with people. The thing is that to the extent that you try to, and this is what I've said, right, is to the extent that you try to play down ideas that people have about you and narratives that people are trying to make about you, that is whenever they then control you. Now they control you by making you beholden to changing their opinion. And how can you win that? Yes, you're playing their game. Why would I give a fuck what they think? It doesn't matter. They begin to control the narrative. Yes, exactly. They control the narrative. Never give in to any of that stuff. If people make unreasonable accusations against you, never even try to deny them. Or just laugh them off as if they're not even worth considering. You can say I didn't do that, but that was about it. Don't ever try to actually prove them wrong, because these people, they can always find some sort of some like assumption based off an assumption that like they can get people to agree with. There's never what that's going to happen. Yeah, out of context, any form of extremism, really. Exactly. Quantum's a perfect example. Yes, I would think so. They're master debaters. They are master debaters. Absolutely, they are. In general, I see this happen to a lot of content creators and people like this that whenever they get approached or like there's any drama, they try so hard. And this is like something that Blizzard does too, is that Blizzard tries so hard, like, no, we love minorities. We love them. We have a whole chart where every minority is a 7. There are numbers now. We care about numbers, and all the minorities are numbers. And this is what they do, right? And they care about this shit, and they try to get everybody to believe it. But then nobody's gonna buy this because it's like, oh yeah, you care about minorities, and why did you do the thing with Hong Kong? Why are people killing themselves at your company? Like, shut up, right? And so there's just, and it doesn't even matter really if the people that made those decisions are gone. Everybody's mind is a video of Amber Heard targeting you is not true. It's a clickbait for you. Oh, I don't know about that. I have no idea. I'd have to see for myself. Maybe I can take your word for it. But all I'm really trying to say, the more vocal, the less I trust their intentions. I think that to me, I just simply don't care. Like, if I've been canceled on Twitter, like, as I said before, people got mad at me for my opinion about how I don't think people should riot if like the government does something that they don't like. And I think that the police should, use force to stop people from rioting and destroying property. I completely support that. And there were a lot of people who were angry about this, and they were mad. And so they made a big tweet about it. There was a bunch of people liking it, commenting about how bad of a person I am, and etc. And what did I do? I came on stream the next day, and I doubled down. I said, you know what? I didn't even go as far as I wanted to, and now that you bring it up, let's go all the way, And that's all there is to it. And it's cancel culture is agenda, or cancel everyone internally. The reason why the cancel culture stuff exists is because it gives people power. That's why it happens, is because whenever you have the power to whenever people give you the power that your opinion about something is somehow important, then those people then control you. Do you see what I'm saying? And those people have power because it's based on a false premise that their opinion matters at all. Spoiler alert, it fucking doesn't. It actually doesn't fucking matter. Nobody cares what they think. Nobody cares what they're doing. If they got hit by a bus tomorrow, nobody would give a shit. It doesn't matter. And so I usually use that. That is my that is my kind of like metric of grading. Is if I wouldn't care if a person died, I don't care what they say. And I know this sounds horrible, but that's what I really think. Is if I don't care about your life, I don't care about what you're saying either. And I think that, yeah, they've got nothing else to do. Yeah, exactly. They just don't fucking matter. And I think that if more people looked at it that way, and I think it's also, this isn't something just for getting canceled. You see what I'm saying? It's not just for getting canceled. It's for people that like get harassed on the internet. It's for people that, people talk shit to them on the internet. If you don't care about this person at all, you don't care about them in that way, why the fuck does it matter what they're saying about you? Why does it matter? What impact does this have on your life? You see what I'm saying? Childish viewpoint? No, it's not. It's the opposite. A childish viewpoint is running around trying to, earn the approval of people that are already predisposed to dislike you. That's the childish viewpoint. That's what kids do. That's what people who are immature do. That's what people with low self-esteem do, is they try to run around and look for people to give them approval and give them validation because, I'm a good person. I want people to tell me that I'm a good person. An actual fucking adult knows that, they know what they are and they don't need anybody on the internet to tell them that. And that's it. You don't seek approval, but some criticism is valid. Most of it's not. 95% of criticism, I would say 99% of criticism online is stupid, self-serving, uneducated, and pointless. There is nothing that is important. There's nothing that's useful. There's nothing that's actionable. And I'm talking about like every single thing that people say about stuff. Most people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They have no idea, and that's it. Like the influencers who record themselves doing good deeds. I think that's a really weird one for me. Because you're talking about people that go out and they make videos giving money to homeless people, etc. Is this really a bad thing? I kind of have two minds about this, right? Because you've got on one side, this guy's giving food to the homeless and he's trying to be a nice guy. But on the other side, it's very obvious that he's doing it because he wants to get attention and he wants people to like him for doing it. So I feel like it's one of those things that you can. So it's good whenever, this is how I see it, right? It's good whenever people do that, and I can commend somebody for doing that. But whenever you have something go wrong with you later on, and you go back and you say, oh, but I donated to the homeless, that's where I draw the fucking line. It's I will look at you as a good guy, but the moment that something comes out to the contrary, all of that's out the fucking window, Recording yourself giving money to somebody else is weird. Just go do it. I think that people do it. You can make a lot of arguments for why to do it. You could say it's something I'm doing it to encourage other people to do it, to spread awareness for the issue. So you get into multiple levels of intellectual dishonesty where you don't necessarily know whether somebody's telling the truth about this subject or whether they're just kind of pontificating and talking about it just so they can find an excuse to do what they want. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, could also be good molding good role model behavior. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm saying. So I don't think it's as simple. It's not as black and white as people might believe. And I think it's also about the person. So for example, if you've got some guy and, he's been involved with 5 different controversies. He's been canceled twice. He's been demonetized on YouTube, banned on Twitch, and he's going out and giving money to homeless people. I'm usually going to assume that this guy's doing it for a publicity stunt. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, he's doing it for a publicity stunt. He's doing it to try to clean his image up, to make himself look good. But if it's just a regular average person, I don't automatically assume that of somebody, and I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's too often nowadays that people never get the benefit of the doubt for things, man. We have drops for Lost Ark. I think so. I'm not sure. And riots are the language of the unheard. Yeah, I know that MLK said that. What happens if people hear you and they disagree? You ever think about that? Yeah, there's always going to be people it's you're going to go left or right, and if 40% of people say I want to go left, 60% say right, and then the 40% say, oh, we weren't heard, we're going to make it a riot. Can you see how this is an unsustainable society model? Yeah, can you see this? This is a completely unsustainable model for society. If everybody acted that way, nothing would function ever. Yeah, it's a perfect example of conflict. Yeah, it's just you can't do this. There are a lot of people, again, a lot of people whenever I make these comments, they like to draw analogies to things like the French Revolution or the Boston Tea Party. I would like to remind anybody who does that, these were all actions against a tyrannical government in which you had no democratic authority. So this is not an example of that. This is people that, the votes don't go their ways and a lot of times, or the government doesn't do what they want, and they have no other recourse. I think that if you have other recourses, then yes, you should use those first. Voting does matter. It of course does. That's minority versus majority, exactly. America is still democratic, a lot more than it was during the French Revolution, I'll say that for sure. A lot more than France was during the French Revolution. Yeah, you do have a way to fight back. You absolutely do. Rioters believe government's tyrannical. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's not, and that's all that it comes down to. It's because of giant meteor. It's an example of uneducated people having strong opinions. Well, I think it's because it's something that sounds good, right? Because people generally view, you know, the Boston Tea Party and like the revolution is a good thing. They view French Revolution as a good thing, generally, right? Especially with people that are kind of like eat the rich type people. And so that's, of course, what they're going to compare it to because that's what they consider to be good. It's just common sense. And just want to let you know I love you. I love you too. And SCOTUS, what's this? Can't vote for it. Took rights away. Seems tyrannical to me. Yeah, you can vote to get that changed. You can vote to get that changed. Vote somebody else and it'll change it then. The best part about having rules is that they can be changed. And I think that, again, there are a lot of people who are... there's a lot of people who... they don't want to go through the appropriate process, and they feel like their level of grievance gives them the authority to not have to do that. And as I said again, imagine if everybody in the world acted that way. The society would be completely dysfunctional. Nobody could possibly act. You have to listen to what the rules are, and if you don't do that, everything's gonna fucking collapse. That's it. You turn the Alliance theme down a bit. SCOTUS, my vote in my presence didn't win popular vote. I mean, you're right. I do think that's a problem. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But what I am going to say is that if more people had voted the other way, it wouldn't have fucking happened, would it? And also, there are ways to recuse judges from the Supreme Court, and there are not people that are supporting to do that right now, and those people don't have enough support. If every single person in the country didn't want that opinion, it wouldn't exist. People are mad that they don't have enough people to force what they believe in. That's what it is. And let's see here. We used to go back to tribes and living in caves. All this democratic stuff seems tedious. Are smite drops still going? I have no idea. I saw Mizkif did the Strite tournament. Did the smite tournament. And I thought it went pretty fucking well. I was really surprised. Yeah, I was fucking glad. Like, wow, holy fucking shit. I've never really played Smite before at all, if you want me to be honest. I've never really played Smite. I've never got into it. I think that maybe one day I will play it. The reason why I wasn't in the tournament is, to be honest, I am a bad video gamer. So I'm going to go in there, I'm going to lose, I'm going to be mauling. There's going to be no win condition, if you guys can understand what I'm saying. Yeah, literally no fucking win condition. And Smite's fine, but I can't compete with Dota or League. I don't know. I mean, I've never really played the game that much. I like the idea of the game, of the different gods fighting with each other and all that. I was talking to my dad about it. He thought it was really cool. He's like, oh, it's badass, right? Like, what kind of gods do they have? I was like, talking to him about it. But, like, I'd never played it. I just know about it. That's about it. And Lucari was pissed. Why? I mean, I feel like it went pretty fucking well. Why is the bat chest emote banned? So basically what happened is that about 2 or 3 years ago, 3 years ago now at this point, there was a game that came out just called Classic World of Warcraft. And people started bat chesting back in 2019. And every single time that I hear a bat chest emote, it stresses me out so much because I think to myself, oh my God, they're back. No, they're back. Oh my God, they're back. Holy fucking shit. Oh fuck, it's not banned? Oh, is it not? Maybe it is. Is it? No, I thought that was another. That's board. I don't even know what board is, but I guess that's good enough, right? They're back? Yeah, sure. And I was going to petition Smite. Maybe one day I'll play it. Give me 1 second. Never mind. Okay, I'm good. Classic Andes are back. Yeah, that shit got me so fucking stressed out. So that's why I banned Bat Chest, because it was a little bit, it was a little bit too close to home, I guess you could say. So let's go back over here and we'll look at some of the stuff on Reddit, etc. Okay. And what's this here? Get the Lionheart help? Yeah, it's brutal. McCall's gonna play with Grayson tomorrow. You should join them. Maybe. I don't know. I think today, like, I'm either going to play, like, I haven't decided whether I'm going to play, like, Final Fantasy MSQ today or whether I'm going to do Fall Guys or what I'm really going to do. I have no idea. So many people telling me about the Overwatch beta. I might do that later. I don't know. Play WoW, asshole? it's just that, like, I don't know what to do in WoW. I feel like WoW, like, what do we do in WoW, man? You know, Fall Guys, I feel like Fall Guys would be fun to play, right? It's that the thing is that I don't want it to be like another one of the situations where, like, my stream turns into a Final Fantasy stream. I don't want to do that where, and I think that some people kind of went into it. You make mog runs and achievements. Maybe I do. Some people go into that and then they kind of, you know, like, every post is about Final Fantasy on my Reddit. Everything else is downvoted. Then, like, whenever I'm not playing it, people are mad. If I'm doing if I'm just, like, you know, watching videos or, like, reacting to stuff, then people are mad. It's like, I just, I don't want to do that again. It becomes very, very constraining, if that makes sense. And so I'm not a fan of that at all. And play Fall Guys with McConnell. Yeah, it's super obnoxious. Yeah. And cherry pick your games. Yeah, it's just... And then also, like, there's been a lot of conversation as to, like, whether I actually like it or not. I don't like this. I will be totally honest. It makes me not want to play the game. Because here's kind of like the world that I live in, right? Is that there are two levels, two existences that I can be in. Existence one is I play a game and I do something that I enjoy, and everybody generally has fun, and it's all right. And existence number two is I play a game that I generally enjoy, and people are constantly fighting and then trying to put my opinions through, like, purity tests as if I really like something or not. Why would I ever choose option number two? And that's an honest question. Why would I ever choose option number two? And I'll tell you why. There's no reason to. It's possible. It's just impossible for that to not happen. It only happens with Final Fantasy. It has not happened with any other game. I've played many other games. It's just been Final Fantasy. Do you get upset over some trolls? Well, I think that, like, it's not really about being upset over trolls, is it? Like, I think anybody wouldn't like what's going on. I don't think I'm being unreasonable about this at all. I think that for many people, why would you want to willingly sign yourself up for something that has a lot of animosity and frustration, and it causes this for no reason? Why would you want to do this? Why would you willingly opt into this? There's no reason to do that. It's masochism. Yeah, it's not animosity is fun. No, it's not for me. I don't like it. Absolutely fucking not. And how do you know it's not just trolls that don't actually want you to play Final Fantasy 14? Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe it all is, but I don't think so. Like, whenever I've looked at the posts, it seems like these people clearly know a lot about the game, and if they are trolls, then I'm very impressed, if you want me to be totally honest. I find it very impressive. Never happened before you playing the game. Yeah, 9% of streams are chilling memes. Exactly. And so I would like to be able to play the game and not have people find problems with it. Because I'll be honest, if that keeps happening, I will just not play it. I don't want to deal with that. Why would I willingly sign myself up for something that's unenjoyable like that? Yeah, there's no reason to do that. You can just play it and ignore and ban people. But why? Why would I want to ignore and ban my own audience? It doesn't, like, this is what's so weird about it. Is like there's no logic behind this. Why would I want to go out of my way and do this whenever I could just not do it and everything's fine? Yeah, I don't understand. Like, yeah, I do it all the time anyway. I do that too. Yeah, now you said there would be people who intentionally do that to make you stop playing. I can very easily tell what the difference is between somebody who's doing it seriously and somebody who's not. It's actually a lot easier than you might imagine. And so that's path of least resistance. Yeah, and like I've already got enough trouble in my life. I've got enough things going on in my life. I don't need to have something else, man. I just want to relax. And so, yeah, impedes you from enjoying something, then is it an audience that you want? I think that really... So... I think that most of it... Let me go ahead. Let me take a drink real quick. It's people that come in from that community. I think so. I do want to say... I know this will piss people off, but I will say it. I think that the majority of people that are like massive complainers about like the intros and people that get mad about how long my intros are, I had no comments and no complaints about my intros until I started doing Final Fantasy. And the moment that I started playing that game, now it's a problem that my intros take so long. Now it's, oh my God, he's watching more videos. He's not playing a game, right? And that's, everybody's saying this is true. This is exactly what fucking happens. It did not happen with WoW. Didn't happen with Vampire Survivors. It didn't happen with a lot of other, didn't happen with Diablo Immortal. Nobody wanted to fucking see that shit. And then on top of that, everything else, yeah. And so it did with Lost Ark. I don't really think that it did with Lost Ark that much. But back then, I didn't really do as long of an intro anyway. I feel like it kind of didn't. So this happens all the time. And so, again, why do I want to cultivate that? There's no real reason to do it. And is it strength of the streams, you in the community content? I think so, yeah. But that's one of the reasons why it's negative, is that, you know, community content is like looking at this stuff together, watching videos, and, you know, doing tier lists or doing ban appeals, etc. I feel like these are just more abstract versions of community content. And so that's the way I see it. And what's this? I mean, all Fun Fantasy Andy, if you can go to the other side of the aisle, the whole thing's unraveling. Yeah, it's just become unpleasant. And I think that that's all it really comes down to, is that I don't want to do something that's unpleasant or not enjoyable for me. Why would I do something that I don't enjoy? That's it. That's literally it. And it's actually that simple to me. To get angry, yeah, why would I ever do that? And excited to watch you play their favorite game? Yeah, but whenever the excitement turns into annoyance, then that's what the problem is. Yeah, I like to... The thing is with me, I like to wake up and I like to just be able to be relaxed. I am a very anxious and like irritable person naturally. Like, this is just like my natural inclination. I am usually... the only emotion I usually feel is frustration and annoyance. And that's about it. So I don't want to add more stress into that. You see what I'm saying? Like, why would I want to add in more stress or anything like that? I like to be able to relax and enjoy myself and do what I want to do. Bitch about your interests forever, dude. It's not the community. Even McConnell called you out on it. If that's true, then why did I say that everybody started complaining about it whenever I started playing Final Fantasy, and then the entire chat said true? I don't know, man. Maybe because it's true. Yeah, you think about that. Yeah, that's everybody's like, am I crazy? I don't think so at all. Sounds like a you problem then. Let's assume that it is a me problem. Why would I go out of my way to beat my head against a wall for something that's a problem for me whenever I could just do something else that's more enjoyable? The logic that people use is just so weird. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why would I go out of my way to do something that I clearly have a problem with and is clearly stressful for me? Yeah, why would I do this? It doesn't make sense. And so I just want to make sure that you guys know this is something I've been considering. It's something I've been thinking about. I'm not saying I'm quitting Final Fantasy, but what I am saying is like the kind of posts and stuff like that and the animosity and negativity around it does make me less likely and less enjoy playing it. So I just want you guys to know that, and if it keeps up, I will probably not play it, because it's just not fun for me to deal with that, and I could simply play something else and have none of those problems. So for me, it's like, oh, you either play this and have a bunch of problems, or play this and have no problems. I wonder which one I'm going to go with, you know what I mean? And so it's common sense. Anyway, would you ever play Warzone? I'll play Warzone 2 whenever it comes out, absolutely. And that's it. Yeah, you worked on it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, again, what about you purposefully trolling so you can quit playing? Well, people purposely trolling you so you can quit playing? I can tell the difference. Yeah, it's quite easy to tell the difference. And that's all there is to it. Definitely making it a big deal. Just do whatever you want to do. Am I making it a big deal, or have there been like dozens of Reddit posts about this and people constantly coming into my chat getting mad at me for not playing the game and saying that I'm scamming them for not playing the game? Like, I don't think I'm making a big deal out of it. Like, this is the first time I've really ever brought it up. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever brought it up. I never really talk about it that much or anything. I'm just saying, I just wanted to make a comment on this because I keep seeing it. Yeah, I'm not making a big deal out of it. I'm addressing it. What's the difference between addressing something and making a big deal out of it? I feel like the thing is with me is, like, if I have a problem with something, there are a lot of people out there that, like, will never say what they have a problem with because they're worried that, like, people will, like, you know, try to do it more to make them mad. I don't worry about that, because if they do that, I just ban them. So I will tell people if I don't like something. I don't like that. That's all there is to it. Don't do it. I don't like it. And so anyway, listen, we can talk about this for hours. I don't want to get into this too much, but let's go back over. We're going to look at this stuff, okay? Boy, Ted, it's not only Final Fantasy Andy's being annoying, but for one annoying Final Fantasy Andy, there's 10 complainers about that one Final Fantasy Andy. It just keeps cycling all the time. That's very true. I do think that, yeah. I don't know. Like, it's just weird because, like, I've never had a game that's created that much drama. Like, it's like I play WoW, like, people are like, yeah, this game sucks. I'm like, yeah, true. And that's about it. But whenever it's Final Fantasy, somehow it's like this massive fucking thing, and everybody's getting mad. And like, Classic? Yeah, and I quit Classic. and quitting Classic was the best thing that I ever did for my stream. By the way, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. And yeah, I came back. I was like, you know what? I'm going to come back and I'm just going to not play this game. I'm just going to play retail WoW, watch videos, and have fun. I did. My stream saw success that it had never seen before. Thank God for that. The best thing about Classic was Jigsaw. Yeah, it was funny. Chris has given me your subreddit. Had me downvote to Oblivion. This shit's real. Yeah, it's just a bit much, man. And I just want people to understand that. Most of them, so you happier, dude? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I'm the kind of person, I don't like stress, I don't like people getting mad at me or whatever, and yeah, it's about it. It's been pretty cringe lately, I agree. So let's just try to turn that shit down, tone it down. I'm gonna do what I want, I'm gonna play what I want, and that's all there is to it. So let's go back over here, we're gonna look at the rest of this stuff here. Tobey Maguire was the same shirt Andy before it was cool. What is the surprise about this? Really, what is the surprise about this? Like, oh my God, I can't believe somebody, like, what do you think people do with their shirts? Like, after a year, they just throw them away? This isn't food. It doesn't have an expiration date. If the shirt worked the first time, it might as well work again. Yes, the same, it's 20 years. What do you mean that's 20 years? Do you know that fucking army shirt that I have? I got that whenever I was like 15. That one's going on 20 years as well. I think I probably have some clothes that I've worn for 20 years. I'd have to really think about it, but I know 15. 15 isn't easy. But I'm trying to think, is it more than 20? Maybe I have like a couple of different things. 35? No, I'm not fucking 35, all right? Who's the best Spider-Man? This is the Spider-Man that I grew up with, okay? I'll say that for sure. And a good quality shirt. Yeah, my dad still got clothes from the 60s and 70s, man. He still wears them. And so I don't really think this is a big deal to wear the same shirt for only 20 years. And look at it. It's in great shape, too. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a trick some actors will do to get the paparazzi to leave them the fuck alone. If you want me to be honest with you, I think the paparazzi stuff should be illegal. I think it should be considered harassment, and I think that it's absolutely fucking neurotic. It is like, in my opinion, it's like one of those things where there are like certain things in certain cultures that are like calling cards or like very telling of like what's wrong with this culture. And I think one of the things in American culture, and like not maybe American Western culture, but especially American culture, is the idea of the paparazzi. People that follow you around and take pictures of you without your consent and try to invade your personal space, try to get as close to you as possible. I don't care if people say you're a public figure or whatever. Being a public figure does not mean that you have renounced your right to privacy, and it's absolutely fucking ridiculous that you have people doing that to you. It's too much. Like TwitchCon, whenever you went, the difference is that whenever I was at TwitchCon, nobody was taking pictures of people are not invading my space. I went to TwitchCon. Do you understand what the difference here is? Like, I went to an event where this was happening. And also, it wasn't a bunch of people with cameras following me around. It was probably some of you guys in chat. Well, hey, Baldy. I'm like, hey, what's up? And that's about it. That's fine. I think most people, any streamer, anybody, is pretty much fine with that. Nobody's going to get mad about this or stressed out about this, etc. Had Creep take a picture of me in photo in public? I'm sure I have. Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't really matter to me that much, but, you know, whenever there's an entire industry built around it, that's going to be much more disagreeable, I guess you could say. What's this here? Once they pretend to be a couple, I sat on a bench next to them. Listen, what the fuck is that? You ever seen Nightcrawler? No. So you know that right to privacy isn't explicitly in the Constitution, right? That's how SCOTUS was able to overturn Roe. I don't care about whether it was in the Constitution or not. I've never... that doesn't mean... you can make laws that are not in the Constitution. There are a lot of laws that were, like, every computer law was not in the Constitution. They write more of them in the future. This doesn't mean, like, it's just so dumb. Oh my God. Like, I can't believe you should buy the Constitution. My dad one time gave me like a copy of it. I lost it. So I lost the fucking Constitution in the United States. Sorry guys. It's like the reverse fucking Nicolas Cage. And yeah, stop using it. It's not that complicated, man. To your point, I just don't agree. You have a good argument. I don't see how anybody can agree that constantly invading and like trying to stalk, like, it's effectively stalking. Like what I would proposition anybody who disagrees with me to say, please explain how it's different than stalking. If you can do that, I will agree with you. I don't think it is. I think it's the same fucking thing. It's stalking, and that's all there is to it. Yeah, you get paid. You don't get paid for that. If somebody takes a picture of you, you don't get paid for that at all. Absolutely, they get paid for, the reporters, yeah. So if you pay somebody to stalk somebody else, it's okay. That's the way it works, man. And they get paid to do it. Yeah, exactly. I wish I had known it was that easy, man. I'll have to keep that in mind next time I break up with a girl, okay? Holy fucking shit. I can't believe people use that as an argument. It's nuts. Private investigator. I think there's a lot of things that should be illegal, right? And like private investigators, it's not like a private investigator can do a lot of things. There are many things a private investigator cannot do. It's not like this just gives you complete authority and autonomy over what somebody does. And I've said to the prostitute, making porn's okay? I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking posts. I've only gone through one of these. Either way, all I'm saying, I think paparazzis are fucking parasites. I think that it should be illegal to do this. It's invading people's personal space. It's making an entire industry around it. It contributes to a sick society that fucking puts people up on pedestals that shouldn't be there. Somebody, because they're good at pretending to be somebody else, does not mean that this should be an icon for the world to follow. It's fucking weird. I don't like it. And I don't think that it has any positive benefit to society. And all it does is negative. So that's all there is to it. Anyway, let's look at more of this. Man's aged phenomenally. Well, of course he has. He's fucking Spider-Man. He's a superhero. What the hell do you expect? 2002, he was 27 years old. 2002, he looked like he was 18 to 20. He was 27. 27. I think that a lot of, maybe. I mean, he's got a good hairline. I'll say that for sure. Yeah, it certainly helped out a lot. And what's this here? It's a necessity to paparazzi. How would society function if the rich, famous people don't suffer a bit? Yeah, true, right? Yeah, you've got to harass them a little bit. That's what's fair, right? I mean, shit. And it's aged pretty well, honestly. Yeah, I think most people generally, like, if you take care of yourself and, you know, you exercise regularly and everything's good, I think you're going to generally be okay. Like, it is always so fucking terrifying to me. Every once in a while, I will get this, like, morbid curiosity to go onto Facebook. And I don't know if you guys do the same thing, but I go onto Facebook, and I see a bunch of middle-aged moms posting Minion memes. And I look at their name, and I realize that we went to high school together. This story again, yes, it freaks me out. Like, I think about it all the time. It freaks me the fuck out, man. Dude, we're so lucky. Yeah, and it's like, I don't feel like I'm that much different. I don't feel like it's that different at all. I'm just like, yeah, it's whatever. And, yeah, it's just like, it's, oh my God, man. Unfortunately, I unfriended all of them. I didn't unfriend anybody. Like, I think it's cool to, like, go back and see, like, yeah, this guy, you know, he and I used to throw pencils at the teacher in 10th grade, and, oh, now he's a cop. Great. Yeah, oh, thank God. You know, we're going to be okay. I delete my Facebook. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Facebook. I like social media. I've been on social media ever since I was 14. As soon as I could get a computer, I was on social media. I've always liked it. I've always thought it was really cool. I think that people have like this, this like fixation on thinking about all of the bad things about social media. You're thinking about, you know, the people that get harassed, groomers, fucking creeps, just like crazy conspiracy theories that happen on Facebook, all this bad stuff, right? But nobody ever really thinks about all the good things, because like those things never really get talked about a lot. I feel like social media has in general been a very positive impact in my life. And this is excluding like Twitch or like YouTube content creation. I'm just talking about going on social media and interacting with it over the years. I've thought it's been a positive for me, and it's allowed me to keep in touch with a lot of friends that it would be harder for me to do so with if I didn't have it. I think it's a lot of really great things, man. What good things? I just said one. Yeah, I can keep in touch with like close friends that I used to have. They've had to move away maybe after high school, or they were off doing things, and you know, same with family members, etc. I think that it's a good thing. And that's all there is to talk about Reddit and 4chan. I think everything has its place, man. That's it. And porn, of course. Yeah, exactly. You're also incredibly good at not comparing yourself to other people. Well, it's not that I'm good at comparing myself to other people. It's that I already think I'm better than them. You know, obviously. But no, honestly, like the reason why I don't compare myself to other people is that whenever I was like a lot younger, I realized that I was a lot better than like anybody else at a few things. I was really, really good at some things, and there were other things that I was fucking garbage at. And then meanwhile, there were other people who were really fucking good at other things, and they were terrible at the things that I was good at. So very young, I was like, well, listen, it's like a video game where like you have like different talent points, and there are some people that just don't have as many talent points. I mean, let's be honest. But for the most part, most people are able to fill out one or two trees in the game, you know? And that's about it. And so, what's the hair transplant consult? Yeah. That's one of the trees that I don't have filled out very well. But yeah, everything's a game, all right. Well, I think that you can look at it that way, and sure you can. And Bobby Max the money tree. Yeah, Bobby Max the money tree. You're right. And so you have some people out there, you say you're bad at video games. So I'm not super great, but I used to be a lot better. All I'm really trying to get at here is that, you know, there are different types of intelligences. People are very, you know, like physically intelligent. You know, they're just like really good with like, they have great dexterity. They're very athletic naturally. There's people that are great at music, you know, like fucking R. Kelly. The guy can't fucking read, but he can write a hit song. There's people like, you know, they're very good at remembering things like I am. People good at math. People good at being artists. People good at writers. And like all these people are different at different things. So the reason why I don't really spend a lot of time comparing myself with other people is because I'm not other people. I'm just me. And they are them, and that's what they're good at, and this is what I'm good at. That's about it. Does that make sense? Of all the people, R. Kelly? Well, I think it's a great example because of the fact that it's R. Kelly. Because he's a clown, he's a piece of shit, but there's one thing that he's good at. And that's what my point is. That's the exact reason why I gave him. Yeah, the R. Kelly talent tree. Well, I don't know if we want to talk about the whole talent tree. Maybe just that one talent point. Anyway, let's look at this. And man's phenomenal. Okay, we looked at that. Yeah. All right. Let's go back down and we'll look at the rest of this stuff. Dear Asmongold, if you ever feel bad about getting bald, remember that Charlie Brown is also bald. And he's only 4 years old. This is supposed to be hair. That's his hair. Like, Charlie Brown is not bald. He has hair right there. What are you talking about? Yeah, what do you mean? Like, it's... Yeah, like, that's a fucking... Yeah, right. That's a receding hairline? No, it's not. Give me a minute. Fuck. That's better. Okay, we're good. And let's see here. Future guide to efficient gear farming. I wish I had gear to play with my friends. Well, what's behind your ear? What? The job center. Look, guys, this is what gaming is nowadays. People get mad about it. They're unhappy. They're stressed out. they're like, oh man, you know, gaming nowadays is so pay to win. I don't see this changing anytime soon. If you want me to be honest with you, I don't think so. Because if you can make, it's always better to cater to a few rich fucks than a bunch of poor losers. That's just what happens. That's why all these games keep doing it. Is that they keep catering to these rich fucks, these people that spend a bunch of money on video games. They've got more money than sense. And these games are recording record profits. No, they are. They're recording record profits. They're making tons of money. So they wouldn't, here's an example, right? Why would a company that's trying to make money make a game that's fair if they could make more money if they made the game unfair? You see what I'm saying? So it's like you either do more work and you make less money, or you do less work and you make more money. I mean, guys, I feel like this is a pretty easy decision. Am I wrong? Yeah, it's very fucking easy. I would say so, at least. Why make a game at all if they can make money easier? Well, I don't think you can really call Diablo Immortal a game. I saw that Lazy Peon made a video about this. I don't know if I can find it anywhere here. It's called Diablo Immortal Keck W. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. And we'll watch that in just a little bit, and we'll see exactly what it is. And I'm jaded with gaming nowadays. So am I. I'm very jaded with video gaming. I don't really know... I don't know why I'm so jaded with video games. I think that it's a combination of, you know, games being shit and also just kind of, like, I'm waiting for something. There have been very few paradigm shifts in video games. Like a game that you think about, like one of my, I guess, like, ways that I judge if a game is good or not is if I'm going to think about that game after I'm done playing it. So, like, for example, if I go to Taco Bell and I'm sitting in the drive-thru, what game am I thinking about? And if I'm thinking about a specific game, that's a good game. That's the way that I see it. Your tastes are evolving. I don't know. And as objective, the games are worse in a day. You're 41. I'm not 40. All right, let's go back down here. For all those that didn't know, Asmon played a zombie in The Walking Dead. Fuck. Yeah, I guess that does kind of look like me. Alright, very fucking funny, guys. Hilarious. Give Warrior a chance. Alright, let's take a look at this. What's this here? No way this is real. No way. Oh my god. Have twice the fun with your eyes closed? Oh, what? What? What?
Kids are cool.
Oh my god.
Give war a chance. Good old days after 9/11.
Holy fuck. Dude, that's badass. Holy shit, that's so cool. Oh my fucking god, that's so cool. Wow, I didn't play... That's Metal Gear Revengeance? Bro, I didn't play this shit. Wow. You know what this made me think about? This made me think of a bunch of girls. This is like the metaphor that I think of is whenever it's a bunch of girls posting sales to their OnlyFans. Oh, it's 50% off. It's 30% off. It's 20% off. I'm top, you know, like 3% or 5%. And there's just like one person trapped in the corner and they've just got all these girls doing this, man. It's twice the fun. Yeah, it's 800% value. Exactly. How would this scene be presented in WoW? Well, so there'd be a table and there'd be a bunch of fruit on it. That's about it. How do you know? Well, how do you think I know? Anyway, let's go back to read this. How to deal with high gas prices, easy clap. What's this? Diesel fuel is $5.85 a gallon in Texas. I filled up my tank and it took me 32 gallons. That's a total of $187. I drove off without paying. My court date's July 19th and I can pay an $85 fine online now. That's a grand savings of $102. Follow me for more money saving tips. That's a good one, guys. I mean, what do you think? Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. And damn right, yeah. Gas is so fucking expensive now. Like, I went to fill up my tank. I like, it didn't take my card, so I had to go inside. And I'm like, I'll put $30 on the fucking on the pump. That didn't even. It did. It got me a little bit over halfway on my gas gauge. Straight up. Like, gas is like $4 or $5 fucking dollars now. I went to LA, and that shit was $7. And it wasn't $7.03. It was like $7.30. It's insane, man. Yeah, it's too much fucking money, man. Why don't you fill your tank? I don't really give a fuck, to be honest with you. Yeah, I fucking hate it, man. I remember back, like, this happened like 10 years ago. And everybody was like, oh, thanks, Obama. And anyway, so the gas prices went up really high, and it was like $4. And this was at the peak of my Warcraft career, which means that I didn't have a job. So I had to figure out ways that I would get money, and I had to get like, it was $4 fucking dollars for a gallon of gasoline. And I would get fucking furious, man. Because I was trying to drive down to McDonald's and buy a $1 drink, but I couldn't fucking do that because of how goddamn expensive it was. Get a Tesla car? I don't know if I want to get a Tesla or not. I don't know how to deal with that, etc. And what's this here? Same people who own trucks complaining about gas, or same people who say, well, you shouldn't have gone to college if you can't afford it. I don't know. I'm not really sure what point you're trying to make, but yeah, sure. And anyway, yeah, fucking, oh, there's 82 comments on this one. There's going to be a lot of people pissed off about this. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that means. Now, I'm wondering, missing piece is too good to be true. Of course it's too good to be true. If you do that more than twice, they're going to send you to jail. Of course you should not do that. So basically, that, like, a lot of crimes, they have, like, the police, because I know this, and if you commit the same crime a lot in like a few years, they're gonna get really mad about this. But like, if you just commit the same crime like a few times over 10 years, they're not really gonna give a fuck, right? And it's also about, like, again, if you have an encounter with a police officer, try not to fucking tell him that you're not driving, you're traveling. Try not to tell him that you're recording him. Try not to fucking scream at him and ask for his badge number. Just say yes, so no, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, officer, no, officer. Don't be a jackass. And I can guarantee you, there was one time, I remember this. So Jeff skipped school. Jeff skipped school, and a cop found him. And the cop picked up Jeff, Cody, and Cameron. And the cop was like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? You're not in school today. And he's like, school's out. And he's like, what's the reason why school's out? He's like, well, it's actually not out. I'm actually just visiting from another state, so I'm not in school right now. He's like, really? And he's like, yeah. And so Jeff is like, okay, well, let's see. I came from Oklahoma, and, he's basically telling Cameron's story. And then so the cop asked Jeff his name, and Jeff's like, Cameron. And then he asked Cameron his name, and Cameron's like, Cameron. Cop's like, okay, all right, I see. Well, all right, I see what's going on here. And then he asked Jeff. He's like, do you have anything you want to come to Jesus about before I run you in the system? And Jeff's like, nope, I'm just here from Oklahoma. Cop goes down and reads out the system, and then he picks all three of them up. He puts all three of them in a car. And then Jeff, on the way back to the cop driving them back to school, has the audacity to ask the cop if he can stop by McDonald's. Fucking ask him if he can stop by McDonald's because it's going to be lunch soon and he's hungry. And like, the cop is like, I feel like whenever you deal with somebody like that, he doesn't really give a fuck. And it's like, yeah, fair? No, it's like, I mean, the thing is, every single time a police officer has to deal with somebody who doesn't try to attack them, I feel like this is probably a relatively decent interaction, for them. Yeah, and so the cop's like, no, you're not getting any fucking McDonald's. And I actually tried the same thing myself. One time they pulled me over, and this was like maybe 10 years ago or something like that. They pulled me over, and it's because I had an expired registration. And so they pull me over, and they're like, yeah, can we get your license and registration? And I'm like, funny thing about that And so I gave it to him, and it was like expired for like 4 years. And again, no, this is the first time it happened. And anyway, so it's expired for like 4 years. And he's like, well, it's crazy. So do you have insurance? And I'm like, no. And he's like, do you have the car inspected? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, did you take it down and have people check to see if it's working properly? I'm like, oh, well, no, of course not. I mean, I know that, right? And then he asked me if I have a driver's license. And I'm like, actually, yes, I do have a driver's license. He was surprised. He was like, okay, wow. Actually has a driver's license. And so he's like, yeah, I'm not really supposed to let you go. And I'm like, well, then can you take me to school? And he's like, no, just get it fixed. Just get it fixed. That's about it. And that was it. Just poor. Yeah, I was just fucking poor, right? That's all it was. Yeah, I was just fucking poor. White privilege. Jeff is fucking Hispanic. What do you mean? Cameron's black. And then the cop was about to take them to McDonald's. Nothing, not a goddamn thing happened to them. The cops don't give a shit, man. That I really believe this. I think that if you don't give people any fucking trouble, this goes with anywhere. If it goes with the DMV, it goes with anything. Is that if you are just not an asshole, that is the best thing that you can possibly do to increase the chances of them doing what you want. That's it. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's DMV, if it's anything like that. And Chris Rock was right about getting your ass kicked. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Chris Rock was right. Yeah, don't fucking act like you want to get your ass kicked. Yeah, golden rule. Don't be fucking annoying. Don't be obnoxious. And that's all there is to it. Give respect, get respect. Yes, that's all there is to it. It's that simple. Such a good take? Yeah, of course it is. Abso-fucking-lutely. And what's this? Don't be belligerent asshole. Well, it's not just police, right? It's like the teacher. Like, for example, like if you come up to the teacher and you're really rude and like obnoxious and like making excuses for everything, the teacher's not going to give you a better grade. But if you come up to the teacher and you're like, listen, man, you know, we had a situation where I didn't really know this one, but I figure I should at least get partial credit because I did try. I'll give you a really good example. I was in college algebra. And there was a time where I had to take this class, and it was in community college. This was in Austin Community College, ACC. And I get to the last page, and they have a question that took up an entire half of the sheet of paper. I had no idea how to do this question. And I didn't want to sit there and waste his time and fuck around with like any sort of other stuff. I didn't want to waste his time. I didn't want to annoy him. So I didn't even want to waste my own time of like trying to do this test because I could leave as soon as I finished. So what I did is I put my hand on the paper and I traced my hand and I made a hand turkey. And I put like a little beak on it. I put the little thing on the turkey's neck and like some feathers on him. And I put that instead of the answer to the question. And the question was worth 6 points. A week later, we finally get our tests back. And I see that I actually passed the test. I go to the back page, and it says -5. Straight up gave me a point for it. He was like, he didn't give a fuck. Yeah, he actually gave me a point for drawing a hand turkey on the... This is in fucking community college. Yeah, it's a 1 for effort. Exactly, guys. Yeah, +1 point for the turkey. Yeah, and that guy was great, man. He showed your work. Yeah, I did. And it's like, yeah, I got like an 80 or something like that, too. It's like I barely got like a 71. I popped off, man. Give me 1 second, and I'll look at this real quick. All right, there we go. It's like 18% on that question. Yeah, exactly. Commercial for ACC right there. Yeah, of course. It's confusing. I thought you lost 5 points, not gained 1. No, it's because I was supposed to lose 6, but you know, I only got a -5, so I got 1 point, man. They don't allow people to fail in high school now. Actually, that's true. So Jeff, so we had to print out Jeff's absences. It was 3 pages, and it wasn't fucking double spaced. Like, he missed that many classes in high school, and he had missed so many classes in English, and he had AP English, that they literally could not graduate him. So they had to give him a second test, and it was literally the special ed test of English. And I helped him do it. He got an A on it, by the way. We figured it out. And he got credit for AP English. He actually didn't even have to take the class in college because he just took the special ed exam. And that's all there was to it. It was a great time, man. Just graduated high school. She can barely read. It's fucking sad. Well, yeah, but I bet she knows what the mitochondria is. So, I mean, who's really stupid here, you know? I mean, she could be a fucking scientist. Yeah, how special was it? I don't know. It was one of them. One of the questions was like, it's like, what was the point of this story? And it's like, you know, some like short story. And like, one of the answers is like giraffe. The other one is a number. And like one is like 3 sentences of like a well written out synopsis of the story. And then D is like, I don't know. It's like a picture of a dog. And so you just and Jeff's reading them out to me. I'm sitting right here. He's sitting right there. And he's reading them out to me. He's like, are you sure it's C? And I'm like, yeah, Jeff, it's C. He's like, are you sure? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure. He's like, oh, okay. All right. I'll take your word for it. You know, that's it, because he didn't even know. It's because of the No Kid Left Behind act thing. Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, the best thing about the No Kid Left Behind thing is that, so I did the math on this, is that I min-maxed school really, really well. Like, I only had a 2.4 GPA, which only means that I wasted a little bit of time. Because, like, ideally, you want to have a 2.0. Because 2.0 is, like, basically minimal effort. Like, absolute minimal fucking effort. So that's, like, perfect 70s, and, you know, everything's okay. So that's yeah, same story again. And I knew that they could only give you a 50. You could never get lower than a 50. So there would be some 6 weeks where I would just determine, I don't want to do this 6 weeks. I'm not going to do any work in class. I'm going to do nothing. And I get a 0. And then after I get the 0, it turns into a 50. And then guess what happens? The next time I get a 90, you average 50 and 90 together, that's a fucking 70, looks like I just passed. I didn't do a fucking thing. It was great, man. Yeah, 3.7 for med school, 3.0 for engineering. I actually almost had a 4.0 in business school. But that's because I actually tried. And, you know, I tried to actually, like, learn the information. Never tried in high school. I remember they used to tell me, they're like, oh, this stuff isn't going to work in high school. Whenever I was in middle school, I'm like, yeah, we'll see about that. And it did. Absolutely. It's not how school works in Canada. Yeah, well, over here, nobody knows how to read. So that's why it works this way. I got a 168. I had, in my first semester of freshman year, my GPA was a 0.08. The legal limit, yep. My dad was like, you're gonna go to this other school, and it was full of a bunch of rich white people, and I didn't want to go to this school because all of my friends weren't at the fucking school. So my dad's like, you're gonna go to this fucking school because you're gonna learn shit. And I'm like, all right, Dad, you want me to go to school to learn and have good grades? We'll see about that. And so I just didn't do any of my work. And guess what happened after the first semester? I got put in the school I wanted to be at. Because I had no problem failing. I didn't care. I'm like, it doesn't matter. I just go to school for a few hours, come back, play video games, live at mom's house all day. I mean, shit. What could be better than that? And so finally, yeah, because, you know, he had to push me. That's all it was. Tell us another story. Let me think of another. All right. Let me think if I can think of one, friends. Yeah, I was so happy. Spoiled brat. It's not spoiled. Like, like, if you're not, the thing is that, I say this a lot, right? People will push you around unless you're willing to sacrifice something. If you want something, you have to be willing to sacrifice something for it. And if you're not willing to sacrifice something for it, you'll never get what you want. Because that's what really tests you, and that's what really depends and, you know, like, separates you from other people that don't really give a shit about it. So if I want something, I don't care what it takes. I don't care. Oh, I gotta fail all the classes and fail at high school? Okay, it's fine. I was gonna do that anyway. You know, it doesn't make a difference at all. Moral of the story, giraffe. Yeah, there you go. And nothing's free. Yeah, it's not that. I wanted something and they didn't give it to me, and so I was like, well, I'm not gonna give you what you want. And all it was, I figured out why they wanted to have me go there. I figured out why it wasn't going to happen. That's all there was to it. It's not like that's hard. No, it's not at all. And waiting in line for TBC story, I've told that too many times. Thanks for your advice, Jordan. Yeah, I'm like a reverse Jordan Peterson. Where, like, instead of telling people, instead of actually being educated, I dropped out of school to play video games. And instead of telling people to clean up their room, I say throw all that shit on the floor. Yeah, throw all that shit on the floor, man. Who gives a fuck? You know, like, once you're around it long enough, it just doesn't matter at all. You pay off all your college debt? Basically, yeah, I pretty much did. Like, the reason why, so, like, whenever I started doing YouTube, the only reason why I did YouTube was so I could make money while I was going to college. All I wanted was to be able to make enough money whenever I was in business school to where I wouldn't have to get a job. I'm like, as long as I can get enough spending money to buy pizzas at the fucking at the cafeteria, I'm happy. That's all there is to it. Jordan Peterson's an absolute moron. I don't care. Anytime, like, there are like some people that, like, let me think of like people that if you bring this person up, somebody literally cannot avoid giving their opinion about this person. Jordan Peterson, Hassan, Alex Jones, Joe Biden, Destiny, Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about it, yeah. So if you talk about Donald Trump, yeah, Donald Trump, there's another one. If you talk about one of these people, what you have to understand is that the audience physically cannot help themselves from making a comment about their opinion about this person. They can't do it. You see, like, yeah, they literally, they can't just, like, listen to the analogy and be like, yeah, I can see what you're saying, right? Or, oh, that's funny. No, the guy, I don't really like him. I think he's a fucking loser. The guy's a goddamn racist. I fucking hate that piece of shit. You know, that's all there is. Why is Trump banned on your channel? So the reason why Trump got banned is because during the election, that is all people wanted to talk about. Like, they would come in and they would be like, I can't believe what Trump did. Can you believe this? And that's all they would do, man. Asmongold on the list, I'm getting there, unfortunately. There's a lot of people that, you know, like, anytime that I read a thread about myself or anything like that, there's always people that have to give their fucking 2 cents about it. It's crazy, man. Just say Trump. I don't give a fuck about that stuff, man. And if you want people to leave you at work, just play Rogan or Peterson episodes on a phone by you. I think that I mean, that's not really true. The fact is that these guys are massively fucking popular. Jordan Peterson is hugely fucking popular. Joe Rogan is like the biggest podcast in the world. I think that some people live in like a little closed space where they don't realize that these guys are massively fucking popular. So if you're watching Joe Rogan, you're gonna have like, hey bro, hey man, what's going on? Oh, you watching? Oh yeah, you watching the Rogan show? Absolutely, man. Hey, you want to go smoke some weed? Yeah, that's like over here. This is a way to make friends. Yeah, just turn that on. That's it. Most listened to person in the world. Yeah, it's crazy. So many people listen to Joe Rogan. It's nuts, man. I can't even believe it. Well, I mean, I can believe it, but it's still very surprising to see that many people into it. And how do you feel on Mizkif OTK Smite event? Smite surpassed League of Legends in viewership momentarily. I think it was great. I'm very happy with the Smite event. I feel like I've been going off on a tangent a little bit too much. Can you ban Brandon? I don't give a shit about that, okay? Like, again, I don't have a problem, like, talking about politics. I know some people are, like, afraid to talk about politics. I don't really care. Because, in general, if I talk about this, if I want to talk about it, I will talk about it. And if people get mad about me talking about it, why just ban them? That's it. Bald fellas are always angry as fuck. Bro, chill. I didn't take your... Man, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. This stupid ass bitch. And like, also, look at this. You know what the funniest fucking thing is? This guy's got a hat on. Let me tell you something. The reason why most guys over 30 wear a hat is because they're going fucking bald or they're bald already. That's why. He's got a fucking hat on. So he knows this too well. Yeah, of all the goddamn people, man. Final Fantasy active characters report from the latest Lucky Banjo census. Let me see this here. Okay. Over 25 million players worldwide. With the expanded free trial, new players can embark on unforgettable adventure and all the way to 60 with no restrictions on playtime. So Final Fantasy has 25 million downloads. I'll do a search on Google. I don't believe Google. Let's look at Lucky Banjo's census. There are 1.3 million active characters. 70% of them are level 90. Holy shit, that's a lot of people. Like, over 1 million active players is really, really good. Yeah, not concurrent players? No, it's not concurrent players. This is just active players and people that are doing content, you know? And that's it. Yeah, it's doing the content. And we're in a content drought. Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's going to be a lot more people, I'm sure. And so let's see, what about my server? Cactar. And we've got active characters June, April. Okay, so it's gone down substantially ever since April. If you look at like the servers here, like every server has experienced, it's looking like a 20 to 30% decline from April to June, which makes sense because that's whenever the game, it's like as time goes on, the game is going to lose players because the game has a static amount of content and the players will eventually go through the content. That makes sense. And let's see here, active players here. Yeah, I think retaining as many as they have, it's to be expected. Yes, I think this is to be expected. And it's not a surprise at all. Active versus level 90. Give me 1 second, sorry. It's so fucking annoying, man. Oh, god damn, I fucking hate this allergy shit. Okay, so fucking annoying, man. Yeah, it is. The data center names. Yeah, well, we've got it. We can see right there. Anyway, you can see obviously how a lot of these servers, what's really surprising to me is to see how many people are active characters. Okay, here we go. So this was, when did I first start playing the game? I first started playing the game in November. It was like somewhere around like August, like right about here. It was July 3rd, I believe I first started playing. So I first started playing right about here, and then the game plateaued, I guess, right about here. Then it went down, and maybe it went back up for Endwalker. I'm not really sure exactly what this was. Shadowbringer's release date. Okay, that's July. All right, that makes sense. 2019. So yeah, that 6.1. Oh, right, 6.1 came back. That makes sense. So yeah, Endwalker in the patch. The Asmongold effect. Well, there were a lot of people starting the game besides me anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I made everybody play Final Fantasy. But, you know, obviously I played a part in it, and I think a lot of other people did too. And the fact is, like, at that time, you've got to remember, is like back in 2021, we didn't have Lost Ark. New World wasn't out yet. WoW was at an all-time... WoW was like an elf farming simulator. There was nothing good about the game. It's not like there was like, oh, you know, there were some cool things, and like, yeah, you could do this or that. No. The game fucking sucked. It was absolute dog shit. So it still is. No, WoW is much better than it was before. If you actually think that WoW was even remotely as bad as it was back then, you are crazy. And so anyway, and then also it had like this big, this scandal. So not only did that happen, but then the scandal happened, and then a bunch of people moved over to Final Fantasy. That's a typical up and down player count. I feel like this is a very good one because the trend is still very, very much upwards. 6.2 is going to be huge. We'll see what's going to happen. I don't know. Let's go back and read this, and we'll see how many people think it's not true. It's fun to watch the Aether community accompanying Asmongold's MSQ journey. Yeah, I think that's fine too. Absolutely. I'm just glad to see Asmongold play a Final Fantasy again. I'm glad to see that too. Who would have thought that Final Fantasy has 1 million more active players than WoW? I think that WoW has more active players than Final Fantasy does. I know some people are going to be mad about this, but what you are not seeing, Final Fantasy players, this is what I've said about WoW players and Final Fantasy players, is 10 Final Fantasy players sound like 100 Final Fantasy players, and 100 WoW players sound like 10 WoW players. Because most people that play WoW are the kind of guys that are like, man, why they changed the pictures on the wall? You know, we ain't had a BlizzCon in a bit. I mighty like those. Hope that's gonna come out sometime soon. Sexual harassment. Like Bill Clinton or what? They got no idea. These guys log on twice a week and they run mythic zeros. You know, they level up covenants on our alt characters. These are just the big casual players, the casual landies that do whatever the fuck. They're cavemen. Basically, they're cavemen. And you forget about how many cavemen play World of Warcraft with their wife or with their kids or whatever. And true in the US, yeah, I absolutely think WoW has way more players. 100%. And let's see here. Major patches, only 1.3 million. Only 1.3 million for the best MMO on the market, and only 30% are not even max level. How many people cleared Savage Raid? I swear the only people doing this MMO is ERP and housing. Jesus, man. Oh my god, this is crazy. What about the active trial version of players? Oh no, this is it. Bro, do you have like a thing where you have to convince other people your game is good and then people finally believe it? For fuck's sake, you're annoying. There are a lot of really annoying Final Fantasy posts on my Reddit, but this is not one of them. Yeah, this is absolutely not one of them. This one's fine. It is true that released their numbers to have one on Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think that, this is my opinion, okay? I think that Final Fantasy would release how many subscribers they had if they had more than WoW. I think that they would. I think that they would say, like, yeah, we're going to release, because it's what makes sense. It's like, this would be the business, this would be a good business decision to do. Wouldn't WoW do the same? Yes, it would. If WoW had, I guarantee you, if WoW surpassed 10 million subscribers, Blizzard would be like, we accidentally told you that we have 10 million subs again. Oh man, like, it was supposed to be private info, but you know how these things kind of get out sometimes. It's not that big of a surprise, guys. It's really not. And again, I don't think it's that bad. And a different culture. I mean, I don't think this is necessarily a cultural thing, but it could be. I don't know. WoW would release their sub numbers. They had something worth bragging about. Yeah, they stopped releasing their sub numbers whenever it went down. So let's see here. Sexualized video games are not causing health harm to male or female players. Let's see this. Sexualized, let's see here. Posts are not causing harm to male or female players according to the research. Sexualization in video games does not appear to harm players according to new research published by Computers and Human Behavior. The findings indicate that playing video games does not lead to misogynistic views or detrimental mental health outcomes. Female characters are often attractive and scantily clad in video games. Some people have raised concerns that the sexualized portrayal of women has negative effects on players, but research on this topic has produced mixed results. To better understand whether playing video games is associated with decreased player well-being or increased misogyny, the authors of the current research use statistical techniques such as meta-analysis to systematically assess the results. I'll have to read. This seems like actual science shit. So like it's going to be kind of boring to look at everything, but it's not a surprise. Let me just say this. Yeah, this is not a fucking surprise. Need research to understand this? You did. I think it's always important to have research for things because research tells people that they are wrong 100%. They are guaranteed fucking wrong. And that's why I love it so much. It's great. Talking about scantily clad women will be more accurate with the research. And a lot of people don't know you can really go to Warcraft. What's this here? I don't feel insecure if there's a buff guy in a game. All this is a bunch of really outspoken morons on Twitter trying to pretend like their opinion is the norm or it has any validity at all. Meanwhile, nobody else gives a fuck. Normal people don't give a fuck. They just want to look at hot characters doing cool things in a video game. This doesn't need to reaffirm their worldviews. They don't need to hear about a political messaging with this. They just want to fucking play a video game and like the girls in the game are hot. That's it. It doesn't go any farther than that. There's no There's no like meta goal. There's no ideology behind this. It's just, yeah, so I play this game. Yeah, there's a bunch of hot girls in it. It's really cool. And I play one of the hot girls and she has like this bikini armor. And that's it, like Dead or Alive. Yeah, exactly. And just want the options to be a fat fuck too. I think that, so in my opinion, I think that the idea that you should force people into playing a sexualized character is just as stupid and reductive as forcing people into not playing a sexualized character. I think that it should be a choice that the player can make because they should have autonomy over how their character is viewed in a game. So I don't think it's a bad thing that players are able to play like sexy characters or not, but I think it's a bad thing whenever somebody lets their ideology dictate forcing everybody to play the game in that way. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Genshin Impact's pretty much like that, I think. Yeah. Why do they think games are straight up worse than porn whenever it's more widely consumed? It's because they have more control over affecting games than porn. That's basically why. It's literally that simple. And have a true character creator that lets you do both. Yeah, and it also depends on like what transmog your character uses. Like, you do have some girls that are like, I don't want to have to wear a fucking chainmail bikini. I want to be able to just, you know, wear normal, you know, warrior clothes. And I think they should be able to do that. But I also don't think that there shouldn't be any chainmail bikinis. I think there should be plenty of chainmail bikinis because a lot of people like those too. There should be both. It's that simple. And, yeah, any reasonable person would have told this. Study after study to prove the same thing. No, video games are not why society is circling the drain. When books first became cheap enough for commoners to collect them, the same pseudo-moralists were sounding the alarm about people reading books. I wasn't around then, so I'm not sure about that. Sadly, this needs to be said. Just because you hate other people having fun doesn't mean you're out there looking for society's best interest. Having fun is a healthy part of life. I think that many people view their moral view on the world as something that is so universal and so set in stone that they literally can't comprehend the idea that other people just simply don't care about it. That's it. Other people just literally like, oh, you have this huge problem with this issue that's really bad. Nobody gives a shit about your issue. Nobody cares about you. And that's it. It's the same thing, ironically, it's the same thing with the fucking microtransactions. It's because we try to make a big deal out of this. Like, oh, don't pre-order, don't do any microtransactions. Meanwhile, pre-orders are through the fucking roof. Meanwhile, people are buying microtransactions like crazy. Why is that? Well, it's because nobody really gives a shit. That's why. It's just a lot of loud people, and that's it. Yeah, of course. And I'll have to look at this. I'll have to look at this and figure out the rest of them. You know, streamers way out for mobile games? Yeah, exactly. Of course people are going to do that. It's common sense, man. And interesting take, yeah, people just don't give a shit. Asmongold tests out a new stream layout that will finally satisfy everyone. No. This doesn't have the Lost Ark player numbers chart. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, this does not have the Lost Ark player numbers chart. And other than that, I mean, sure. Yeah, this is accurate otherwise. Absolutely. Let me go back and look at the other ones. Yeah, iconic lines. Appeals to meet your boy Asmongold. Yeah. You always remember this is the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. To reprise Captain Jack Sparrow, pirates roll with a $301 million deal. Is this real or is this bullshit? Let me go back and see this for myself. Just 1 million alpacas. This is not true. I heard this is fake news. It's fake. I don't know why. Didn't he say he wouldn't work with Disney? Yeah, he said he would never work with Disney again during the trial. So I don't think that's the case. Most likely bullshit, but who knows? It's bullshit, just a rumor. Yeah, it's the same thing as people are like, oh, Amber Heard got cut from Aquaman 2. She got cut. She got cut. Look it up. And I look it up, and it's like rumors say. It's like, okay, so it didn't happen. All right, got it. The thing is that the topic is it's a very hot topic. So anytime that a publication can take a story like this and run with it, they will. Because look how many retweets this got. This got over 100,000 likes. That means I can guarantee you millions upon millions of people saw this. You know what that's going to mean? That's going to mean those people are going to click on the New York Post article, and a lot of those people are going to see the ads. So yeah, I think that's what happens. And you know what's going to come up into? I don't know what that is. It's inspecting element. I have no idea. I think you can only check that from the fucking Twitter analytics. City's attempt to cut Texas man's grass leads to a standoff, a fire, and his death, police say. So I saw this. Basically, SWAT officer shot a man after he exited his home with weapons in his hand, according to the police in Austin. Mow your lawn, and the guy says no, and then the police shot him. So I actually looked into this story, and I read this because it sounded like bullshit. And it was bullshit. So basically, this is what the city's done this to me, right? Is they'll come by, and if your grass is too high, it's misleading. Yes, it's misleading, and it's deliberately misleading. And I'll explain why. If your grass is too high, the city tells you to mow your grass. Now, why does the city have the authority to tell you to mow your grass? Well, it's very simple. It's because if you don't mow your grass, so I had a neighbor, and my neighbor, what he did is he spent $10,000 trying to raccoon-proof his house. But they just kept getting in. It didn't matter what he did. It didn't matter how much money he spent. It didn't matter anything. And do you want to know why those raccoons kept getting in the house? It's because every single time that I had garbage, all I did was I opened my window right in front of me, right there, and I just straight up threw my garbage out the window. I had a giant pile of garbage that was almost as tall as I was, and the raccoons lived in there for years. And on top of that, they would also live in my attic because there were holes in my chimney because we couldn't afford to get it fixed. So the raccoons would also bother my neighbor. And it didn't matter what he did, he could never get rid of them. So what I'm trying to get at here is that even if you clean your house and you keep your house in like good condition, other people's houses can have an effect on your house. And I'm not just talking about like real estate values, I'm talking about like real tangible problems. Like I fucked this guy over. Like I didn't like him. All right, I didn't like him. I don't feel bad for it at all. I thought it was funny whenever I found out about it. Fuck him. And so anyway, he moved away, a long time ago. So it's not a problem. Actual worse analogy? No, it's not. The analogy is that the city has to be able to tell people to maintain a certain level of hygiene of their property, or it will ruin the entire neighborhood and the people's houses around them. It worked. Yeah, fuck them. And so that's why. I just want to, I'm building a foundation for why it is a good thing for the city to do this. Because people are like, oh, well, the city shouldn't be able to do that. Yes, they should. They have to be able to do that. So on top of that, they go in and they cut his grass. And then the guy, this is what I remember reading, the guy starts shooting at the police. It's not like the police are shooting at him. He starts shooting at the police, and then he comes out and they shoot him. I'm sorry, but good shot. You got him. Yeah, he's the bad guy here. The state didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, this is cut and dry. Yeah, just for cutting his fucking yard. They shouldn't have been on his property. Yes, they should have. He violated the law. He violated the law that I agree with this law. I agree that if your house isn't being taken care of, the city should be able to go in and clean it up. I don't think that you have the right to fuck up everybody else around you just because you're lazy. You don't have that right to do that. This is something that everybody else has to deal with. It's not your choice. I think that you have a lot of leeway. The city is very reasonable in many cases. I've dealt with the Austin City fucking code department for 10 years. They are reasonable. Yeah, it's inconsiderate. Yes, it's not only is it inconsiderate, it's dangerous. There are fucking snakes that can live in high grass like that and very unkept areas. Absolutely, there's a million different ways. Didn't realize you're a lefty. This is not a lefty thing. This is common fucking sense. If they couldn't tell people to clean up their fucking house and make sure that it's not a literal hazard to other people around them, then the whole world would not work. This is not a lefty opinion. This is common fucking sense. It's not political. Yeah, don't make this political. High grass is not trash outside. It's not dangerous or unhygienic. You think high grass is not dangerous or unhygienic? Really? You think that? You think that's it? I don't think so at all. Listen, I understand there are some people. Yeah, walk through the high grass. Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's just embarrassing, man. And fire hazard too. Yes, exactly. People were really arguing for someone who shot at police because he didn't want to mow his lawn. Yeah, I think the cops should have shot him. Yeah, absolutely. I completely support him. They should have shot him, and he should have mowed his fucking lawn. If he didn't want him to go out there and mow his lawn, he should have mowed his own fucking lawn. Don't shoot at the police. If you shoot at the police and they kill you, too fucking bad. That's the way it goes. People defending the man, yeah, it's pathetic, man. Pokemon, yeah, think about it. Pokemon are found in high grass. Now, why would Pokemon be found in high grass? Let's extrapolate this just for a few minutes, okay? Because Pokemon is based on some level of reality, right? Where you go out and there's animals out in the world. And where are the animals out in the real world? Well, they're out in the high grass. What the fuck? Oh, really? Okay. So how many Pokemon, how many animals do you see that look like a Beedrill that are swimming and can use surf? None of them. Do you know why? Because they can't. So again, water Pokemon being able to move around in the water, this is also based on reality. And I think it's the same thing. It's common fucking sense. Because they're out in wild areas, not settled by people most of the time. It's right outside the area. And let me tell you something. I think if you don't take care of your house, I just gave an example. My house was a complete fucking disaster, and it fucked up somebody else's house next door. No, I think it was funny. As I said, I didn't like the guy. I'm glad that happened to him, but I don't think this is something that the city should support. That's all it comes down to. Wasp will fuck you up even in water. I wouldn't be surprised. They're real pieces of shit. No, my friend in middle school always warned me about snakes in front of the house because they never cut their grass. Yeah. Would you use the same analogy for vaccines? I know that people always want to make this vaccine argument. This is a vaccine argument. I think that the autonomy over having a house, this is a silly argument. I do not support vaccine mandates. I do not. And I think that the idea that somebody has autonomy of their own body is very different than someone being able to cut their grass. Yeah, I do not support this at all. And what the fuck? Yeah, I know. It's just so weird. But the vaccine, every single time that I talked about that abortion thing, a million fucking people brought up the vaccine. Which, meanwhile, I had never said anything about that. Yeah, I had never fucking said anything about that for any reason, man. And abandoned house next door had rats. Yeah, it's awful. Abandoned gotcha Andy on the vaccine. You know, I think that there are some people out there that they create their own fan fiction about things, and they do it so much that they believe that it's real. That's all there is to it. The vaccine's a gotcha. Yeah, I think it's a gotcha. Okay, I get it. Honestly, as I said before, I have no fucking idea. I'm not a doctor. I don't know why there are so many people with less than a high school understanding of chemistry that have the need to tell the world their opinion on vaccines. I don't know. It will always be a mystery to me. Yeah, that's all there is to it. This is not an anti-vaxxer place. Just because I don't think the government should force you to get it doesn't mean I don't think that you should do something to take care of yourself. You should make the best decision for you and ask an actual doctor and not somebody that streams video games for a living. Okay? It's common fucking sense, man. And let's see here. And for anyone having a bad day, what's this? That's it? It's just a dog? Is this the whole video? I mean, he's almost... I didn't even know they eat these things. Oh my god, who uploaded this shit? I don't know. It's just, this is the whole video. It's just a dog eating a fucking watermelon. Oh my god. Share it? Yeah, it's great. Bungie sues YouTuber for $7.6 million. Let me see. I actually saw a video about this. I don't know where it is exactly. Let me see if I can find it. Fuck. I guess I might just watch this one here. Yeah, Bungie did sue this guy. I'll see if there's another video, and I'll try to find it in a minute. What's this guy smoking? The battle cry is for the Horde, not death to the Alliance. One expansion either. For the Horde? I don't get it. not death to the Alliance. And she says, for the... They didn't... But, like, he was right. Like, what? The Yang video on it is good? Alright, let me look at that in a minute. Here we go. The fuck?
A jak ty w ogóle masz na imię?
What's your name?
Nie chciałbyś zostać na śniadanie?
A gdybym to ja zajął twoje miejsce?
Nie parkuj na miejscach.
Oh my god!
Parkuj na miejscach.
Oh my fucking god! I did not see it coming at all. Like, that completely caught me off guard. That is the best ad ever. This is a really, really good fucking ad. I love it. Holy shit. Give me 1 second. God fucking damn it. I've got to deal with this shit all the time. All right, what's this here? Tanky in 5 minutes or less. Is this the person that made the video about me? I think that it is, right? Let me watch that, because I never got a chance to see this. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. And, fuck. Let me scroll down here and find it. Yeah. It's this one right here. Okay, let me see what this is. Final Fantasy players are sick, but I will save them. I'll watch the Bungie video after that, okay?
Sup, Coomer? Don't even try to deny it, because if you're a Final Fantasy 14... Sup, Coomer? Don't even try to deny it, because if you're a Final Fantasy 14 player, that means you're one of us, baby. And boy, are we down bad abominable. I mean, we ruin everything we touch. Can't get a cute new feature for a beloved character without everyone trying to cuck her husband. The wholesome to graphic fan art ratio is shockingly equal. And God forbid you're interested in what kind of mods people make for this game, because if you take just one look, your eyes and heart will never be the same. Absolutely nothing is sacred in your minds. Cute catgirl character? Yes, of course we shrimp. But old grandma character with a scoliosis spine?
Matoya.
Whoa! What an absolute gilf! Am I right? Final Fantasy 14
What the
players
fuck?
know where they draw the line, and it's right in the middle of fucking nowhere. Nothing is off limits to you. Fake dragon? Damn! I hope he vores me. I'll rock.
Wait a second. So, can you guys see what I was saying? About how, like, if you looked at all of the other dragons, Horace Velgar was the most attractive one? Like, I don't think, like, because the thing is that whenever I said this, everybody said that I was fucking weird, but I don't think that I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not wrong about this at all. Like, it was, no, there's nothing weird about this at all. I'm just saying, if you compare it to the other ones.
The line, and it's right in the middle of fucking nowhere. Nothing is off limits to you. Fake dragon? Damn, I hope he vores me. I'll rock. Hey, do you have scales down,
Voring somebody is whenever you eat them and you hold them inside of your stomach. It's like a sexual, fetish. I know there might be some people that are, not fucking degenerates, and they might not know that. Wait, you guys didn't know that? Yeah, that's what voring is. I didn't even know it was a verb. I thought it was just a, I didn't know you could vor something.
down there? Disgusting, I tell you. I can't even imagine being that lewd.
Oh
But it
my
got me thinking, why is that? Why are we so much worse than other phantoms out there? Compare us to WoW. Man, are these racists dry. I'd rather pull up an incognito tab of a stale piece of bread than whatever this is. But at least WoW players have...
That's true. I mean, listen, the WoW models Final Fantasy, I think, really, really has WoW beat in every single way for ERP. It is just a infinitely better game.
Standards, these Coomerless races.
Pathetic.
It's a war strategy, a pro gamer move. It's so they can filter out any potential Final Fantasy XIV players and send them down the line. After all, they don't want a player base full of people who have to play one-handed. They value function over form. Whereas literally every single 14 race was created under this one rule. Make it appeal to some kind of Coomer out there in the world. And God did they succeed. And now appeal to...
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think that's kind of normal, right? Was Lawfell on there? I mean, please, can we not fucking go through that again?
Some kind of Coomer out there in the world, and God did they succeed. And no, there are
They
no
did.
exceptions. Do not try to use male row as a counterexample. I've had several people personally tell me that they receive lewd tells as a male row. These tells are definitely real and not at all made up, by the way. Even Hrothgar are furry bait, and Monothels are for the game itself wants Coomers. It invites these people in. I made an
Wait a sec-
Monothels are perfectly real and not at all made up.
Wait,
by the
what?
way. Even Hrothgar are furry bait.
Everybody knows that. Like, anybody who plays a Hrothgar, I feel like they're a furry. Like, I just assume they're a furry.
And Monothels are for the game itself wants Coomers.
Smart.
It invites these people in. I made an entire video about how the developers themselves are lost in Coomer sauce. But we
Of
managed
course.
to go even beyond that. Why the absolute fuck did you shout Asmongold about ERP in this game? Is nothing sacred to you? You wanted to show that innocent little man how you write loot shit for virtual currency? I mean,
Alright, so number one, like, it is going to be very innocent. Like, that's what I find that to be a very big insult, okay? I'd probably be on the internet longer than this girl's been alive. I don't want to hear this fucking, this talking down to me shit. What the fuck do you mean?
kind of based, but you can't just go sharing our degeneracy willy-nilly. Asmon-chan is innocent, pure. Look at that beard. The only secrets it holds is the secret to peace and happiness. Fuck. How dare you corrupt
Yeah, it's pretty hard to say that with a straight face. Let's be honest.
his mind like this? You should have known he would do it too, because he's a React Andy that loves YouTube money in the animal
That's... I want to let you guys know, I don't even upload my own videos. It's all the editors. It's true.
kingdom. We call this symbiosis. But I know for a fact that you're all parasites spreading your degenerate disease far and wide.
Yes.
The question becomes, how do I fix you? How can I save you from this disease? And I know you're probably saying, Lucy, if anyone in the 14 community is gonna purge this sickness, it's sure as shit not gonna be you. And in return I say, touche my friend, but I'm an anime girl with a main character of an idle anime syndrome, so guess who's gonna try? So I've decided to start a Final Fantasy XIV Kuma rehab. Don't worry, I thought it over, and despite my own nature, I'm definitely the best pick for the job, and I will prove it to you right now. Welcome to rehab. As you
Rehab?
know, the first step is admitting you have a problem. Common sense might lead you to think,
What?
there's nothing wrong with me. It's okay to be a degenerate. I don't bother
Yeah.
other people with it. And this thought process
Exactly.
is correct. But where's the fun, the drama, the character development in that? Be honest with yourself. You're watching a Lucy Pyre video. Would a normal person do that? Of course.
I mean, somebody just linked me this video. I mean, what's wrong with this? I mean, yeah, I just got linked the video. What am I supposed to say?
It's not. Only alphas and chads watch my content, and it's time to
That's
beta
true.
ourselves down to fit better into society. Now, let's get started. The number one cure. It works 99% of the time, most of the time. Just go join a random party finder group for any extreme or savage content. Bonus points if it says no salt or clear for a friend. Oh, you'll never want sex again after one of those. 2. You can run the vault to purge that sickness, you filthy rat. Keep doing this until you no longer know what Rule 34 means or you uninstall the game. Either way, I will have won. 3. Invest in a modest glamour. For example, if you're a tank,
That's
it's
my
harder
set.
to shrimp for your cat girl if she's decked out in full armor. But, you know, it does make you curious about what could be hiding
This is my armor set.
underneath all of that. Wait, fuck, scratch this one. Never mind. 4. Don't do the main story quest. Just a general recommendation because it'll force you to meet this, this, and this. And
Well, I mean, yeah.
these two, if that's your preference. I just realized it's really counterproductive for me to show you pictures of the characters. That's almost just as bad as... Anyway, if you've already cleared the story, there's no other choice. You'll have to resort to number 5, the final step, the ultimate solution.
What is this?
This is where we pull out the big guns, but it's the most foolproof plan so far. I've made you the strongest resource known to mankind, and it's called the Yoshi P Wallpaper of Shame. It's easy to
Didn't he actually go on one of the live letters and ask them to please stop installing ERP mods? Didn't he do this? Yeah. So basically, they had like this really big problem with ERP in the game. And it was like a big problem with mods and stuff like this. And he just goes on and he's like, guys, please stop this. Please just stop this. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah. And they kind of stopped a little bit, but you know, not enough.
use. The design is very human. I've made it just for you, and it's freely available on Twitter, my child.
Oh
What
my
did I
God.
tell you? I would do anything to cure you of this illness. Just make this your wallpaper, and every time you have a thought that would make Crystal Mommy sad, look into his disapproving fatherly gaze. He is disappointed in you, disappointed in us all. You can practically see the regret in every wrinkle on his face. Wait, what do you mean?
Is that a
he kinda
mega
looks like
pint?
Batty daddy. I mean, you're completely right, but for fuck's sake, have you been listening at all? I give up. I give up on the 14 community. You're all filthy degenerates, living and dying by the coup. How can you
That's
put up
true.
with yourself? Forget Yoshi. I'm disappointed in you. I mean, if you're gonna call him a daddy, you can't just not mention Soken like that. Coomers bless this land.
What the fuck?
To us some cringe bestow.
What the hell is going on?
Be a perversion.
Oh my god.
Water and lube below. Cat girls are turning red. ERP skeleton.
Bro, what the fuck?
4K to pleasure.
Is this a normal video?
Cheapo the shout chat room. And when we meet our match, to tells we gladly go. Our backs are yours to bend.
Bro, I wonder what somebody who's like never seen, like you've been a WoW player for like 15 years. You've never even thought about Final Fantasy, and you show them this frame, and you're like, hey man, got a new game for you. Yep, I got a new game for you. Yeah, how about this?
Two house heavens no good. Under cooler sky, with our mods we put on a show. Voices getting
Oh
high.
my God, what is-
White upon our backs it's slimy.
Oh.
Day beckons night. Down to limbs of taking it slow. Cool me hand in hand. FC drama will follow.
What the fuck, man?
Stroke the romance flame, brighter burn, dance for the paycheck.
Guys.
Passion catch up, red
I-
gold spark rise.
This is
3 inches.
What?
May we RPO Gil can buy. Never see cool rivers run dry.
Oh my God.
May we
How do you do something like this?
Afterlife. For this we pray.
With the furries in the background.
We pray.
To Jesus,
We
please.
pray. Yoshi says no.
Do you want to know the truth? I think this girl's really funny. I actually do. I think she's really funny. I think this is a good video. Like, regardless of, like, the... Like, I think she's really funny. Like, absolutely. That's enough reacting for today. Yeah. Here's the video. Yeah, this is really good. Like, yeah, I first funny girl in history. Okay, all right, yo, chill, bro, chill. I'm really fucking impressed by this. This is really, really good, man. Wow, give her a sub. Yeah, I'm fucking impressed by this. Like, a normal person would not do this. Yeah, a normal person would. They would not do this for really any reason at all. I mean, listen. Whenever I saw one of those like cat girl or dragon girls on the screen, and a girl's voice came out of it, I was surprised too, man. I was. Let me see what the in before it's a man. Hey, you know, it is what it is, right? I'll watch the other video, then I'll look at the Bungie stuff, okay? Here we go.
Are you evil? No? Do you want to learn how to be? Are you evil? No? Do you want to learn how to be? You read the title right. This is a tanking guide. Because tanking is not about fulfilling your roleplay fantasy, protecting the party. It's not even about satisfying your main character syndrome. It's about going fast. So fast that you knock the Earth out of orbit and become the enemy of the entire world. That's right.
What the
Tanking is
fuck?
all about the big pulls, baby! Remember, when the paladin cat girl says she can take 20 guys at once, she means it literally. And she achieves it through sheer force of will, determination, and these goofy little buttons called sprint and defensive cooldowns. You
I
may
use
be thinking
those.
to yourself,
Hey!
surely there's more nuance to this. And
Yeah.
there is, but you'd be shocked at how far these two things alone can take you. Hell, healers are so used to bad tanks now that they'll fall into uncontrollable lust if you use arm's length. I mean, can
I
you
never use
imagine?
that.
There are people out there who don't use it. This baby can fit so much mitigation inside of it. So yeah.
I never use that ability. The reason why I don't use that ability is because I forgot what it's keybound to. Like, I would use it. I just don't remember what I keybound it to, so I just stopped using it like a year ago.
Please mitigate damage so you can last longer. You wouldn't want to be a 1-minute man, would you? So go right ahead and pick one. Oh, and just remember that it's better to use 1 or 2 cooldowns at a time. And don't blow your load all at once, okay? We interrupt this broadcast to give you a pop quiz. Here's the $1,000,000 question. You queue into a dungeon and the DPS is pulling mobs ahead of you. What do you do? If you said you pull, you tank, then for the sake of Thancred's left ass cheek, just go back to DPS roles.
Yeah,
Listen
they're pussies. Like, anytime somebody pulls extra mobs, that's good. Because that's more stuff for you to tank. Yeah, you always want to pull more mobs. Every single time, yeah. I never worry about that. Fuck that, man. The tanks that are like, oh, you pull it, you tank it. You know why they say that? It's because they can't get aggro.
I'm not gonna tell you have to like it when DPS
Yeah,
decide
'cause
to
they
pull
suck.
ahead of you. But I am telling you that watching a DPS die and grieving the rest of the party by refusing to do your job is not the way. So if you're not
I don't
ready
know about
to
that.
ignore the Leroy Jenkins, pop a Viagra and perform, this might not be the role for you. But hey, that's why I'm here to help. There's a super pro gamer move that lets you avoid this situation entirely. Be faster. Pull before them. Use sprint. This
Yup.
is how you use sprint. Did you see that? Right before you pull the pack so you get that sweet, juicy, succulent 20-second sprint.
You know,
Pathetic
it's only
DPS
10 in
have
combat.
no hope of passing you. After all, you control the pace, and the pace is always full fucking throttle, baby! So,
Yeah, the thing is, like, I didn't know that this was the meta in Final Fantasy. I thought it was rude to pull a bunch of mobs whenever I first started playing, because I was like, oh, Final Fantasy is it's a girl for, like, you know, it's a game for, like, girls and, like, weebs and, like, people that like role playing. So, I mean, fuck, they're probably not gonna want to have big pulls because it's gonna interrupt them. Like, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, absolutely. And I had no idea this is the normal behavior.
You're pulling big, you're rotating your cooldowns, and you are using your AoE rotation to maintain aggro for the love of fucking God. That means that by this point, you're already better than 90% of Duty Finder tanks, but there is
it really
still
that
an elephant in
bad?
the room. Boss fights. What about those?
How is it that
you see this
bad?
little guy? Aight, you gonna smack him, turn him around this way, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Just don't cleave the party. You may be asking yourself, but what about my cooldowns for the bosses? How
You
many
just hit
should
the
I
same
save for
button
that?
over and
the
over.
Answer is
It's
none.
easy.
Don't fall for that shit. It's a trap. With large dungeon pulls, which I encourage you to do, mobs are gonna pound you way harder than the boss will. Don't save cooldowns for these wet noodle hits. There is one exception. Sometimes you will see this ominous red symbol on your character, which means you should probably use one cooldown. Yeah. Nice. Now,
I don't know what that
choosing
is.
the tank you want to escape the city with. Every tank
Yeah,
is
I
similar,
get that
but
doesn't
they all
matter.
have their
It
quirks,
doesn't matter.
so here's a crash course. Paladin.
I'll
Play
just
this
get healed.
If you also like sparkly shit and you're still naive enough to believe in things like law and order. Warrior.
See, listen to that. Is McConnell still in the chat?
With every tank is similar, but they all have their quirks, so here's a crash course. Paladin. Play this if you also like sparkly shit and you're still naive enough to believe in things like law and order. Warrior.
Bro, it's so sad. It really is so sad. He got called out. Yeah, he left. I bet he fucking did. Here's the thing, is I think that, I actually think they should allow paladins to use a two-handed sword. I feel like there is no reason why a paladin shouldn't be able to use a two-handed sword as just as a skin, basically. I think that would be cool.
Here, play this if all you care about is being indestructible and you think being a dumbass is a lifestyle choice. Dark Knight. Play this if you're compensating for something and your dad is still out looking for milk. And Gunbreak.
What the fuck? What? Those are my two main classes. I'm an overcompensating
play this if you're a degenerate and you
dumbass.
can't handle peace and quiet. And congratulations! It's time to receive your tanking PhD, which means you're all ready for tanking content. Just don't forget this one little thing. Tank stance. Now coming in 4 special little flavors of the exact same thing. These
I use that about half the time.
days, if you blink at the enemy, it'll hate you for life. This groundbreaking modern technology is found only in Final Fantasy XIV, where tanks are just more defensive DPS. Join us today
That's
for
right.
just
That's why I like them.
$12.99 a month. A new superiority complex guaranteed or your money back.
Warning, may cause
Good.
perceived mold and gamer raging behaviors. Please contact your therapist before ordering.
Okay. Okay, very fucking funny. Classic WoW threat. All classes are DPS classes? Yeah, it's way better. This is good. I don't agree with the Dark Knight thing, okay? I think the Dark Knight thing is for edgy boys. It's for edgy boys that grew up thinking Dante from Devil May Cry was the coolest dude ever, okay? Like, there's a link. Yeah, give her a like, give her a sub. She's almost at 100,000 subscribers. I've never seen her content before, but I find this to be very, very fucking funny. Dante, yeah, he is cool, though? Yeah, true, bro. I played Dark Knight, too. Yeah, 100%, man. I know that, man. Dante was such a badass, man. Absolutely. Yeah, Dante's the coolest. Yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, dude, we all play Dark Knight in here. 100%. All right, so let me look at this fucking thing about the Bungie suing the DMCA thing. Bungie, DMCA. Let me see if I can find a video for this. Okay, there we go. I wanted to watch this and just take a look at it. I didn't even know this was happening, but I'm pretty glad it is. I'll say that for sure. It's pretty crazy. Okay, I'll look at that. Oh, I've got to look at the CD Projekt Red thing too. I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Let me do this first, okay? And Dante's cool. I do play Dark Knight. Why are you calling us out like that? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, all right? Here we go.
Some of you may recall that a few months back there was this weird situation where Destiny content was being wrongfully taken down or copyright struck, and people initially thought this was Bungie just going scorched earth.
Yeah.
But they kind of came out and said, this is not us. We're going to look into this, and we're
No company does that. Like, even Nintendo scaled their shit back. No company is, like, sending out fucking DMCAs for people that make content with their videos. It didn't happen.
finally starting to see some resolution on that front. So just to recap, here's a Forbes article from back in March 21st, 2022,
Right.
whose headline reads, "Someone is weaponizing the DMCA against Destiny 2 creators and Bungie itself."
Atlas?
Scrolling further
Maybe.
down, you'll find
Maybe
the
you're
details.
right.
We started to hear about channels that had uploaded, released, or unreleased Destiny music getting hit with copyright strikes. Some of these people had at one point monetized that content,
Jesus.
and a great number of them had not, and many were just trying to
I feel like people like this are actually doing a good thing by sending out false DMCAs, and this is not a good thing ultimately, right? But it does lead to something that I think is good, that people see how fucking broken the system is. It's garbage. This is a garbage-ass dog shit system. Why the fuck does it work this way?
archive a lot of the Destiny music that was no longer publicly available in the game or elsewhere. There was a bit of controversy surrounding that, where people were like, hey, Bungie, you're literally deleting content from your game, and that music just straight up is inaccessible. At least let people upload that stuff in a way that isn't monetized. If you're monetizing that content, then, you know, you may very well get flagged. But if you're uploading for archiving purposes, you know, it doesn't do the company any harm if that music isn't being utilized in some way, if it's just being kind of deleted from the face of the earth because the content is gone in its entirety. Now,
which is actually something that I think is allowed. I believe that it's allowed for you to emulate a game if there is no commercial availability for that game that currently exists. Am I right about that? Yeah, I think I'm right about that. Yes. And so it doesn't mean that, like, you can emulate, like, World of Warcraft is a little bit different. No, Nintendo says no. Or you own it. Yes, if you own it as well. I think so. It's abandonware. Yeah, that's what the thing is. Distribution is where it gets sticky. In my opinion, I feel, I've always said this, I think copyright laws are way too overbearing. I think they're way too overbearing, and they're just a way for these companies and large conglomerates to have too much control.
And there were some legitimate takedowns on the part of Bungie that involved music, but then the takedowns started to get strange and fall outside the usual pattern and become excessive. So Forbes reported here, my friend Destiny the Meme got hit with a Redbubble takedown for some of her Destiny art filed by Activision Blizzard, which Bungie no longer works with. Beyond that, content creators, including a few high-profile ones in particular, are getting hit with copyright strikes, having their videos instantly removed and having their entire channels threatened to be erased.
Jesus!
Cross had a video of him reading the TWAB taken down.
Look at this!
Biff had a Rolk Lore video hit. Esoteric deleted hundreds of old videos from his channel after a strike. These are people with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that have covered Destiny for years. So
wow.
it's just very bizarre and strange. Why would Bungie want to go scorched
earth why would they do
all of
this?
a sudden and just completely kill any sort of community goodwill? It did
That's
naturally
crazy.
lead to everyone screaming at Bungie, but then a statement was issued in which Bungie said that it was not them at all, a statement that this was not happening at their request.
Dude, they need to have better protections. How is this even possible? It's so bad for YouTube that this is what happens, because a lot of people will be less likely to make content on YouTube. Right? Like, yeah, they'll be less likely because it's like it's such at risk.
Some of their own videos had been hit with strikes as well. This is the statement that Bungie put out there. We're aware of a series of copyright takedowns on YouTube.
Wait, so somebody filed a copyright strike against Bungie for their own video? This guy is going wild. Oh my fucking God. Wow.
YouTube, and we're actively investigating. This includes content on our own Bungie channels. These actions are not being taken at the request of Bungie or our partners. Please stand by for future updates. So that's where things were at for a bit. We didn't hear for a couple more months. We're now getting confirmation of Bungie having investigated this and discovering who is behind this, and that person is being sued for $7.6 million.
Oh
so
my
here's
God.
what happened. Bungie filed a lawsuit against an individual named Nicholas Miner, also known as Lord Nazo. Miner ran a YouTube channel that was hit by a series of takedowns from Bungie's brand protection vendor, CSC Global, for uploading Destiny's original soundtracks in December of 2021, which were taken down by YouTube in January this year. Miner created 2 new Gmail accounts with the same CSC name in retaliation against Bungie and issued a total of 96 DMCA takedown notices against Destiny YouTubers, which included my...
What the fuck? Dude, like, what was it? Did this kid do a run in Destiny and he didn't get the loot that he wanted, so he just said, fuck it, I'm gonna burn this shit to the ground? What an idiot. Yeah, this guy's a dumbass.
Name is Biff, Astacross, Promethean, and many more. And some of those takedowns did include Bungie's own official videos. And obviously, Bungie copywriting themselves makes absolutely no sense, which is why the theory was this was somebody abusing the copyright system for some reason.
Yeah.
And now we know that it was this individual,
Holy
Lord
shit.
Nazo, who was doing it for retaliation purposes.
Good.
After
Fuck
his
'em.
channel was struck with the more legitimate copyright strikes on the part of Bungie,
Oh my
who
God.
didn't want him to keep uploading just, untransformative re-uploads of soundtracks. And then here's a quote from the lawsuit. 96 times Miner sent DMCA takedown notices purportedly on behalf of Bungie, identifying himself as Bungie's brand protection vendor in order to have YouTube instruct innocent creators to delete their Destiny 2 videos or face copyright strike.
What? Sent DMCA notices on behalf, identifying themselves as Bungie's brand protection? Dude, this guy's going all the way. It's not like, oh, he's just sending in, like, random stuff. No, he's actually saying, like, yeah, I work at the company, and, like, yeah, you're gonna have to take down all your content, guys. Holy shit, this kid's out of control.
Over that weekend, Miner's Damian Reynolds account began sending threatening emails to CSC with the subject line, "You're in for it now," and telling CSC better start running, the clock is ticking. Yeah, I don't know what this guy was thinking, breaking
What an
laws
idiot.
to try to prove a point. Did he think that was going to end well for him? Not to mention, he has completely
my
killed
God.
any sort of goodwill or trust that other Destiny content creators had for him when he decided to screw everyone else around him over.
I feel like the last thing that this guy has to worry about is if other people in the Destiny community trust him anymore. Like, I feel like that's really, really far down the list in terms of his immediate concerns.
risking the
Oh my
careers
God.
and livelihoods of these content creators whose channels can get deleted permanently if they get struck by too many copyright takedowns.
Dude.
He thought that would be worth his personal crusade against Bungie. This is just kind of a mess for this individual, who's also now getting sued for $7.6 million.
Wow.
So hopefully he has, the funds to
This is what should have happened to Quantum.
hire a lawyer who can fight back against this multi-million-dollar corporation who you've
That's
pissed
not
off.
gonna
Bungie
happen.
insists that they're entitled to damages and injunctive relief, including enhanced statutory damages of $150,000 for...
I hope they completely ruin this kid's life. I hope they do. I do. I hope they completely ruin his fucking life. Because pieces of shit like this that do this, you can say like, oh, you should understand, he made a mistake. Maybe he can live past it. The people that he fucked over wouldn't have been able to live past it. Fuck him, man.
each of the works implicated in the fraudulent takedown. Notice that
fuck 'em.
willfully infringed Bungie's registered copyrights, totaling $7.65 million. Beyond the fact that this user used Bungie's own copyright against them and falsely
Jesus.
used that to take down
Bro,
other...
this kid is out of control. Like, he's copy striking the company for their own stuff.
creators' content.
This is amazing.
It did just force Bungie to have to deal with the situation, waste time and resources on
This
this,
is a wild
and
animal.
get some bad press, because initially people thought this was Bungie's doing, and they faced a decent amount of backlash until they put out that
Yeah,
statement.
they had
so it just
to.
made Bungie look bad. It harmed creators. It harmed the ecosystem of Bungie's.
I think he was just trying to prove a point and he went full send with it. Well, Your Honor, I was just trying to prove a point. I was doing this for their own good. Yeah, I filed all the DMCAs. Yeah, it was all for their own good. No, of course I would not do this maliciously. I was trying to prove a point, Your Honor. I'm not guilty.
marketing.
It's just a
and
meme.
The community. Forbes dives further into why this individual, Nazo, Lord Nazo, would do this.
Why?
And in one word, revenge is a good way to sum it up. Lord Nazo previously had uploaded a number of looped Destiny 2 music tracks to his channel. He was caught up in a wave of actual DMCA takedowns when Bungie and CSC went after some channels like this. This was a controversial decision in its own right among the community at the time, but most of the time, videos could be deleted without further repercussions. Nazo refused to take down his videos, and eventually YouTube deleted it for him. Then he re-uploaded new music from the Witch Queen and got even more takedown notices. After 23 infringements, his channel was deleted.
How the fuck do you have 23 infringements? 20 fucking 3? I mean, guys, that's a bit much. Like, what is this? It's an anime villain arc. Yeah, this is what happened. He Uno reversed him. Like, it's almost Giga Chad how little regard he has for his own well-being. You know, it's like this person, there's no length that they will not go to. There's nothing that they will not do. They are willing to sacrifice anything and everything to prove their point. You know, it's nuts. He's playing the +4 wildcard. This guy's out of control. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. We're good for now. All right.
Entirely. And the deletion of his channel
This is
amidst
amazing.
him rebelling and like re-uploading music that Bungie has warned him time and again to take down,
It's
to
just
not
a
have up
re-upload.
if he doesn't want to get struck, seems to have been what sparked the fire of this revenge plot, of this retaliation. Nazo wanted revenge and chaos, it seems, and this was something that was pointed out in the lawsuit. The reason he was able to do this was because of what Bungie itself called a loophole in YouTube's copyright system, the fact that YouTube allows anyone to file complaints like this despite no proven authority that the person doing the filing is in fact the proper owner of the content.
That should not happen. Like, that is 100% on YouTube. Because you've got to keep in mind, I think that YouTube is not as much at fault as this guy, but whenever YouTube has this system, there will be people who see that, and then they will start doing this as well. Because now they see that it worked. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's exactly it. Yeah, it has to be YouTube being held accountable for this, because even if you get rid of this guy, there'll just be another guy. So it doesn't matter if you get rid of them, really, because you still have the system that allows them to do what they're doing.
Fact that this is not only possible for individual creators, but also for multi-million-dollar corporations to experience something like this, or the fact that Bungie's own stuff getting copyright struck by themselves didn't somehow raise any red flags for YouTube, and that there's clearly something fraudulent going on here, goes to highlight how broken YouTube's copyright system is, how just poorly thought out it is, how abusable it is, and the fact that YouTube has still not done anything about this.
Of course not.
It just has paved the road for situations like this, and it's paved the road for copyright abuses such as this. And while Bungie is in the fortunate situation of being a multi-million-dollar corporation who have the manpower, resources, and financial means to deal with situations like this.
It's like, yeah, imagine if this happened to like one guy or something like that. Bungie literally took Google to court because of this issue to get info about who impersonated them. Yeah, Copy Striker lives outside the U.S. Will the courts go through the time for it? I don't. The thing is, to me, is like this guy, the way I look at it is he is just a symptom of the problem. Like, I don't really like, yeah, this kid's like, there's unhinged dipshits all over the world that are going to do this stuff. The problem is the system that lets them do it. It's like you're gonna stop the fucking golden eggs, or are you gonna stop the goose that lays the eggs? You gotta look at the goose.
When individual creators who are barely getting by get copyright abused by some nefarious third party, they don't have much recourse. This is a discussion that is more and more worth having in a day and age where these kinds of copyright abuses are becoming much more common. It is used for the purposes of retaliation or for the purposes of trying to silence criticism, even if that criticism, the way the video was made, is under fair use. Yeah,
That's true. That's exactly what they do. Is that people did this? I remember Pokimane did this, and she got criticized for it a lot, fairly, sending out DMCAs for content that was critical. Quantum did this as well, and there have been other people who have sent out copyright notices because people make videos about them that are negative. And it's not as people actually defended her because they didn't understand what was going on, right? Like, I mean, like, she admitted that it was the wrong thing to do. So, like, nobody is on the other side of this issue, really. But either way, like, the Alinity thing, there's that as well. Like, yeah, it's, people are fucking, I think this is one thing, like I said this before with the Quantum situation, right? Is that one of the only things that YouTubers can kind of pretty much universally agree on is that do not fucking send out a DMCA strike. Don't send this shit out. There are other ways you can deal with it, and don't send it out unless it's like a straight up like re-upload or something crazy like that. You know, Elena did it at the PewDiePie. I don't know if she did it. I thought she said it. I don't know if she actually tried to do it. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, this is the one thing that pretty much all of YouTube agrees on.
Whole YouTube system's just thoroughly messed up, and this is one of many exhibits that really highlight this. Now, making a bad situation worse is the way Nazo...
Wait. She said she didn't? I don't think she did. Who cares? Mike, it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that it's stupid to do it. Like, can we just agree on that? Like, it's stupid and bad and fucking so... Like, it's so obnoxious to do it. Yeah, I mean, who gives a shit? Like, did she do it or not? Who cares? I mean, I don't think you should hold it against her anymore. It was fucking years ago. She got upset. Like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, should she have done it? No, but, like, it is what it is, right? It happened years ago. We can move on.
Deceived his former friends, other Destiny content creators, this entire time. He was on Discord talking about the situation, lamenting how easy it was to spam fake takedown notices, and effectively describing exactly what he was actually doing behind the scenes, criticizing what he himself...
So he was complaining about himself? Bro, this guy's out of control. Holy shit.
...was perpetuating to try to rally the Destiny content creators against Bungie and against this whole system that got his channel taken down, in the hopes that this will somehow create a movement where he'll be able to get his channel back or find some form of revenge. It was kind of messed up how he did that, and this was something that Owen Spence here, Atlix Music, highlighted, and this is someone who was very disappointed that someone he trusted would manipulate and deceive the Destiny community like this. Extremely disappointed to find out that Lord Nazo, our friend and someone in direct communication with us about the takedowns, was the person who issued the fake DMCA takedowns on behalf of Bungie. Nazo lied to us, started a Discord group DM with me, Promethean, Bresci, and Lorcan OC.
It's like too much is never enough for Nazo. It's not enough to send out a couple DMCAs. You have to send out 96. It's not enough to just send out DMCAs to the content creators. You have to send it to the company itself that created the content and DMCA their own content off of their own fucking channel on YouTube. And it's not enough to even do that. You have to also complain and pretend like it's not you doing it to all of your friends. Like, this guy is out of control. They'll see me as a legend. Yeah, this is crazy. The anti-hero. Absolutely.
Or ZRC.
This is crazy.
And then said things like this, all while acting like he was a victim.
And that's the thing. He's making it get exposure. And I can guarantee you, whenever he's sitting in court, he's going to think to himself, yeah, but everybody's talking about it right now, so who really won?
If we click on the images, you can see for yourself.
Oh my
God. He was just kind of playing the fool, playing the victim, feigning ignorance, and expressing fake empathy. The fact that it's that easy makes it very likely for someone to just abuse the system.
It sure is. Dude, this guy is amazing.
Which is what he was doing, but acting like it wasn't him. Hell, you could make a Google account right now, go to YouTube Studio and submit a takedown request on any video you want.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I mean, who would do such a thing like that? Wow, what the fuck?
Again, exactly what he did. Yup, YouTube has the most BS copyright takedown system ever.
Wow.
It's so brain-dead simple that even a child could submit a takedown request without needing any proof of authorization.
Is that right?
I believe someone is impersonating him. I still don't think it's CSC. You can see here, very deceptive, very manipulative.
This is impressive. Like, I mean, holy shit, this is impressive. Like, how can someone just, this is, everybody says, like, Joker arc. This is a real one. Like, this isn't like, oh, somebody made a comment about some, like, social issue that's, like, wrong. No, this guy, he takes matters into his own hands.
And then he continued here. I mean, anyone can make an email like
Just
first, last name,
one bad video.
gmail.com. It's definitely a fraud. And then here we have, yeah, it's the people like us who suffer, the little guys, or just anyone with fewer than 250K YouTube subscribers and 100K Twitter followers. But
yeah, it's us, man. Like, we're getting fucked over, dude. And so he's actually like, so he's doing this and he's trying to act sympathetic. Oh my God. How about another joke, Murray? How about another joke, Bungie? How about another DMCA? I think you're awful.
Bungie obviously wasn't amused by this, given their $7.6 million lawsuit, and certainly content creator friends and acquaintances felt, as Owen Spence
this is
states,
a wild animal.
lied to, betrayed, and unbelievably upset that someone we knew and trusted would do this. Literally almost all Destiny music on YouTube is gone because of this. To close things off, here's a report from Paul Tassi pointing to this Reddit post that was posted by Lord Nazo, 1,400 words. It's this rant, once again trying to manipulate and rally the community to work against Bungie, pretending like Bungie is the villain when he was the one doing all of the unjustified copyright takedowns, abusing the system. In this post, he was literally describing what they were doing verbatim as part of some bizarre ploy that feels like half revenge, half a very stupid plot to get their own legitimately deleted channel reinstated.
So he's trying to fucking go out there and make them look bad. Holy fuck. This is amazing. Is this a plot to an anime? Holy fuck, like this is, in my opinion, this guy's better than Quantum. Quantum's just a dumbass. This guy, like, this guy's got everybody involved. Like, this guy, like, Quantum's just a jackass. This guy is out of control.
The original post was made on March 17th, the day he was sending out 38 takedown notices, including targeting his own friends with them. Look, you can argue with Bungie being out of line with the way they dealt with Destiny music being uploaded.
I wonder if he copyright striked himself. Because I bet he did. I bet if he's still on a channel at this point, he would have copy striked himself. He actually did. He did. He copyright striked himself, man. What a fucking hero, man. Buenos Aires guy. Yeah, this is impressive. He's got to make it look legit.
On YouTube, you can definitely criticize that aspect, but Bungie owns the copyright to Destiny, and if they somehow feel like those music uploads are doing damage to them, and if the content isn't transformative enough, they do have the right to take that down.
Which is
that's
unfortunate.
something they can do, and the best way to approach that isn't by engaging with them on a criminal level. It's to criticize, is to make your voice heard, and to kind of convince Bungie, hey, this is wrong and you're breaking down community goodwill, don't do this. Like, that would be the approach. But hurting your own friends, hurting the entire Destiny community, and directly going after the company by abusing their own copyright against them, that's a road that's just gonna make you look like an asshole, and that's gonna get you just completely...
I am just, like, I'm sorry. Doing this was never Bungie himself. Dude, this guy is... He should have used NordVPN. I can't believe this. This is amazing. Like... I'm impressed. I just... I'll be right back, okay? Like, I just... Oh my god. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, boys. What the heck? Shut up. Listen, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is the hero that we needed, not the one that we deserved. Yeah, it's like, what are the odds, though, that, like, somehow YouTube actually makes the DMCA system better because of him? So he actually wins. Like, like, what if he's actually the main character all along? 0% chance? I don't know. I mean, I think that they might do something like that. It doesn't seem super unlikely to me. Oh shit, my desk fucking thing is falling out. Give me a second. I'll turn it back on in a minute. Got it. I have to use pliers to do this. This piece of shit desk is so annoying. I hate this piece of shit.
And utterly financially destroyed. Lord Nazo became the very thing that he was rallying against. He became a copyright abuser. He became the very quote-unquote monster that he was.
He had to do it. He had to do it. He didn't want to do it, guys, but he had to do it.
Hunting and engaged in the way he felt was wrong and inflicted that to others. And if that's his way of trying to prove a point, then he's not going to get any support from anyone with that level.
I feel like there's a certain part of me, I am genuinely fucking impressed by this. I really am. The dedication to the cause. It's like this person is, he doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about his own well-being. He's not using a VPN. He's DMCAing himself. He's DMCAing the company. He's pretending to be somebody representing the company, telling other people not to make videos about it. This guy, what you have to admit is that he believes in his cause. This is a man who is willing to go to war. You know? And it doesn't matter what it costs. It doesn't matter what it takes. He's a fucking demon.
Full of betrayal, and now he's got a lawsuit to deal with.
I love
Basically
this.
got nobody on his back now.
Wow.
Because of how dishonestly, manipulatively, and how just in a very damaging manner he engaged this situation, going scorched earth and just thinking incredibly selfishly. And I have little doubt
that one man could cause all this chaos. One man. All it takes is one bad day. One bad DMCA is all it takes. Holy fucking shit.
that his friends and cohorts who were utterly betrayed by Lord Nazo will be looking at this situation as a case of, you know, you kind of reap what you sow. But that's one man's take on this situation. Let me know in the comments below what you think about the whole Bungie taking down music situation, and then the way Lord Nazo responded
Lord
when
Nazo
his
was
channel
right.
was taken down after he refused to abide by
Holy
Bungie's
shit.
policies on YouTube music uploading of Destiny soundtrack.
Wow.
And now this lawsuit coming against him. Share your thoughts below, and to be further updated on all things gaming
Lord
news,
Nazo, have a
reviews, and
GoFundMe.
discussions, stay
Chill.
tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
I wish he had played more into, like, the story. I think this story is just so fucking outrageous. It's like the character becomes so outrageous, so outlandish, so extreme, so disconnected from reality that you almost want that character to win because you want to see the world burn. It's like you want to see things change. You want to see something different. It's nuts, man. This is an actual good villain. Most villains on YouTube are garbage. It's like, this guy's a villain because he keeps saying the N-word, you know, in like these Discord chats that keep getting linked. This guy's a villain because he like DDoSes people. Like, okay, right? Like, whatever. Like, who gives a shit? Like, no, this is a real villain. Yeah, it's like, and the reason why this guy is such a great villain is the fact that he does not think that he's a villain. He, I guarantee you, thinks that he did the right thing. He's like, you know what? Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it. Everybody else wasn't afraid. I'm not. I'll do it. That's it. Everybody's a hero in their own story. Yeah, a good villain is the hero in their own story. I agree. Yeah, I'll link you guys the videos. Darth Vader. Yeah, I love watching this guy's videos. They're fucking great. I'll look at the Cyberpunk thing, and then after that, I do want to watch the I'm gonna watch the Diablo Immortal fucking Lazy Peon video. And then afterwards, I think we might get into like some games a little bit earlier today, have a little bit of fun. I haven't played any video games for a while, so we'll see, okay? Oh, actually, I'll watch this one maybe too. But let me go over here. What made Cyberpunk fail? Is this it? Yeah, all right. This one just came out. Yeah, surely video games. Imagine that. All right, here we go. Let's watch it.
Very important video. June 23rd at precisely 9:34.
I haven't watched one of this guy's videos for a while.
Okay, today is possibly a very important video.
That's good.
June 23rd at precisely 9:34 a.m., I received an email. This email was from a whistleblower claiming to be an employee of Quantic Lab. For those that don't know, Quantic Lab is a QA testing company, an outsourced quality assurance company, to be precise, operating out of Romania. Initially intended to be a game development company, that business model proved unviable at the time, and a transition was made to quality assurance.
Smart.
Quantic Lab has a bit of a bumpy history. After bankruptcy early on, they were acquired by THQ Nordic, and then in late 2020, finalized in 2021, I believe, they were acquired in a bulk purchase by Embracer Group, which is an industry powerhouse. Specifics and timeline aside, Quantic Lab has operated as a QA testing company for some very large names in the industry over these past years. Right. Adding this in after the fact, it occurs to me that I should probably define what outsourced QA actually is. Let's say you're a publisher and you have a video game or a piece of software.
You pay people to make sure it's good.
Similar. How do you go about improving it? Well, you have a variety of different options, but one of the most important things that you can do is have it tested by a team of people who are dedicated to finding when, where, and specifically how it breaks. Now, some publishers have what's called in-house QA teams, which is a...
This is the Blizzard has in-house QA teams. Basically, what the QA team does at Blizzard is... So, yeah. And so we'll get back to the video.
Separate department of testers under the same corporate banner who fulfill that role. But many publishers and software companies actually don't have in-house teams, and instead they outsource the process of testing for bugs, glitches, and other defects to a third party.
There's a friend of mine that was working at one of these companies.
It is a third party that takes on the responsibility of testing products, because theoretically they are able to then standardize and perfect that procedure for maximized results. Game developers have a particular skill set, and quality assurance is actually a completely different skill set. So we don't expect, nor should we expect, that the same team who made the game itself does all of the rigorous testing required to ensure that it's ready to ship.
No.
That is what Quantic Lab does.
Right,
Outsourced
it makes
quality
sense.
assurance. According to their website, they have worked on titles like Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Cyberpunk 2077, and a
I'm going to be honest. I think they should take that one off of their website. Yeah, just take that one off the site. Because, like, you know, it didn't really... It was, like, fucked up on release. So it's like, maybe you just shouldn't... You shouldn't have that one on there.
Most of smaller projects as well. For today, we need to focus primarily on Cyberpunk 2077 because it is one of the most high-profile examples in all of gaming.
A lot of people know that.
But my source was exceptionally clear that this kind of scenario is not isolated to just one game
or
one project. Nearly everyone involved in video games has likely heard of Cyberpunk 2077. It is one of the most famous examples of launch day failure in existence, and yet the true reason for that failure is almost a total mystery. Some will tell you that it came from corporate oversight, management failure, and shareholder expectations that led to a spiral of bad decision-making. But
my assumption of why Cyberpunk didn't go well is because it was going to be released during COVID. I thought part of it was COVID, and part of it was like their ego. That like, they're like, well, we made Witcher 3. Of course this game's going to be good. That's what I thought it was going to be. Like, I don't know, but that was my assumption of why the game went badly.
Developers themselves were largely innocent. This is likely true to a significant degree, but is it the only thing? Others will claim that they simply bit off more than they could chew. Technology wasn't ready for this level of ambition, and this was
It's a
inevitably
big
going
game.
to happen as the marketing cycle spun out of control.
That's
There are a
normal.
multitude of theories, claims, and speculations, but
He's got a
today I
headache.
want to highlight the information I was given and put forward an entirely different explanation, which will simultaneously shed light on an area of the gaming industry that needs radical improvement.
Okay.
This is where I have to clarify a few things. This is a whistleblower highlighting what may very well be illegal corporate practices while violating their non-disclosure agreement in order to put forward the truth.
Wow.
To bolster credibility and verify legitimacy, they sent a series of documents. I've been able to examine a 72-page QA testing file, Quantic Lab human resources paperwork, workflow charts, production maps, detailed spreadsheets tracking productivity, and some additional documentation from very early in the QA/development process. These are blurred in totality because I'm fairly sure that they are confidential, highly confidential, and that
Do you guys believe it? I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Yep.
basis could be used to take down the video if I show them directly. My subjective opinion
That's true.
from examining these files is that they are legitimate. The annotations seem real when compared to actual in-game missions, employee names, and dialogue. The timeline matches perfectly when compared to development roadmaps and the alleged issues, plus a few other things that lead me to believe that this person is exactly who they say they are, and does have internal knowledge of the corporate and functional environment inside Quantic Lab.
Okay.
However, I do not have internal corporate memos or email chains and policy paperwork that mirrors the specific claims that they make in terms of illegal activity. That kind of information would almost certainly expose their identity right off
They
the bat.
wouldn't do it on an email. Like, you don't type on an email. Like, you know this, right? It's like, so if you... Like, this is why most people, it's like if you're doing anything illegal a lot, people don't use smartphones a lot that do that. They use a fucking flip phone because there's less technology in them. This is probably less the case now, but it was more the case then. And so, Ahayo, thank you very much for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you have the burner phone, exactly. And so, anyway, you've got this, and on top of that, you have other just common sense measures where you just don't say what you're doing in the emails or in like the phone calls, because you never know what's gonna get you caught.
If showcased anyway, and the company allegedly has extremely tight control over what you can and cannot say, with strict and very aggressive non-disclosure agreements, as well as security measures to prevent leaked material. So the point here is, I believe the source to be real. They have provided extensive evidence to support that fact, and have made serious claims about the quality of QA activities at Quantic Lab. With
I
all
feel
that
like this guy, like, very rarely has he come out with like stuff that's been bullshit. Like, yeah, and it's like also, I think another bit of bolstering evidence for upper echelon, this is upper echelon gamer video, is that, do you remember whenever he did the video, we didn't watch this, I wanted to watch it, but we didn't watch it. Do you remember whenever he did the video about the celebrity NFTs? And he said that he thought that it was a conspiracy, and then the video comes out later on that was made by Fillion that confirmed it. So this guy's actually had a pattern of being right about this stuff.
that in mind, let's dive in.
Think about that.
Cyberpunk 2077, as we are all undoubtedly aware, would encounter a tremendous number of problems before, during, and after release. But one of the worst and most damaging issues, according to my source, was quality assurance. Fourth quarter 2019 is when it truly began. Project leads were sent to Poland, interfacing directly with CD Projekt Red, and the initial team was given their task. One small issue. That initial team was intended to be composed of industry veterans, those with extensive experience in quality assurance who understood the process and workflow.
That makes
sense.
sense.
But in reality, it was almost completely composed of what the industry calls juniors, who had less than a year, or worse, less than half a year of experience.
Oh my
CD
God.
Projekt Red was not aware of this. In fact, according to my
What?
source, they had been operating under the impression that they would receive a dedicated team of veteran testers, and most likely thought that this would contain some of the same people who worked on Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. In reality, those veterans had almost all resigned from the company, but CD Projekt Red did not know this. Even the project leader had barely 1 year of experience, and when we are talking about one of the most ambitious games in all of history, that kind of inexperience is a problem. I would like to clarify, the individual testers and managers, from what I am told, did the best with what they had. They worked hard, they gave it their all, but as we will soon discuss, there is only so much you can do when the deck is stacked against you. Ironically,
Well, they're not trained to do it. It's not their fault. It's that they don't have the experience. They don't know what to look for as much as somebody who's been doing it for 10 years. I mean, really, it's just common sense. But I don't understand, like, why would you do this? It doesn't make any sense to me.
In here, people have accused upper management of ruining the Cyberpunk 2077 launch many times in the past at CD Projekt Red. Upper management inside Quantic Lab would prove to be an issue. Somehow, some way,
Money?
a philosophy...
Like, I mean, but the thing is... So, like, logically, it just doesn't make any sense to me that why would this company do this? Because, so, like, obviously, CD Projekt Red is, like, one of their biggest, their biggest clients. And also, like, not only are they one of their biggest clients, but they're also one of the clients that give them authenticity and give them legitimacy. So, like, why would you go and take your biggest client that gives you not only legitimacy, but also, like, authenticity and a bunch of money? Why would you do something to sabotage their game? Like, it doesn't make sense to me business-wise. It seems like this is a very, very bad business decision. And, like, that's the only reason why I'm doubting this a little bit, is that I usually expect people to work in their own self-interest, right? That they're going to do what's best for them. So why would they do what's worst for them? Why would they do and make Cyberpunk a bad game willingly? It doesn't make any sense. More work, more money. And so, like, yeah, like, I understand that, like, you can come up with reasons, right? Like, money, like, they didn't have the people there, like, whatever. But, like, none of that really makes sense to me. Like, this is like it's like, this is such an incompetency failure that it's almost hard for me to believe that it happened. But I did watch the Concordia video by Internet Historian. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Raw number of bugs would somehow equal good performance had taken hold within the corporate structure. And this led to a bit of a problem. A policy became enacted where bug quotas were implemented for testers, the highest of which, pertaining to free roam, I think it was set to 10 per day per worker, according to my source.
How many of you guys worked at a company that introduced some sort of numeric formula to grade your work, and it caused everybody's work to deteriorate? Any government workers here? So not only did my department have this problem at the IRS, but my dad's department had it even worse. Because, like, my dad did obviously, like, his job was more complex than mine. So he would have people that would just fucking full send an application whenever they shouldn't have done that. Because the process to actually investigate an individual takes longer, and it makes your score lower. Yeah, he just rolled it. Yeah, they just ran it down mid. This is, I'm telling you guys, like, having these different, like, process analysis, fucking formulaic goals that are created by people that don't understand the work, this is so fucking bad. It is the worst thing that you can possibly have in a company. Wow.
The idea was that this would drive productivity and craft a clean, polished game.
The opposite.
The decision came from the top down.
The absolute opposite.
In theory, sure, that might work with a proper timeline, but for something as ambitious as Cyberpunk 2077, something else began to happen, something more sinister. In order to meet this quota, every single day, testers began to bombard the development team with thousands of small visual and performance glitches.
Yes.
Something tasked as negligible on the priority scale. It was not severe. It was
because people stop, because you gamify work. You gamify the job. That now this person is not trying to find bugs and improve the game. Now they have a separate goal that is to fulfill a checklist of activities that they're graded on. Yeah, you basically, you take it from, like, farming gold to, like, doing daily quests. And they do their dailies, and that's it, to keep their jobs. And also, like, the employees, by the way, are not doing the wrong thing. Because the employees that don't follow this rule are the ones that get fired. So of course they're going to gamify their work because they don't want to lose their fucking job. The people that are at fault here are, in my opinion, it's number one CD Projekt Red, because you should have oversight over the people that are running a game that's like your biggest fucking game that you've ever made, right? They did fuck up. They should have been on top of this. Absolutely, it's their responsibility, but it is not just, it's their responsibility, but it is not their fault. It is the executive leadership and the people that made these systems at the QA team that caused this to happen. It is not the QA testers' fault, because they were given a set of criteria and then they were made to follow that criteria, or their job was on the line. I don't fucking agree with that. Like, they're stupid. Should they do that? They have to. It's their fucking job, man. Like, it's just such horse shit.
Important. It was very small things all day, every day.
Yeah, of course.
A little bit of clipping on an item or a wall.
Who
A little
cares?
bit of pavement that had some texture problems, an audio bug and some dialogue, etc., etc. Instead of focusing on core issues with mechanical problems, quest lines, or game-breaking exploits being the target, a massive, never-ending fire hose of random, unimportant glitches were being sent to the developers that consumed a ridiculous number of work hours to fix. But the vast majority of those bugs were totally irrelevant. Now,
no, they don't matter. Like, most bugs in video games don't make a difference. Because, like, the game-breaking bugs, the usually just the reality is, like, graphical bugs and, like, like, texture bugs and interactivity bugs. Like, you walk on top of something and, like, your feet are slightly underneath it. These are very easy to find. Anybody can find this in any game very quickly. But, like, finding the big bugs, like the big problems, and then also, like, as a tester, and this is, like, you know this if you work in QA, the main thing that's hard for you to do is not to find it, it's to be able to recreate it. Being able to just see what's wrong. Oh yeah, I see why this is happening, but why did it happen? What is the chain of events that lead this to occurring? And yes, replicating a bug. And that's the hard part every single fucking time. It's the same thing. Like, I used to repair computers, so, like, I know this. So it's so hard, especially in video games, right? Because you have, like, infinitely many more variables. It's so hard to isolate a variable and then remove it so you can use it as a control. It's so hard to do that.
don't get me wrong, polish is absolutely
and by the way, that's the difference between somebody who's been doing this for 10 years and somebody who's been doing this for 10 months. Is they know how to isolate those a lot faster.
Any game, but what's more important is core functionality.
Mm-hmm.
And when you are required to submit a high number of bugs per day, it gets
That's a lot
harder
of
and
wind.
harder to uncover or replicate the important issues.
Yes.
The ultimate consequence of this, labor is spent on fixing surface level problems, while the underlying foundation is left to rot, because the quality assurance team isn't really able to dig into it. Eventually, after being bombarded by these...
And they're not able to dig into it because they're being graded on how many holes they dig, not how deep the holes are. So this exact same thing happened to Blizzard. So you guys remember, like 10 years ago or so, whenever you'd get a GM and the GM would generally know what they're talking about, and they would tell you a GM joke and they'd talk with you and like figure out your problem and solve it for you, like 10 years ago, and some of them, they'd be in game, etc. But then what Blizzard did, they did the exact same thing, is that they created a process analysis sheet. They created a criteria. You're supposed to follow or file or solve this many tickets this many times. And guess what? What do the GMs do now? Well, they want to keep their job. I mean, shit. They want to keep getting paid $9 an hour by Blizzard in California. Of course they have to do that. So they are doing it gamifies their job, and then instead of doing their job, they play the game. That's exactly what happened.
Smaller issues for a lengthy period of time, hundreds per day, thousands in total, easily. CD Projekt Red just stopped focusing on them.
Yep.
Quantic Lab was specifically instructed to stop sending them through the low-priority bug finds and to focus on bigger issues. But the damage was already done, and CD Projekt Red was already very unhappy. Short timelines, ambitious project, inexperienced...
Because, yeah, if you're a developer, like any developer knows, this is the truth. It's the same with anything. You're going to have little bugs and little problems. So, like, if you focus on fixing all of these little bugs and little problems, you will never fully complete that. There will always be bugs in video games. Like, Elden Ring has bugs. Every fucking game has bugs.
overworked quality assurance
It's a
team
matter of
members,
priorities.
plus a huge delay in fixing core systems because of an arbitrary quota. Well, that's a perfect storm.
Exactly.
The internal pressure here, again, according to my source, was intense. Everyone was cramming to get this done, and everyone was forced to ride the person beneath them to get more done because the lost time and lack of experience had boiled over. But perhaps there was a solution. In the summer of 2020, the testing team was expanded. 30 testers became 60 testers, and with that doubled team size came the expectation for double productivity. This turned out to be an absolute disaster.
What was the rule? Where increasing the amount of people on a software development job actually increases the amount of time that it takes? There's a literal fucking rule for this. Yeah, it's Mammoth something. I don't know what it was. Brooks Law? It might be. Yeah, it's nonlinear scaling. Not quite, but yeah, it's something like that. Mythical Man Month. Really? I've never heard of it called that. Yeah, but there's actually, this is a codified, like, a truth that people understand to be true, is that adding more people to a software development job does not increase how fast it gets done. And in fact, it has the opposite effect because those other people that just came in need to be caught up on it.
Quantic Lab was already struggling to fully staff all of their other projects, not just Cyberpunk 2077, so they were short on workers. These 30 new testers didn't come from other departments or games. They weren't industry veterans with any sort of experience. They were brand new hires, most of which had no prior knowledge of or experience with quality assurance.
Holy
Some
shit.
of them, the lucky ones, got 2 to 4 weeks of training, but some didn't. And for all their effort, and they did try to succeed, new employees in a field like that are not immediately useful. It takes time for them to understand the field. It takes experience for them to overcome obstacles and become productive eventually. So a team size doubling actually ended up hurting the overall project. Imagine having a team of functional testers that suddenly doubles in size, but the second half of that team doesn't know
anything.
What the fuck they're doing.
Exactly.
Rather than just working on the project, veterans and senior employees are having to train multiple of their coworkers in real time as they try to complete an already nearly impossible task. And once that chain of dominoes begins to fall, well, we've all seen what happens. Looking at these issues in tandem, you have a QA team that is either failing to keep up with the intended timeline, or worse yet, hindering the development as they struggle against an arbitrary quota that only serves to overwhelm and bog down the developers with non-critical exploits or bugs. It likely wasn't the only issue that led to the launch day failures of Cyberpunk 2077, but if true, it was a large and contributing factor that put pressure on an already strained process. But
well, it's also like you have to keep in mind that it is still like CD Projekt's Red's responsibility. Like at the end of the day, it is their responsibility to deliver a quality game. Now, I think that you can look at this situation and say that, yes, it was clearly, like assuming this is true, it was clearly Quantic Lab's fault that this happened, but CD Projekt Red should have been on top of it. I know that we ran into this problem with OTK with the 1-year anniversary event. We had a production company run our 1-year anniversary event, and it was a disaster. You guys remember it? It was awful. Now, was that our fault? No, it was not our fault. We did not do that. But it is our responsibility. It's our fucking name on it. And at the end of the day, it's us that has to take the fucking hit. That's what happens, right? Like that's what fucking happens. It sucks, but you've got to be used to it. Minus 60K, it was a lot of fucking money. Yeah, that's the way it goes. You have to be responsible for your product. So I think it's also CD Projekt Red's faults too.
It is alleged by my source that during 2019 and 2020 especially, though these practices still exist to this very day, Quantic Lab would make false claims about team size to secure or extend contracts. This is where things get a whole new level of serious, because claiming to a partner that you will have, say, arbitrary number, 20 workers testing their product, but then having just 10 or less, means that they will get a severely reduced result. The quality will take a nosedive. And this will also put an insane amount of pressure on the testers who actually are working, which puts Quantic Lab in a really awful position. They have a multitude of partners, some public, some private, and when the quality of work is degrading as a result of lower team size than advertised, that would be an issue. It is also what can lead to a strained relationship, which is precisely what happened with CD Projekt Red, as they allegedly noticed that the quality of results they were receiving did not stand in line with expectations, owing to the fact that there was a significant lack of experience. To counter this, Quantic Lab allegedly holds a strict and very oppressive non-disclosure system. A 10,000 euro penalty for disclosing any confidential information whatsoever, and the definition of confidential becomes very flexible. Workers could not ever discuss projects that they worked on. Name in the credits does not matter. Don't talk about it. Don't use it as a portfolio example, reference material, or mention your involvement for any reason in any capacity.
Are NDAs still legally binding if the NDA is protecting somebody from an illegal activity? I thought that NDAs no longer are legally binding if they're used to obfuscate. Yeah, I don't think that like I'd have to like talk to a lawyer about this, but this is my understanding, is that yes, they're not. So I actually don't I don't fully, because like effectively what they did is fraud. Because like at a certain extent, doing a bad job, so like there's a, not in the USA, I don't know. I don't know. This was in Europe. It's in Romania. There's a lot of laws to it, and they do things differently over there. But like, that's what, like logically, that's what would make sense to me. Anyway, so I'm getting fired up over this one. Oh my God. So like, oh my God. They had to have said something about it. And on top of that, if there's like a spectrum of doing a bad job, and if somebody does such a bad job, you can sue them for negligence or for breaking a contract. Like if the job is just literally absolute garbage and you are being completely fucking lied to about what you're getting. Yeah, they won't sue though? I'm not sure. I mean, now that it's out, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? That's how it works in the construction industry. Exactly. Yeah, of course. That's the way it has to work.
Management would threaten legal action, force employees to take down any mention that they had worked on specific projects, and these oppressive systems succeeded in one critical way, by suppressing information about corporate malpractice. My source also described an atmosphere where dissent is not tolerated. Disagree?
Sounds like my stream.
Disagree too loudly, you'll be reprimanded, and continue to disagree long enough, or do even small arbitrary things that upper management disagrees with, you'll be coerced into resignation, which then stops any sort of internal change from ever happening. When it comes to blame, I don't believe it's my place to personally speculate. This person is the one responsible, that person should be fired, etc., etc. It's just
it's hard to say.
My source has some strong opinions on that front, and certainly has a set of names that they believe are fully and holistically culpable. But
I think that it's as I said, it's ultimately CD Projekt's Red's responsibility, because they should not have released the game. Like, they had to have played the game and play tested the game before it got released in its final state. Like, you can logically assume that happened. So a lot of these bugs happened. These are like day one bugs that were happening. So you have to assume that in those first playthroughs of the game, right before the game was released, they must have encountered some of these bugs. I think you can logically assume that. And in the process of encountering these bugs, they, at that point, said, go ahead, let's do it live. And they sent it out there. So it is their fault and it is their responsibility for this. However, you can see how they got fucked. Like, it's not completely their fault. Like, they got fucked.
Summarized as an issue with upper management of the company, their ultimate goal seems to be spurring some kind of action to improve the company's culture and policy. Operating under the belief that all of this is precisely accurate, Embracer Group conducting some kind of internal audit would absolutely expose these issues, and could very well lead to a better functioning environment. Quantic Lab provides a valuable service, if done properly, and that service is utilized by many companies in the video game industry and beyond to test their products.
Not anymore.
Better methodology and corporate governance equals better testing. Better testing means better games, and better games quite obviously means that customers will have a better experience. It all flows down like a river. So Embracer Group...
No, it's the same thing with Blizzard. Like, a lot of the problems that people had, of the people that had, like, bad experiences at Blizzard, if you guys remember this, were people in, like, the GM and the QA teams. And it's like, guess what? Isn't it weird that the teams that have had these terrible experiences were the same teams that people perceive the quality has gone down with? So, yeah, it's like you're not paying them any money. They have shit work conditions. Big surprise, you get a bad fucking product.
Becoming aware would
Weird how that
probably
works,
be a good thing. Regardless, a well-articulated whistleblower decided to contact me. After examining everything that they gave me, I decided it was worth covering, so here we are. Cyberpunk 2077 may not have failed exclusively because of a faulty QA process, but if true, it was certainly a major contributing factor in the overall decline of that game pre-launch, culminating in what we saw during December of 2020. That is to say, one of the most controversial examples of a AAA game launching in an unfinished condition.
I think Cyberpunk is the new gold standard, or really the brown standard for games. Like, if anybody is like, man, like a AAA game can't do this bad, and then somebody will always say, well, what about Cyberpunk? It's the brown standard. Yep, there we go. No Man's Sky? Yeah, but No Man's Sky got better, so, like, people like it.
Be done? I'm not sure. Perhaps Embracer Group or some higher functioning party can take a look at what's going on, but for now, this would explain a great deal of why and how Cyberpunk 2077 became infamous for failure.
That's awful.
If you want to support the channel, there are links down below, primarily Locals and Patreon to get away from AdSense, also Odyssey, a YouTube platform alternative. There is another YouTuber to check out, merchandise, social media, and more. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. One final note, if they do decide to threaten legal action or take down the video or something like that, I mean, I'm going to view it as a sign of guilt. That's just my opinion, but yeah. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night.
I would too. I would too. Absolutely. Cyberpunk's actually good now? Yeah, but it's the same thing with No Man's Sky. This is a really good video. There's a follow-up? Hold up. Oh shit, yo, there is a follow-up. There's a follow-up video right here. It says Cyberpunk 2077 Quantum Lab follow-up. Let me pull this up. By the way, like, give this guy a sub, give the video a like. Like, this is actual, by the way, guys, this seems like it's actual journalism. It does. It seems like it's actual journalism. It's actual information, not just like fucking, like whatever you want to call it, like just an opinion piece or something like that. This is good work. This is a good fucking video. I think this deserves respect. It deserves support, man. It's great. Yeah, it's not a bunch of opinions. It's just him laying out the facts. I mean, as much as he can in this video, right? Which obviously is not a whole lot. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss screen. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, boy. Upper Echelon Gamers. Yeah, I actually had one of his videos. I was going to watch the video about the fucking celebrity NFT thing, and I just never really got around to it. Maybe I'll watch that after this. I don't know. But as I said, I wanted to get in some other videos too, or some games too. And so I'll run some ads. Oh, fuck that. I'm going to run ads. Who cares? So this is an update. Link the previous video? Yeah. Let me link it to you guys one more time. There's the video again. And we're watching now the follow-up video on it. This came out today.
Okay, a couple of days ago, I posted a video about outsourced quality assurance and, more specifically, a company called Quantic Lab.
We saw that.
That story was given to me by a whistleblower who also allowed me to examine dozens of internal documents to prove their identity. My conclusion was that this person does have insider knowledge and is speaking from a position of authority, so I collaborated with them to create a video. In that
Smart.
video, there were 3 main points of interest. First, Quantic Lab had a team of junior testers working on Cyberpunk 2077 after being contracted for a quality assurance project.
Yes.
Second, Quantic decided to implement a bug quota for specific sections of the game, which led to a massive influx of low-priority issues as inexperienced testers tried to meet that
Wash hands?
requirement.
No. Why do I
And
wash my
third,
hands? I gotta
for
clean dick.
multiple other projects, Quantic Lab was allegedly making false representations about team size during and beyond 2019 and 2020. That video has begun to make the rounds on gaming news websites. It started in Forbes, written about by Paul Tassi, moved on to be copied and pasted on probably dozens of other websites,
Yeah,
from
of course.
Kotaku Australia to Screen Rant and beyond. And watching that happen has once again underlined precisely how flawed gaming journalism has become, and requires me to issue some clarifications. I don't need to clarify because my initial coverage was wrong. I need to clarify because the media game of telephone has started to get a little bit out of control.
Like, that was the funniest fucking thing. The media game of telephone. I love that. Do you remember whenever Belluer made the video about the Diablo Immortal, the amount of money that it would cost to make your game, your character as good as possible? And he's like, yeah, I got this from a Reddit post. And then all of these news articles started just taking what Belluer said as if it's just the fucking 10 commandments inscribed to Moses by God, and just saying like, yeah, this is how much it is. It's like Belluer said in his video, it's like if you repeat it enough times, it just becomes true. It's like, well, it's $106,000. Everybody knows that. Well, because they said it. Well, why'd they say that? Well, because he said it. Well, why'd he say it? Well, because they said it. Well, why'd he say it? It's like, okay, there we go. It's 10 minutes of research. It's actually 540K. We're going to watch that video too, actually. Probably after this. I know that.
With the story. I've talked about this before, but the way gaming media and legacy media in general, it seems, has begun to operate resembles...
As soon as one of them posts it, then everybody else posts the same thing as if it's true. Because they're like, well, if they're posting bullshit, well, if we all post bullshit, then, well, I mean, then nobody's really wrong, because everybody's wrong. And if everybody's wrong, how could anybody be wrong?
Children's game of telephone. One child says a word or a phrase, the next one repeats what they heard, around you go, time after time, and eventually the last one in the circle repeats the phrase out loud. Anyone who has
I
played
was the
this...
person in telephone, they'd be like, cat, cat, cat. I'd be like, dog. I just fucking, I would just say some dumbass shit. Well, I would change shit up. I'd be like, yeah, there it is. Just to mess with people, man.
game will probably know that you almost always
And
end up
then,
with
by the
gibberish.
way, after I would do that, you know how, like, at the end of it, they would have everybody say what they said out loud? I would say cat out loud. I said cat. I said cat. Like, I'm playing two different levels, man. Yeah. You little shit. Yeah.
Or a completely different phrase. And the issue is that incremental change with each repeated iteration leads to a degradation in the raw information.
Yes.
It's a mouthful, I know, but it's true. Basically,
True
by the
and
time
real.
you reach the end of the circle, no one knows what the fuck is going on, and the initial phrase is completely lost.
Absolutely.
That's a much more extreme, but in my opinion, also fairly accurate example of how media has come to operate in recent years. And today, I need to just jump right in. As
Well, the
whispers-
reason why media operates that way is because it's cheaper. It's cheaper to like fucking take some other media stuff and then just say like, yeah, this is true 100% and not even fact check it or anything. Offer any sort of commentary on it or anything whatsoever. It's way faster. Yeah, it's faster and it makes more money.
Go around and clarify a few specific things. Let's begin with Forbes.
Okay.
Credit to Paul Tassi. He was the first one to pick up on this story by far and obviously has his ear to the ground in the gaming space, so credit where credit is due.
Forbes is actually on point pretty regularly with like gaming stuff.
I also like a lot of his work and wanted to ensure that everyone knows this is not an indictment of his abilities. If anything, it's a simple recognition that my rhetoric was misunderstood, which led to the first discrepancy in the chain. Most
Yeah.
of this is perfectly on point, but one specific section reads, quote, Quantic Lab over-exaggerated the size of the team working on Cyberpunk 2077 in order to keep the contract.
That's not
end
true.
quote. That's not precisely true. And I hope that
Yeah.
my initial verbiage did not get misconstrued that way.
It didn't.
While it is alleged by my source that Quantic Lab misrepresented team size on multiple other projects during the same time frame and period of time and beyond, Cyberpunk 2077 was their crown jewel, if you will.
Yeah.
And they had a full team working on it as a result of that. A full but utterly inexperienced team, admittedly,
Yeah, it was the experience of the team, not the size of the team.
but still a full number of team members for that particular project. That's the first link in the chain, but now every single further...
And also, like, to be fair, that does not really change the story. Because both of them were fundamentally a misrepresentation.
publication that directly copies from Forbes, which is a large number, is going to misrepresent that information. There were quite a few articles that simply quoted the Forbes summary, thus regurgitating something that was not precisely accurate in terms of which particular teams were understaffed.
Yeah.
And even further, there were articles that then began pulling from the summary and misrepresenting who was the original party that allegedly implemented the bug quota. To be extremely clear, according to my source, Quantic Lab implemented the quota, not CD Projekt Red.
Well, of course they would, because they're, 100%. That would logically not make sense if Quantic Lab implemented the quota. Or, sorry, CD Projekt Red implemented the quota, because if that was the case, then they would have asked CD Projekt Red would not have asked them to stop submitting certain types of bugs. You see what I'm saying? Like, it would not logically make sense. Why do rich fucking companies not have QA of their own? Because you have to be really, really rich, and you have to be working on like multiple like consecutive titles in order to justify having an in-house QA. Like, you just think about it logically, right? If you make a game every 3 years or whatever, like you only have like one game you make every 3 years, it's probably cheaper to just pay somebody to do the QA than to pay a QA tester for all 3 of those years. Yeah, it's incredibly expensive. Yeah, it's logical. Yeah, it's hard to specialize too. Yeah, it's just logical. You have huge companies like Activision Blizzard, of course, that are able to do it. I honestly, like, I love these videos. Like, videos like this make me want to, like, make my own videos of, like, stuff like this. Like, I love this shit because it inspires me to, like, oh, man, I should make stuff that is, like, meaningful, right? I feel like videos like this are meaningful. They're great. Do it? Well, we have some interviews that we're going to be doing pretty soon with some of the people that are involved with, the loot box stuff in the EU. The reason why I haven't really done it recently is because the whole, like, abortion thing has been just, like, such a big topic. I feel like if we start bringing it up right now, people will do, like, this weird, oh, why are you thinking about this whenever women's rights are under attack, you know? And it would be, like, almost counterproductive to talk about it at this exact moment. So, like, give it, like, maybe a week or so, it'll be drowned out. Yeah, because, like, again, like, my goal is always to win. Win. And so that's what I think is the smartest thing to approach the situation with. And anyway, we're going to be doing that very soon. We did get a, basically, like, obviously with the whole Ted Cruz situation, guess what? He's fucking busy right now. And so, that's still going to happen, but, we're going to have to take probably a week or so to make sure that all this is taken care of. And, it is still going to happen, though. Everything's still on the table. And if you like this, a true journalism nowadays, yeah, I love this. I think this is great because I feel like one of the biggest problems now, right, like with like just the internet in general, and like news, like media, everything is like, fuck you. Okay, fine. Anyway, so like one of the biggest issues with like news and media, right, is that nobody knows what's true anymore. Nobody knows what's real. Everybody has like their own definition of reality, and they live inside of those definitions, and they never go outside of them.
Now, these kinds of clarifications aren't major or story defining, but what does have a pretty major impact is perception of motive. In the aftermath of Cyberpunk 2077's disastrous launch, Marcin Iwinski, co-founder, published a sort of apology video of sorts, and in that video, he said the following.
What?
Every change and improvement needed to be tested, and as it turned out, our testing did not show a big part of the issues you experienced while playing the game.
This drew widespread criticism in the moment, and there was a mistaken sense of outrage I have seen with regards to this. The following.
Every change and improvement needed to be tested, and as it turned out, our testing did not show a big part of the issues you experienced while playing the game.
This drew widespread criticism in the moment.
Because he was trying to blame them?
It's a mistaken sense of outrage I have seen with regards to this type of statement and my own previous coverage, where some people feel I am attempting to whitewash the culpability of CD Projekt Red. That's not actually the case.
The only people that think that are idiots. Like, any reasonable person knows that Yeah, like who the fuck thinks this?
Firmly, in point-blank terms, that poor leadership and mismanagement largely contributed.
It's
Shareholder
their
expectations, erroneous and damaging development timelines, developer crunch, all of this plays a part. And of course, on a basic level, the development team was aware that...
By the way, crunch is whenever you get worked 85 hours a week and you have to sleep at your desk and people develop blood clots and different other types of health problems. That's what they mean by crunch.
The product was broken. Anyone with a brain was aware that it wasn't ready for launch. But quality assurance encountering this type of issue, according to my source, played a significant role in the product ultimately being released in a condition even worse than it otherwise would have had the process been streamlined. Now, very recently on Twitter, Legacy Killer HD has claimed that he spoke with CD Projekt Red developers, or at least one, who claim it's laughable that they didn't know what was going on or that the game was broken, which would seem to contradict at least partially the claims made by Marcin Iwinski in his official response. But here's the thing, though. It's entirely possible for all of these angles to be true.
About this, spoke to a few different CD Projekt Red sources that worked on Cyberpunk. They all refuted this claim. One developer told me, we knew about the bugs that people were complaining about. This was not something that was unknown to us, but we did not have the time to focus on it. We were crunching like crazy, so we were paper thin at the end. Both of these two things can be true, and it could have been that the developers told them to stop sending in irrelevant bug reports because they didn't have the time. So both of these things could simultaneously be true. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? So this is not necessarily a refutation.
Once simultaneously. Bear with me, but here's a bit of a personal theory. What if the majority of testing was done on high-end machines? I have extensive anecdotal statements of my own from viewers about the drastic difference between experience from PC to console. The PC high-end developer systems create a sort of intrinsic bias in the process.
They do.
And if console testing was primarily outsourced, you can have a situation where, yes, developers know the game is broken, yes, management knows as well, but simply mandates the product be released at a specific time, for the holidays, actually.
Of
but
course.
despite knowing
Same thing
it
happened
is
with PUBG.
broken, they don't precisely know how, to the full extent they could, or at the very least have significantly less information on the specifics of how, which is to say, less than they would with a more streamlined QA process. And
yeah, that's absolutely probably what it was. That was a factor 100%. Because it's the same thing with like Elden Ring. Is like some people experienced slowdowns in Elden Ring at the launch, but other people didn't. Because some people had like way better PCs and they were able to process, even though there were errors, they were still able to process them relatively seamlessly. You know, you'd have that problem with like Tree Knight whenever you were fighting him, Tree Sentinel, and like whenever you're fighting him and looking at the Erd Tree in the distance and Limgrave. Well, that's like one example. And I bet players had that problem at the beginning, but testing might not have had that because they might have tested it on like high-end PCs.
Breakdown in experience as well as efficacy on the QA side may have contributed to all of this heavily. Many people seem to be viewing this as a statement of totality. If not for Quantic Lab, the game would have been great.
No.
But that's an asinine thought process, and my original video made no such indication toward that end.
Real.
According to my source, a significant breakdown in quality assurance contributed to the flaws that were then even directly cited by the co-founder of the company. Perhaps as a combined result of platform bias. I'm not sure. Here's the thing, though. That video, even if some people seem to be negligently or perhaps intentionally misrepresenting or misinterpreting it, opened the floodgates of information. I have to play a delicate game right now because in the aftermath I've been inundated with messages and emails that contain a lot of confidential information. This is an Icarus situation, I guess. I want to put it all out there, while protecting sources, of course, but I would be sued into oblivion, right? It's that type of information that goes that deep and that quantity. I don't just have sources in Quantic Lab now. I've talked with people that do QA for Electronic Arts, Bethesda, and even leakers who have extensive internal information from CD Projekt Red themselves,
and
not just Quantic Lab. Some of those sources describe a relatively similar situation at other companies, while some state that an army of monkeys, as they are referred to, not my term or my words, that was the nickname given at a specific studio.
It might not be your term, but is it really a bad term? Yeah, I mean, shit. I mean, I played some of these games and I think that, you know what? Monkey sounds just about fucking right.
Do low-level QA work while internally a high-level and highly skilled team tackles different problems. The variance between QA companies is quite high, it seems, and while some call it the worst experience of their entire life, others view it to be a simple stepping stone with no real controversy attached. From industry veterans to brand new hires, I have well over a dozen open email chains right now as I type this, with additional Discord messages, tons of them, and calls scheduled over the next few days to learn about the chain of events, more about QA in general, and get to the bottom of what the situation entailed.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I was given a screenshot internally of Quantic Lab's corporate response to all this, and it seems that they are perhaps considering legal action. That is, of course, entirely expected. I went into this knowing that that was likely going to be their response, but I stand by my initial video, and I'm fully confident that further...
I feel like the Quantic Labs thing, many companies, whenever they grow in size, because you can assume, like, let's play a little bit of a logic game here. So Quantic Labs, probably after Witcher 3 came out and was such a tremendous success, saw a massive growth in their company. And you can fucking compound that with COVID as well. So the company became much larger, much bigger. And how do many companies handle that? They handle that by creating different like algorithms that people have to do, different expectations. It's like at the government, you were a 1 through 5. You know, like you had to perform at 3, 4 is above average, 5 is exceptional. So this is what probably happened. And so in the process of scaling up the company that much larger and to have that many more employees, they probably added in some form of quantitative grading system to differentiate the good employees from the bad employees. So what are the odds that this happened? I feel like everything points to Quantic Lab doing this. This would be the logical conclusion. You see what I'm saying? Like, it makes sense that Quantic Lab would do this.
Information will come
Not
out
anymore.
very soon. I was also contacted by a Romanian news network claiming to be the largest television network in the entire country. They wanted to interview me, and I decided to decline that, but made sure my source was aware that they are interested in the story. It's not my place to go on major network TV stations for interviews. That's not what this was all about. And if we can get past the surface level animosity and emotion that permeates the subject of Cyberpunk 2077 to this very day...
I don't think, like, I don't care about the game. Like, I don't give a fuck about the game. I think this is a problem with all games. And it's something that, like, needs to... It needs to have, like, a little bit more of a light shown on it as well. Like, yeah, I don't care. Like, it's just a video game. Because, like, the same thing will keep happening. It's, again, it's not the fucking... It's not the golden egg. I care about the goose. This is just a... This is not a golden egg. It's a brown egg. But, you know, it's just an egg. I care about how do we keep getting eggs.
There is something to dig into here. Reporting on all this is actually becoming rather tricky. Many of the people I talk to with the most access to information have the most fear of penalty, and thus they request anonymity. My answer is always yes when they say this, but that comes with its own set of issues.
I don't like people come to me with stuff like this too, right? He's not the only one. Like, this happened to me, especially with like all the Blizzard controversy stuff. I tell people, like, don't show me anything that you don't want me to fucking show other people. Because I don't want to have to pretend like I don't know something or like pretend like I don't understand something. Like, I want to be able to show everything. And like any data or like information that I showed during that, like I had to like triple check with like sources to make sure that they were okay. And I had to like redact things and all of that.
Who want to debate the specifics on what degree of impact this had with regards to Cyberpunk 2077 are welcome to do so. I don't care. But with Quantic Lab in mind, my gut tells me this goes a lot deeper than that. To summarize this follow-up, Cyberpunk 2077 was one of the largest projects that Quantic Lab has ever been given. Apparently, CD Projekt Red developers are telling another YouTuber that their role was minimal, which I really can't speak to at this time, but I don't care, because within that role, whatever scope it entailed, there was a breakdown in process, as well as expectation, that led to a disjointed and ultimately inferior QA result, according to my source. When reporting on this, several inaccuracies have surfaced, such as the idea that the Cyberpunk 2077 QA team size was lied about. That's not accurate. It was other projects at that time and into the future where misrepresentations were made to secure or extend contracts. Another claim I saw was that the bug quota was implemented by CD Projekt Red, which is also not true. This was a policy within Quantic Lab only. And though the majority of the information stands as is, we will undoubtedly see quite a bit more come out in the short term, which will build out the story further.
I don't know why so many people have such a hard time with reading comprehension. I don't understand it. Because it seems so simple. It seems like you just listen to what they say happened, and then that's what happened. Because they don't read it in general. Yeah, I don't know. It's just they're rushing to come out with a story. That could be it, man. Look at these comments pinned to reiterate. I'll look at it. They read what they want to. Yeah, it's just like you don't gain anything from misunderstanding something.
And yes, the buck stops with the company that literally sells the product. Obviously. Me, you, media, YouTubers, anyone, everyone is incapable of pretending that there is some kind of magical justification that unilaterally explains why and how this game launched in a terrible condition. Such a terrible condition. But
whenever you have a disaster this big, something this bad doesn't happen by itself. There are a lot of people that came together to make this fucking nightmare a reality. Yeah, there are a lot of people. There were probably mistakes, but I would assume probably over 50 people, 100 people fucked up in the chain of fuck-ups to this happening.
In a story that is rapidly becoming something much bigger, and a story that I will likely dig into far more in depth over the coming weeks,
I'm excited to see
Quantic Lab has allegedly contributed to that process and also faces its own set of controversies going forward. My email is down below. It's a bit overwhelmed at the moment, and I will do my best to respond to everything in a timely fashion, but I'm going to continue looking at all this because I believe there is a story far bigger beneath the surface. That's it. If you want to support, there are links down below: Locals, Patreon, Odyssey, merch, social media, another YouTuber, etc., but I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, and have a nice night.
That was a good fucking video. Like, this is very good to see. And like, again, I really like the fact that he came in and he clarified some of the things that were said, because this is what happened with Diablo Immortal, and it was just fucking ridiculous, man. I don't think this is like some kind of like gigantic conspiracy, by the way. I don't think this is some massive fucking huge thing that makes like it's a huge conspiracy, whatever. I don't think so at all. I think that it's just probably straight up people that don't understand what's going on and people that just are dumb. You know, like that's literally it. They're just dumb. They don't understand it. And you have the people working at the company that don't know how to, yeah, it's a bad company. Yeah, I mean, that's it. And it's also like some of them are not necessarily dumb. I think this is probably a mix of incompetency, hubris, and negligence. Probably all three of these came into play with this situation. You had the incompetency of the more junior developers and like testers, which, to be fair, I think that's completely fine. Like, they were set up to fail. That they shouldn't know things that way, right? Overconfidence, yeah. Hubris or overconfidence because they already thought that they had released a really great game with Witcher 3, so they thought that they couldn't fail with this. And also negligence for them not to make sure that this product was at a good state whenever it was released. However, I don't think they self-published this, so it could have been the publisher putting pressure on CD Projekt Red. And like, again, this is how like these video games end up getting released, where there's like 3 different groups of people that are all fucking up at the same time, and then you actually go back and you look at like whose fault it really is, and they do self-publish. Okay, well then that might not be it. But in general, this has been the case in the past. It's like you can almost never even figure out whose fault it really is, because it's like a matter of like, 0.1 degree to the left, 0.1 degree, and then you go out 500 miles and you're 2 miles off your fucking course. And I think that's what ends up happening with games like this, is that, little problems turn into bigger problems and you have mismanagement. I think Quantic Labs probably had trouble scaling up their company, and so they implemented these quantitative measures that turned jobs into games, and it made quality lower. So it's like a bunch of different things together. Blame executive always? I usually do. Because the thing is, the executives, they're getting paid a lot of money. They've got stock options because ultimately things are under their control and they are the ones responsible for them. That's it. The pressure and deadline and how ambitious the game was, or crux of it, I think there's a lot of things. It's like, as I said, 4 or 5 things coming together. And, we want to talk about the Diablo thing. And again, yes, I did see this. Apparently, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. We're going to look at the Diablo video in just a second. Let me pull it up, and then we'll watch the big one. And let's see if I got this one right here. Okay. So this is going to be a new video that we're going to look at. The number that Bellier is quoted was wrong. It was wrong. It's not only going to be $100,000 to max out a character, okay? It's going to be $500,000. Can you believe that? It's fucking insane. Let me link this video real quick. And apparently, yes, I wanted to double check this. Apparently, Greek God got banned on the Twitch here. If you guys want to see this, so I don't know really why he got banned. Let me see if there's any reason for it. I like Greek, and so I'm kind of surprised. Good, you guys don't like Greek. You're happy that he got banned. Greek God got banned. There it is. The raccoon is. Asmon proudly admits to littering. I don't. It's for guaranteed comments thinking about how I'm a bad guy. By the way. Guys, I'm an asshole. Everybody knows this. I'm a piece of shit asshole. Like, you don't need a thread to figure this out. Like, I would have just told you this. Yeah, I would have told you this already. Like, this is not a secret. Yeah, true. Like, oh my God. And let's see what he said. Anti-vaxxer, pack, rip bozo, hilarious, believed in science and losing weight, some mental breakdowns. I don't know what the fuck this is. So, does anybody actually know why he got banned? Does anybody know why Greek got banned or not? He was making a lot of general statements about the intelligence of racial and religious groups. He got banned for speaking the truth. Greek is based. Only twats hate him. He was speaking against vaccines. He went on 4 rants today. He said things against the USA president, so Biden shut him down. Honestly, this makes me, like, whenever he comes, I'll probably watch Greek stream. This sounds interesting, man. This guy, he really on one, huh? Like, is this Greek's Joker arc? Yeah, oh my God. He's really on one, man, based on these nuts. Yeah, he's on 2 ones. I remember one time Greek tweeted out the earth was flat. I don't know if it was a joke or not. I mean, I got no idea, but like he did tweet that shit out. Like I was like, damn, like what the fuck? And so Best Teeth on Twitch, yeah, I have no idea. He gets off quantum vibes, not exaggerating. I like Greek. I've always liked Greek. I don't know why. He's always been nice to me. I've been, friendly with him for years. Does he have some dumb opinions on things? Yeah, but I'm sure he thinks I have dumb opinions on things too. I'm not sitting there going through every single one of his opinions. So, by the way, I'm not going to say, this is guaranteed. I agree with every single thing that Greek has ever said. I'm not saying this. Here we go. Let's watch it. So this is the Diablo Immortal new whale mechanics. Over $500,000 to get your character geared per season.
That is one big pile of shit.
That's just about right. Yep. Sure is.
Hello everyone and welcome to Action RPG. I'm your host Aaron, and for today's video we're headed to the world of the champion of predatory microtransactions. The king of the hill where it comes to sticking it to the community, and that is Diablo Immortal. A new mechanic has been found that shows that it doesn't cost $110,000 to max a character. That's nothing. That's peanuts.
That's what you get started with.
It costs you over $500,000. $100,000, that's nothing. $500,000. You're probably thinking, Aaron, that's not possible. I don't believe you. Oh, wait until you see this. Now, let me just start.
I want to see it.
The laundry
list. Here we go.
One of the worst, if not the worst, cash shops, predatory microtransactions I've ever seen. An uninspiring, unenthralling, unengaging game. Potentially banned in China. Engagement for the game.
To be fair, it got banned in China because somebody that worked at NetEase tweeted something negative about Winnie the Pooh. Okay? So it did not get banned in China because of how manipulative it was. That had nothing to do with it. That's fine. But don't you fucking dare call that guy a bear.
Way down. Right now on Twitch, it has 2,400 viewers. This peaked in the 50, 60,000s at one point. And week over week sales.
What's this again?
This peaked down. Right now on Twitch, it has 2,400 viewers.
Why does Diablo Immortal not have that many viewers? Because it's a boring shit game. Like, what do you mean? Like, oh, wow, I can't believe nobody wants to sit around and watch somebody run rifts for 6 hours. I did that for 2 streams and I already wanted to fucking quit. It was garbage. Like, I extracted the content out of the game and then it's pump and dump, man. That's it.
This peaked in the 50, 60,000s at one point, and week over week sales are down. So they deserve all this negative publicity. They built it. Before I go through this, before I prove to you...
I do feel like most of the negative reactions to Diablo Immortal have been fair. I think that there are very few... Like, there are very few misrepresentations of Diablo Immortal.
Before I give you my opinion that it cost $500,000 to max out, I'm hoping today is the day I have earned your subscription. I'm hoping today is the day you make the decision to push that little red button. I would really appreciate it. It really does help push the channel forward in 2022. We have a goal of 20,000 subs. The channel has been on fire. I'm hoping today, if you hate Diablo and you hate Blizzard, push that red button. Right now we're on the website.
Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. I think that, like, it's better to, like, if he ever sees this, I think it's better to do one of these, like, do a call to action for subscribing at the end of the video. Even though there's less people that are watching by the time the video's over, the people that have watched at that point have then, like, they have now consumed content. So you can actually use the exact same mental technique that Diablo Immortal uses in order to get people to buy things, which is reciprocity. Reciprocity, what, I don't know how to pronounce it. Which is basically you give them something and then you ask them to give you something in return, and that's how they solicit microtransactions from players. So the way you do that is you ask them at the end, because then the person has just received value from, oh man, this guy gave me a good video, I'm going to subscribe. But if you do it at the beginning, you haven't necessarily given them that value to do it yet. Yeah, this is the Dark Bobby Arts.
Site MMORPG.com. Discovery of a new mechanic may mean getting fully geared in Diablo Immortal would cost you $540,000. Yes, over $500,000. And again, I'm going to show you what it is, okay? When it comes to Diablo Immortal, the game has been making millions, 24 million. While criticisms over the
That's not that much money. Keep in mind, Diablo Immortal, it's not that much money that Diablo Immortal was made. What happens with these games is that they make a lot of money. So, like, for example, if you spend $900,000 and you make $1 million, is that better than if you spend $100,000 and you only make $500,000? Well, only making $500,000 is a lot fucking better, you know? So only 48 people, yeah, clearly. And the overhead on these games is much lower than a full-size PC game like Diablo 4.
Continue. Previously, some estimated that in order to fully max out a character, you would have to spend $110,000. Yet after a discovery of a mechanic, a new estimate is pushing that up to $540,000.
Big money.
An analysis shared over Reddit, which I'll show you the Reddit post.
Big money.
Points to the discovery of a hidden mechanic that opens up more opportunity to buy additional gems and continue spending in order to push your character fully geared glory.
What?
So now if you had all 5-star gems, listen to this, you're only halfway there.
Okay.
But apparently there's a hidden whale mechanic. When you upgrade 5 of 5-star gems to level 10, that is attached to a piece of gear above rank 6, that 5 of 5-star gem would undergo a process called awakening. When a 5 of 5-star gem awakens, it gains an additional 5 slots around it, which allows an additional 5 legendary gems to be slotted into it, which of the gems have individually upgraded to rank 10. Oh my gosh. What that means that is instead of comparatively cheap.
Oh wow. It just keeps getting deeper. Exponential gems. Yeah, we have to go deeper. We have to keep going.
100k, you needed 6 leveled 5 gems to max your character. You'd need 36 of them. Along the way, there's also a cash shop item you'd have to buy. To awaken a gem, you'll need to purchase an item that's only available in the cash shop for purple orbs called Dawning Echoes, which costs you 100 eternal orbs, roughly around $30 per gear awakening. The explanation continues. The 540,000 estimate is based on being somewhat lucky and getting the gems you need quickly. But that doesn't happen. This could creep up quickly. So this 540 estimate is if you get lucky with your pools.
What?
And here it is right now. This is the actually Reddit post.
Wait, so the 540k is just like if you get kind of lucky?
On the website on the breakdown. Here is the image. This is what it looks like when you awaken a 5-star gem. Say your 5-star gem, you got now 5 more slots to.
So you have to have you have to have 5 5-star gems inside of your 5 5-star gems. What is this, Little Caesars? 555. What the fuck? The skull in the middle. Yeah.
Additional 5 gems into.
Yeah.
Freaking crazy. Think of like Quinn, right? Would he spend 25 grand to find one?
Well, that was, keep in mind, is that he spent New Zealand money. So like in real money, that was like only about $13,000.
One. You need 36 of them.
It's 15, yeah, 15 something.
And on top of that, just like it's an
he only
added
spent
little, let me sharpen the blade and just stick you with it.
Twist it.
In order to awaken the gem, you still have to spend real money to get the currency in order to do it in the cash shop. Even if you got lucky. Oh man, seriously crazy. Now let me show you what that looks like. Right here. Here is the Dawning Echo. Awakening material used to awaken the power of legendary gems. See the purchase? That can only be bought with real money.
To be fair, if you are at the point where you have to awaken gems, I mean, you're gonna be spending real money. Like, let's be honest. This is like, yeah, you're already, yeah, this cost is negligible. You've got to keep in mind, 1,000 of these legendary things. I think that how much do you get for $100? Is it 6,000 plus 1,200? Is that it? It's 6,000. Yeah, it's 72. I thought so. So like, yeah, this is only like $13 or something like that. It's really not that much. Yeah, buying one is only $13.
Is terrible. Hard stop. It's terrible.
Yeah.
I want to know your opinion. Are you okay with this? Do you think, Aaron, this is the future of gaming? There's nothing wrong with it? Or are you as sickened as I am? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. If you haven't had a chance, check out my Patreon. Thank you to the first 41 members that have signed up. Become an instant ARPG VIP and get in my VIP lounge on my Discord. Direct access to me if you have any questions or you want to chat. We also have a weekly blog post. We have a weekly podcast.
Oh my fucking
Lots of
God.
content planned.
This is mobile
also,
gaming,
depending
guys.
on the tier, we could stream together. We can make content together. There's lots of options. So check it out. First link in the description. If you haven't had a chance to join the official Action RPG Discord, please do so. We're approaching 1,500 members. Great conversations every day. The idea is to create a gaming community that could jump from game to game together, so you never start the server alone. Link for that Discord is also in the description. I think the next game we're really planning on playing is Company of Heroes 2, and then Last Epoch multiplayer. And then probably...
I've heard good things about that game.
Yeah, I don't know. D4.
It's mobile gaming, boys. Let's
so we
go.
can rip it apart. That's the video. Hopefully you were entertained or at least learned something. Aaron, out.
Man, I am not surprised. I'm going to be honest. This guy's pretty good. Yeah, it's good. I feel like what I like the most about this video is the fact that it was short. It's a short video. It's short, sweet, and to the point. When he talks about it, there's not, like, for me, I really respect people that make videos that are shorter, because my videos on average are 17 minutes. And it's me talking, no cuts, just fucking ranting. And that's it. So if I see somebody who's able to make a video in 7 minutes, holy shit, that's impressive for me. Yeah, that's a fucking impressive thing. Absolutely. If I have our intro, of course. It's like what, donkey videos? Yeah, they're short. I'll like it. I'll give this guy a sub. Absolutely. Why not? And I think he'll probably hit 20K subs if he keeps putting out videos like this. This is a relatively good video, good topic, etc. So one of the big ones that I've wanted to watch today. This is the big one that I've wanted to watch today. It's time. It's time for truth. It's time for justice. It's time for Keck W's. Here we go. Lazy Peon made a video about this. Let's see it. Mega Value, this shit's gonna be funny. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fucking funny too. Alright. Let's see it. Farming it? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Here we go.
Diablo Immortal, the brand new multiplayer ARPG from Blizzard Entertainment, designed for mobile but playable cross-platform on PC. This game started its life as one of Blizzard's most legendary memes in 2018.
Do you guys not have phones? Yeah.
Since then,
I feel like whenever you go back and you look at it, that was the beginning of the end. This right here was the beginning of the end of Blizzard. Am I wrong? I feel like I'm not. Yeah, that was it.
Memes in 2018.
Do you guys not have phones? Yeah.
Since then, gaming has changed. Now, we have phones. Blizzard has lawsuits.
True.
And after 3 years of increasingly predatory microtransaction practices across the entire gaming industry, gamers have been sufficiently lubed. So how did Western Diablo fans react to their beloved IP's cheeky attempts to cash in on the Chinese mobile market?
Who's ready to fucking speedrun into financial ruin?
Oh no.
I think that this game is a $500,000 investment, yeah.
It is.
Wait! Rich knew! I didn't even know this. So Rich knew that Rich called this shit out. Oh, well, the thing is, it makes sense, right? Because Rich has played these games before. Yeah, like, he was able to do, like, he had a whale level of extrapolation knowledge, and he was like, oh, yeah, this is gonna be a $500,000 game. Yeah, okay. It's the expert witness.
So it's either you play till you die, or you drop 500K and you're done.
He's killing all of them!
Yes! Oh my god, there's no gear!
Oh my god.
Honestly, people reacted better than I expected. This game was basically made for China. That region will dwarf every other country for sales and player numbers.
Holy shit. 47 mil? User penetration indeed. Holy fucking shit.
When it eventually releases there. It hasn't released in China yet due to recent changes in their gaming laws, but when it does, expect to see something like this when it comes to the revenue data. Even still, the game has reportedly made over $24 million with upwards of 8 million downloads 2 weeks post-launch.
Which, keep in mind, we talk about the game of Telephone, the $24 million is a projection based off of a third-party website. This was not stated by Blizzard. This was not said by Blizzard. This was simply a projection.
on target to be a $100 million per month game for Blizzard when it releases in China. So is Diablo Immortal actually a good game? Well, that depends who you listen to. There's two camps. One side will tell you that it's a dogshit pay-to-win cash grab designed to extract money from low IQs with more money than sense, and it's impossible to enjoy the game without spending...
Oh my god. That's a no-crester right there, man. Yep, that's a no-crester. Please, fuck. Is the next one gonna be Stu? It's gotta be Stu, right?
Thousands of dollars and reaching the upper echelons of whale PvP. The other camp will tell you that all mobile games are pay to win, and that's just how things are, so you can't complain about it.
Oh my god. Don't play Diablo Immortal, it's really pay to win, and bad devs, you shouldn't support them. This game is really fun. It's so sad for me to see. My favorite thing whenever you know a game is dead is whenever you're on the Reddit and somebody makes a thread like that. Does anybody else sick of watching these YouTubers hating on our game? Who else just doesn't care about that and wants to play for? Who else is having fun? Am I the only one having fun? You are too? Yeah, let's have fun. Fuck them. At the moment that you have those threads, your game is dying. That's it. Those are the heralds. Those are the four
still
horsemen.
having fun with the game, even after 200 hours of grinding for something you can
win,
buy
I'll
on the
spend
cash
money.
shop for $20.
It is so funny for me to see this shit. I love seeing this shit. The amount of fucking delusion that people have. Like, Diablo, you guys have to keep in mind, I have got more content out of Diablo Immortal from talking about the game than playing it. It's like, and really whenever you think about it, I've got more content out of Diablo Immortal than I've gotten out of Final Fantasy recently, than I've gotten out of WoW recently. There's probably only, besides Lost Ark, every other game pales in comparison to Diablo Immortal content.
But the game isn't actually pay to win though, because you win by having fun, and they're having fun, so they're winning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who to believe, so let's just play the game ourselves for a bit, and I'll give you an opinion at the end. But first, sponsor. Welcome to Core, a new metaverse gaming platform available on the Epic Store where anyone can create, share, and play multiplayer games completely free. Don't worry, you're not going to get any of those 800% extra value pop-ups like other games. If you're someone that doesn't know what to play or want to hang out with friends whilst constantly exploring games of different genres together, then Core is perfect for that, with over 50,000 games to choose from, with more being created every day. On top of that, you can use the new avatar designer to express yourself in the Core metaverse with hundreds of hairstyles, accessories, and outfits to create your ideal digital persona.
It's cool to see people trying to do this. Yeah, metaverse. Yeah, I think that the truth is that a lot of people don't want... I feel like gamers don't want a metaverse. And the reason why gamers don't want a metaverse is because it offers no tangible value to them. It's not that they don't want it. It's that there's no reason for them to want it. As soon as the metaverse provides value, then people will probably be okay with it.
Recently I've been enjoying a game called Primal Worlds, which is a sci-fi MMORPG in which you fight against ancients, complete puzzles and quests, find treasure and upgrade your gear. Primal Worlds Open Beta. I wasn't expecting the game to have a cutscene before it starts. That's cool. Loot all of that. Now we've got a great hammer. Jetpack onto the platform. Big damage. And now we've got a little robot pet. Maybe I can use this iron to craft for myself a new weapon.
VR chat's better.
Sword. That's what we want.
It
Quite
is
an impressive little game, really.
Know.
It's cool that someone's...
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out!
Maybe Quantic Labs did QR for this one too. Or QA.
Ouch. It's really cool that someone's made this game within a game. Dual axes. Am I Naruto running? Big damage. Yeah, the dual axes seem to be OP. Primal Worlds. Cool little game. Jump in, give it a try. And I recommend the dual axes for big damage. Click my link in the description below to check out Primal Worlds by downloading Core for free from the Epic Games Store. Download now.
Wow.
Diablo Immortal. Low expectations going into this, but maybe the game has a few redeeming features. let's jump in. Choice of
Move it
6
down
different
here.
classes: the Barbarian, the Wizard, the Demon Hunter, Monk, Crusader, or the Necromancer. Male and female options for each class. In all of the footage that I've seen of people playing this game, everyone seems to go with the Demon Hunter. I've never seen someone play the Wizard, so let's be a wizard.
Wizards are for pussies. That's why nobody plays a wizard. It's obvious. I do think that like more people like it's unfortunate that more people aren't. I guess like what sucks is that the metaverse games. Here's why I'm not really a big fan of the idea of a metaverse game. Is that I think what a metaverse game is going to be is it's going to be like a game is pay to win, but on like a completely different level. That's what I'm worried about.
A few different starting
Known as-
presets. We can go with black emo eyes or makeup if we want to. If I can have a beard, I will take
course.
a beard. Not that I'm
Elden
really going
Ring's
to
a
see what my
metaverse game?
character
Yeah,
looks
true.
like with the top-down position. Wow, there's actually a lot of sliders. Don't usually expect to see this amount of sliders in a Blizzard game, to be honest. Usually their character creation is pretty weak. That'll do.
Yeah, this is their best character creator they've ever made. Absolutely wasted. Hopefully they do the same thing with Diablo 4.
Into name.
We'll have to
Nice.
see.
Right off the bat. Voice acted intro. Yeah, decent voice acting as well. Okay, kill some zombies. Got an ability. Fireball. Damage. Oh, I can actually cast this on the move. That's cool. That feels good. I don't know why I expected that to root me in place.
It's so bad.
So my
It's-
number 2 I can also cast on the move. Undead waifu summoning
It's
big
so
belly
bad.
monster. Just stand there and face
What?
tank it. It's probably not going to kill me, is it? Okay, level 3.
It's the same-
Loot goes everywhere. Shoulder pads.
That was an Act 3
Cutscenes
boss.
seem decently well made for a top-down mobile game as well. I mean, so far by mobile standards, it definitely seems like higher quality than what you'd typically be used to. Another thing I've noticed is that by mobile standards, the user interface is...
I love how he prefaces every compliment for the game by mobile standards. By mobile standards.
really clean. Typically mobile games have menus everywhere.
Yep.
And the screen is disgusting to look at, but this game, fairly minimalist. Ooh, what's this?
That's just
Ultimate
because he
fully
hasn't gotten to
charged.
the story
Oh, this
yet.
actually enhances my basic attack. That's cool. Big damage, and he's dead.
Jesus.
So far, early on, level 7, feels like a Diablo game. It feels pretty good.
I bet it
Let's see
does.
how long that continues before that's no longer the case, because I'm sure we're going to get to that point.
What level do you guys think he gets to? I think he gets to 25. I think he's going to get to 25.
So I'm invested enough. Level 8's blazing through the levels early on. I like the Wizard. The Wizard feels really good. I was a little
30?
bit worried
Alright.
about playing the Wizard. I thought it might be a really static class. But every ability that I've got is castable on the move, which isn't usually the case for Wizards in ARPGs. This is where it gets mobile phony.
That's true.
Award claiming. That's technically
Here we
level
go.
11. The little red things to alert. Claim now. I see.
Beginner's pack. There it is. It's so fucking funny to see the meme, man. It's so fun because it was kind of fun for a while. I still think anybody who actually thought this game was fun is crazy. I feel like this game was legitimate fucking dog shit. I don't know why anybody thought it was any good. The people are crazy.
What they've done there,
Look
they've
at
got
that
this little
value. I
red
see it.
button that takes
You better
me to
buy
the
it
shop
right
and
now.
gives me something free, right next to the 89 cents thing to get my first spend. Very smart. Some more free stuff in the mail.
Yeah,
And this
see
is where
that?
they
Yeah,
go to
they-
get my first spend. Right next to the 89 cents thing to
Just
get
so
my
you like, maybe just like accidentally click the one where you spend money. Maybe just accidentally do that.
first spend. Very smart. Some more free stuff in the mail. And this is where the game starts to feel a little bit more mobile phone.
Yeah,
with
now
free
we're getting
stuff,
into real the game.
interacting with these little red pop-ups. Another one here. There we go.
Did you see what it said?
Stuff. Interacting with these little...
A one-time... Oh, shit. It's fucking in the way. It says a one-time bundle is available now in the shop. Act now.
red pop-ups. Another one here. There we go. Is that all of it? Events. Another one. Claim. Is that all of it? More mail. Okay. Okay. Right, we're on top of our little red dots. So now I've zoned into the multiplayer
Wait, he didn't
part of the
buy
game.
it?
The user interface has gotten a lot more busy.
Why didn't he buy
Cosmetics. Dude, I don't want no cosmetics. Did you just auto-equip my cosmetics?
Well,
Mate, I did not tell you to do that. You shove your cosmetics up your ass.
He didn't buy
Trying
it.
to kill my sense of visual progression.
Why would he buy it? What do you mean, what?
Daily reward earned. Okay, here we go. The pop-ups are beginning. I killed a standard little monster. There's no need to throw rewards
I don't
at me like
understand.
that. Ragnar is working on a similar
There was an
objective.
800%
Go on, then
value.
I'll invite him. Let's be friends, Ragnar. He's ran off. It's not easy making friends in online games. As much as the combat is satisfying, it could be better. When you kill mobs, they don't like explode into pieces or anything. Like in other ARPGs, it just feels kinda meh when they die. Also, when you kill lots of mobs in a row, you get little kill streaks. It says like massacre and stuff. That's kinda cool. And it gives you bonus XP as well. Nice. Oh great. Spider tomb. Never seen one of those before. I'm about an hour in at this point and
Here's a good way to tell what you're going to see in Diablo Immortal. If it was in Diablo 3, it's in Diablo Immortal.
I'm starting to feel a little bit bored.
Yeah,
as
it's
much as the
pretty easy.
gameplay is really good for a mobile game.
Bored
I
at
can't
level
for the life
15.
of me see why someone would want to play this if they've got access to a PC. And of course, there's that looming feeling that you know at a certain point the game's going to try and fuck you. Feature unlocked. Battle Pass.
I don't understand how anybody can play any of these games that make you spend money like this. I genuinely do not understand it. I don't understand feature unlocked. Yeah, this is a big feature. You guys have to know, this is half the reason why Overwatch 2 is coming out. This is what's happening so far. Like, I really wish they would have announced more stuff besides just the Battle Pass. But, like, only got a phone. Yeah, some people don't have other options. Other people, there are other games, there are people that go out of their way to play these games and spend money on these games. I'm not talking about some poor kid that can't afford a gaming PC. I'm talking about people that have money, that spend real money on some bullshit collection game. What? Like, I don't understand this.
Oh boy, that's exciting. Oh, is this a little
It's
dungeon?
crazy.
Is it? Should we do it as a party? Go on then, let's find a party. Why not? Oh, we've actually got things to dodge. That's
It's
cool.
dumb. Yeah, I know.
Wasn't expecting that. Damage, and he's dead. I'm surprised the game hasn't prompted me to
I just don't
spend
get
money more yet. I was expecting it to, like, kind of throw cash shop stuff at me.
Because
by
you
now.
didn't see it, man. It literally popped up. He didn't notice it. That's why. They'd rather spend money than time. Well, it's not that they'd rather spend money than time. It's that why even play a game where that is the option? Like, why play a badly designed game where it is designed in order to make you spend money? It doesn't make any sense to me. Lost Ark, you don't have to spend money in Lost Ark. That's the difference. You can do the content if you play the game. With Diablo Immortal, you literally can never get it. That's what's so nuts about it. Pay to skip everything. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's a status symbol, but like to who? It's addiction. It's so fucking sad, man. I just don't get it. I don't understand it at all. It's crazy to me.
Pretty cool looking boss. I think I remember
The
a
game
similar
face
boss to
yeah,
this
it's
guy in
weird.
Diablo 3. Skeleton King defeated. More armor. Oh, we got a yellow. Nice. So that was my first dungeon. New bundle unlocked. Oh my god, so many red pop-ups. Claim, 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 claim. Game wants me to claim a lot. A
I bet they
one-time
do.
bundle is now available from the shop. Mad King's Breach Trove. Okay, so this is the first time the game's really kind of pushed me to make my first purchase.
It's the second time. He just didn't notice the first time. You know, like Retail WoW, play to play a collector's game. I feel like, okay, so this is my opinion, right? Is that if you spend money in a video game, any accomplishment that you have that is an outcome of you spending money in the video game means nothing. Like, that's my mindset. Like, if I get a really good piece of gear in Lost Ark, or my weapon gets upgraded to 25, this means nothing. This doesn't matter. This is not a test of skill, of endurance, of devotion, of effort. It means nothing. And I don't understand why anybody would not see it that way. That's what's so crazy to me, is I can't see how anybody would look at it without that perspective. Gotcha games? Yeah, it's just crazy. You can make others not have fun. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a good thing. You're right. What's this here? The real question is, are we crazy and just don't understand? And am I a boomer now? Yeah, it's like, back in my day, we used to have to play a video game to get the good gear. And we have to log on and you just buy the game and that's it. Imagine that. You know, I bet so.
At a certain point, I'm expecting these boss fights to get challenging, so it actually incentivizes me to spend to get past them. If you can do all of the game's PvE content without spending anything, then I guess it's not that bad. So this is the Elder Rift entrance. We click on this, and applying these crests increases the amount of loot you get from the rifts, so pretty
Does
pay
it really?
to win. Oh, I see. So you kill a certain amount of mobs and then it spawns a boss, and it's summoned a crusader.
Isn't that crazy, bro? Like, so this is the thing. Like, so you kill a bunch of mobs and then it summons a boss. Oh my God. Who thought of this? This is brilliant.
Okay, Rift boss dead.
Oh
he
my God.
explodes loot. Don't think we've got anything good. Lightning Claw.
Revolutionary.
Is that my first legendary gem, is it?
It's
Maybe
a
this
2
is just
stars,
something
wow.
that everyone gets as their first gem. I'd assume that to be the case. And that gives me a big buff to stats. I have a feeling that progression's going to start to change a little bit, perhaps getting a little bit more grindy soon. Fucking Big Melissa's just...
I want to see what a character that's fully geared out does. I want to see how much damage it does. I want somebody for science to spend $500,000 so I can be entertained for like a half hour. Big Melissa.
Popped out from the portal. You're gonna have to face my ice. Big damage. Ooh, dude, the way that thing's dying's cool. I wasn't expecting such a gory death on that monster.
It is
The other
Diablo.
monsters haven't been exploding or anything upon death.
Yeah, I wanna see
Why
a
did
bigger
that one have
whale,
so
yeah.
much effort into its death animation? A hidden lair has opened in this zone. Evil cave entrance. Okay, let's have a look. Treasure chest. Hidden lair level 1. Oh, that's exactly what it is. Kill the Lair Guardian. That's cool. I like it when games have random spawning things that you can go inside of, like random events and stuff. Another treasure chest. More yellow gear, more gems. Now, these hidden lairs seem pretty decent. We're getting pulled inside of a corrupted tree. We need to purge the corruption. Never had to do that.
Hey, does anybody else remember whenever that guy died? I really kind of don't. Yeah, I kind of don't. Like, I mean, so, like, yeah, we met this guy and, like, 5 minutes later he died or something. Like, I don't know what happened. Channel 5 video, I see that.
Wizard game before.
Guys, stop
corruption
typing.
purged. Is our friend dead? No, he's fine. Wait. No, he's actually dead. Yeah, don't get attached to any characters in this game. They're all constantly dying. Oh, what's this? Yo, what the fuck is that boss? That's huge. That is some cool boss design. Look at those hairy legs. It's like a spider with werewolf hands. I've never seen a monster like that before in a game. Oh, you've got to kill his legs first. Yeah, makes
I feel like the excitement about how unique and cool this boss is immediately dies whenever you realize what you need to do. You just hit the leg, the boss does one ability, and then it dies. I mean, guys.
Alright,
Shit
take out this
design.
front
Yeah, it
leg.
sucks.
I feel like I could use one more ability. 4 just doesn't really feel like it's enough. Or at least a
got
dodge. I
5.
really feel the need for a
You have
dodge.
your auto attack.
Zap
That's
it
an
in the
ability,
face, and it's dead. Ooh, we get a legendary chest? Disconnected. No, we're not. Yes, we are. This is a game angry at me for
Tap
getting
to
a
play.
legendary
Come
chest.
on.
Chamber of Truth. What is the truth?
He got to level
This is where we
30?
learn the truth of
Oh
the
my God.
monetization. That's probably going to be at level 60.
Wow.
That's invested enough. Interesting. So now I need to reach level 30.
I hit 60 in this game, man. Like, I hit 60, I got like 1 or 2 Paragon levels, and I said, fuck that, man. This is a game? Yeah. That's every game. Damn, this game sucks. I have to have one original. I love how people that, like, they'll criticize the game, or they'll criticize or try to, like, make what you're saying, like, not, like, make sense. And they'll just make, like, the dumbest generalizations ever. Oh, so you hate it whenever bosses, you have to hit a boss? So you're saying that you don't want to have to hit a boss, the boss should just die? Is that what you mean? Like, so is that what you're trying to say? Like, I mean, guys, this is normal in a mobile game. This is normal. It's beyond straw man.
So now I've got to go do some Elder Rifts, bounties, or some Battle Pass stuff. So I think I've reached the point of the game where progression starts to slow down significantly. And it's more of a grind to level 60.
1 hour later.
Open the codex, hand in this thing on the Battle Pass. That's going to give me enough Battle Pass points to give me a big boost of XP and level 35.
Can companies stop using battle passes as a fucking way to play the game? It's so cringe to me. Like, you play the game and you upgrade your character through, like, this, like, weird fucking menu, like a battle pass. Why? Like, what the fuck is it? It's so lame. Yeah, it's, like, so overdone. Every game has a battle pass now. Elden Ring doesn't have a battle pass. That's why it fucking died.
So now we can continue with the MSQ. Reposition mirrors to illuminate the rune.
MSQ.
Let's put this across. Let's see how smart I am. Doing. Well, that was easy.
Got it. That was good.
Bloody hell. Some gaming journo level difficulty right there. Even a Kotaku employee could have solved that puzzle. Another cutscene. It seems like every dungeon in the game has their own little cutscene and story. It's pretty well done, to be fair. Bags are full. Fantastic. So now I need to play the fun game of inventory management. On to the final boss. Okay. Zap, zap, zap. It's dead. Good fight, Baal.
I love how, like...
Zap,
just a second.
Zap, zap.
I love how they just fucking take everything from Diablo 2, like any way that they can use any nostalgia possible, they will do it and they will run it into the fucking ground.
It's dead. Good fight, Baal.
Yeah.
Right, so now I've finished that part of the story. I'm once again at the point where I need to do some normal quests and normal grinding, Battle Pass, Elder Rift, bounty stuff, to then get to level 40. And that's where we're going to wrap up this first impressions. I think we're at the point now where if I wasn't making this video, I would have just stopped playing the game out of boredom anyway.
Yeah.
So after playing Diablo Immortal for a bit, the game was pretty much what I expected in terms of gameplay. It's a good game by mobile standards, which isn't...
I'm gonna have to say, like, I think that the game was trash. I do. I thought it was trash. It was not... They're pulling at our heartstrings, exactly. Yeah, it's just... For nostalgia, it's easy to remember stuff. Yeah, guys, I'm so mad. Yeah, I'm so mad about this.
Saying much because most mobile games suck, but by PC standards, it's average to below average at best. If you have access to a PC, I can't think of a single reason to play Diablo Immortal over Path of Exile, Lost Ark, Last Epoch, Wolcen, Grim Dawn, or even Diablo 3.
I cannot understand that either. I think that PoE is like one of the best games out there right now in terms of ARPGs. I think that the gear progression in PoE is the best gear progression in any game that I've pretty much ever played. Like, I'm trying to think about it. Like, Vanilla WoW and, like, BC were good in their own ways. But I feel like I like the gear progression in Path of Exile more than pretty much any other game that I've ever played. The combat is shit? Yeah. I mean, some of the combat in PoE is mediocre. I think that's the one thing that Diablo does have over PoE, is some of the fluidity in the combat in Diablo is a little bit better than PoE.
Other than the fact it's got Diablo written on it, which, let's be honest, is the only reason a mindless Blizzard consumer needs. The core fundamental gameplay and visuals are just mediocre by PC standards. That being said, if you're a pure mobile gamer and you don't have a PC, I get it. The game is good for a mobile game.
Yeah.
And during the first few hours I spent playing it, I didn't feel like I needed to spend anything in the sense that there was nothing PvE-wise hard gating my progression. Whereas with a lot of mobile games that isn't the case. Some mobile games you physically can't play longer than an hour before reaching a hard paywall. At least that isn't the case.
How is it that people even play something like that? I don't understand. I literally just do not understand it, guys. I don't.
With this game, free-to-play players do seem to be able to infinitely grind, or at least play the game and do stuff if they choose without having a hard paywall. I'm not going to go too in-depth on the topic of, is the game pay to win? It obviously is, and the vast majority of people seem to agree on that.
Yeah.
I mean, it costs anywhere between $5,000 to $15,000 just to get one 5-star legendary gem. And with the game having non-equalized gear PvP, if you want to be a top-rank PvP player, you're not going to have a chance to do that free-to-play. Does that mean you can't have fun with the game as a free-to-play player? No, it doesn't. In fact, someone made this Rift simulator, so now you can experience what it'd be like to have infinite money, farming for 5-star gems for free. Should Diablo Immortal's monetization be immune to criticism, just because most mobile games are pay to win, and that's just how things are? Absolutely.
That's my favorite fucking one, man. Hey, mobile games, listen. They're pay to win. That's all there is to it. Well, why are they pay to win? It's because they're mobile games. Well, what makes mobile games having to be pay to win? Well, it's because they're mobile games. That's why. It's just like, oh my god.
Not. You can be mad that mobile games will never reach their potential because what's accepted as the norm goes against good game design. Would the game be objectively better if it wasn't designed to be pay to win? Yes, if Diablo Immortal had similar monetization to a PC.
It's a piece of shit game. No, it wouldn't. Like, it would still be bad. If it was twice as good, 2 times 0 is still 0.
Game, I think it'd be universally praised as one of the best gameplay experiences on mobile. Not that that's a high bar to reach. What's the goal of Activision Blizzard as a publicly traded company? It's to make as much money as possible. What makes Blizzard more money, pay-to-win Diablo or non-pay-to-win Diablo?
We'll have to find out.
Definitely pay-to-win Diablo. One whale spending $1,000 plus is worth 100 casual Andes who will drop $10 on the occasional cosmetic.
Exactly.
Mobile gaming pay-to-win is so extreme and so accepted that $1,000 isn't even considered a lot for mobile. It's kind of average. There's thousands.
I don't understand. I genuinely do not understand.
Of people out there who are happy to drop 10k plus on a mobile game.
Wow.
So let's say you've got a player base of 10 million people, 0.1% of them are rich whales spending 10k plus per month to be top rank in PvP. Those 10,000 players would make you $100 million per month. Blizzard is a company ran by businessmen, not gamers. It's an entity that was acquired because it has beloved IPs and a passionate audience who will buy anything because Blizzard made it. Why would Bobby Kotick types give a fuck if gamers are upset over microtransactions whilst partying on...
I wonder if Bobby knows that people don't like Diablo Immortal. Like, I genuinely wonder. Like, does he know that there's, like, controversy around the game? It's like, how much, like, yeah, I don't think he cares. Like, yeah, like, I would love to interview and talk to Bobby Kotick. I know this would never happen. And I would, if he ever agreed to it, I would agree. I'm not going to ask you about why you went to Epstein's Island. I'm not going to ask you about why you threatened to kill somebody over the phone. I won't ask you about, I just want to talk to you about, like, you know, running Blizzard, like, you know, like, how much do you know about the games, etc., right? We can leave the other topics off the
their yachts with cocaine and hookers
when
they know it'll all be
IRL.
forgotten about and accepted as soon as the next Blizzard game is released. Over the past few years, gamers have proven themselves to have goldfish memory. No matter what controversy Blizzard or any gaming company gets into, it's not going to stop people from consuming the latest product.
That's right.
As soon as Diablo 4 releases, all the controversy with Diablo Immortal will be forgotten about.
Immediately. Immediately, as soon as Diablo 4 comes out, it's like, I think that my first red bill for this was whenever Preach was talking about covenants. Do you remember back in the Shadowlands beta, whenever Preach was like, I don't really care that much about covenants because whenever the game comes out, there's going to be other stuff that's even more broken than covenants are, and people are just going to be mad about that instead. Covenants are going to be the least of our problems. And I'm like, wait, what? And I thought about it, and I'm like, I think he's going to be right. And he was.
Negative PR doesn't affect a company's bottom line long term. They don't care, and why should they?
No.
In the case of Diablo Immortal, even if the game was a massive flop and condemned universally with abysmal sales in Western markets, the game would still go on to make millions of dollars in China, which is clearly who the game was targeted towards in the first place, otherwise they wouldn't have partnered with NetEase to make it.
Because a lot of our community went to play those really good other RPGs. We're expecting...
Oh boy. Let's do it.
This is the actual release of the end game for them. Like, there are so many people who... And we're ignoring the fact that Diablo Immortal comes out in a few weeks, by the way, guys. That's not a game. We're going to play Path of Exile.
Editor. Jesus. Jesus, man.
Here. Recent news has come out since making this video that a Chinese Blizzard employee made a post mocking the president of the Chinese Republic using the Diablo Immortal official Weibo account. This has caused a storm in the Chinese social media and news sites.
Bro.
And there's a chance that Diablo Immortal...
Bro, nobody... Like, that guy is gone.
...will either be heavily delayed in China or not released at all, in what's probably the most expensive social media post in history. Imagine making a game solely for the Chinese mobile market and then not being able to release it in China.
The whole state of mobile gaming is kinda sad, really. Mobile phones are finally at the point where graphically they're only like 5 to 10 years behind PC games. But with almost every game being pay to win since the
I think with the monetization, they're 5 to 10 years ahead.
Industry blew up, it's just so commonly accepted and expected that the only thing that would change things is regulation from the government. After seeing that the average gamer's take on Diablo Immortal's monetization is basically every mobile game is like this, so it's okay. I don't have a lot of faith that things will ever change, and if anything, we're likely to see this acceptance of predatory microtransactions.
I love how people, whenever they hear this, are like, they'll type this in chat, right? It's like, and you imagine them like with fucking, like, whenever they're typing it, they're like listening to like, this, right? They're like, yeah, guys, we're gonna fucking make a gamers union, and we're gonna stop these companies from fucking making these bad games, and we're gonna get together, and if they make another bad game, we're gonna make a YouTube video after that, and then if that YouTube video doesn't work, we're gonna make another YouTube video, and then if that doesn't work, we're gonna go to Reddit, and if we go to Reddit and it doesn't work, we're gonna go back to Twitter. And then if that doesn't work, there's going to be a new game that comes out. We're going to make a new YouTube video about the new game. And then if that new YouTube video about the new game doesn't work, we're going to make a new YouTube video about the new YouTube video about the new game. Yes, gamers rise up. That's what every single one of them fucking sounds like. It drives me fucking crazy to see these people, how fucking delusional they are. Bobby can't hear you. You're down on Earth. He's up on the fucking... He's up flying around on his helicopter. He can't hear you from up there. He doesn't even hear what you're saying. He doesn't hear what you're saying. Like, he's on the moon. Yeah, Bobby's on the moon. He's in his jet, man. Like, what the hell are you doing talking about this shit?
Creep its way further and further into PC games. Gaming company CEOs must be licking their lips at the fact that the average free-to-play enjoyer has no sense of nuance when it comes to people critiquing the monetization of a game they enjoy. And their only response is,
it's so
well,
sad.
I'm still having fun. How can it be paid to win if I'm having fun? I'm winning because I'm having fun. Not realizing...
Oh my god. We're doomed. We're doomed. That's it, guys. We're doomed. It's over. It's over. You know, gaming, we had a lot of fun for many years. It was a great, fun time. But you know what? All good things come to an end.
That the critique in most cases is that they'd be having more fun if the game wasn't monetized in a certain way. My dudes, it's a losing battle. If people want to spend thousands of dollars on games that look 10 years out of date, knowingly designed to milk them, then it is what it is. All you can do is support games that aren't designed this way and call for regulation. Or play mobile games as a free-to-play player and support them with money relative to the amount of fun you've got out of it. That's all you can do.
I feel like, how is it possible that anybody can play one of these and think that they're anything less than whale food. Anything more than whale food. That's it. EU regulation coming for loot boxes. We will take care of this. We will do our best to take care of this, and we will do our best to actually make real change, not YouTube videos about this. It will take a lot of time, and I don't know if it'll work. Yeah, I'll need you guys' help with it. absolutely. Hell yeah, I'm gonna need help. I can't do it by myself.
Overall, Diablo Immortal, good graphics and gameplay by mobile standards, possible to enjoy free to play, possible to spend tens of thousands of dollars in the game if you get whale baited. The voice acting is great, the UI design is clean by mobile standards. Compared to PC games, it's average at best. Blizzard's CEO is getting a new mega yacht this year. But that's
Only
it for this
one?
video, guys. As always, let me know your thoughts on Diablo Immortal in the comments below. And if you've reached endgame, please let me know the top 10 things you would buy IRL if you secured a seat on Blizzard's board of directors this year. Social media links on screen. Don't forget to try out Primal World on the Core Games platform via the link in the description
yeah, it's
below.
just so sad.
Click the like button for the algorithm gods to receive 800% extra value. And I'll see you in the next one.
Man.
Diablo Immortal.
I am just... I am astonished. And I want you guys to keep in mind how bad this game is. Lazy Peon did the same thing as me. I don't know if it was 3 times, but I know it was twice. He leveled to 60 in New World. Because he leveled to 60 in the preview event 3 years ago or 2 years ago. And then I'm assuming he leveled to 60 again in the beta. And then he leveled to 60 in the live game. So put this into perspective. This man has leveled 3 times to 60 in New World. Only made it to 30 in Diablo Immortal. Can you fucking believe that? New World, 15k average players. Listen, it's New World is going to come back, guys. It's going to be a big... That, just to put that in perspective, new Channel 5. If it's less than 20 minutes, I'll watch it. If it's more, we'll watch it tomorrow. Okay, guys? Let me do that. Yeah, I love Lazy Peon's videos. I've watched them for years. So let's go ahead. We're going to find it, all right? Let's see here. Channel 5.